Section 31 of The Elementary Forms of the Religious Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Elementary Forms of the Religious Life by Émile Durkheim. Translated by Joseph Ward Swain. Book 2, Chapter 5, Section 3. In a more recent study, which the works of Spencer and Gillen suggested to him, Fraser has attempted to substitute a new explanation of totemism for the one he first proposed, and which we have just been discussing. It rests on the postulate that the totemism of the Arunta is the most primitive which we know. Fraser even goes so far as to say that it scarcely differs from the really and absolutely original type. The singular thing about it is that the totems are attached neither to persons nor to determined groups of persons, but to localities. In fact, each totem has its center at some definite spot. It is there that the souls of the first ancestors, who founded the totemic group at the beginning of time, are believed to have their preferred residence. It is there that the sanctuary is located where the Chiringa are kept. There the cult is celebrated. It is also this geographical distribution of totems which determines the manner in which the clans are recruited. The child has neither the totem of his father nor that of his mother, but the one whose center is at the spot where the mother believes that she felt the first symptoms of approaching maternity. For it is said that the Arunta is ignorant of the exact relation existing between generation and the sexual act. He thinks that every conception is due to a sort of mystic fecundation. According to him, it is due to the entrance of the soul of an ancestor into the body of a woman, and its becoming the principle of a new life there. So at the moment when a woman feels the first tremblings of the child, she imagines that one of the souls whose principal residence is at the place where she happens to be has just entered into her. As the child who is presently born is merely the reincarnation of this ancestor, he necessarily has the same totem. Thus his totem is determined by the locality where he is believed to have been mysteriously conceived. Now it is this local totemism which represents the original form of totemism. At most, it is separated from this by a very short step. This is how Fraser explains its genesis. At the exact moment when the woman realizes that she is pregnant, she must think that the spirit by which she feels herself possessed has come to her from the objects about her, and especially from one of those which attract her attention at the moment. So if she is engaged in plucking a plant or watching an animal, she believes that the soul of this plant or animal has passed into her. Among the things to which she will be particularly inclined to attribute her condition are, in the first place, the things she has just eaten. If she has recently eaten emu or yam, she will not doubt that an emu or yam has been born in her and is developing. Under these conditions, it is evident how the child, in his turn, will be considered a sort of yam or emu, how he regards himself as a relative of the plant or animal of the same species, how he has sympathy and regard for them, how he refuses to eat them, etc. From this moment, totemism exists in its essential traits. It is the native's theory of conception that gave rise to it, so Fraser calls this primitive totemism conceptional. It is from this original type that all the other forms of totemism are derived. Quote, "When several women had, one after the other, felt the first premonitions of maternity at the same spot and under the same circumstances, the place would come to be regarded as haunted by spirits of a peculiar sort, and so the whole country might in time be dotted over with totem centers and distributed into totem districts." End quote. This is how the local totemism of the Arunta originated. In order that the totems may subsequently be detached from their territorial base, it is sufficient to think that the ancestral souls, instead of remaining immutably fixed to a determined spot, are able to move freely over the surface of the territory, and that in their voyages they follow the men and women of the same totem as themselves. In this way, a woman may be impregnated by her own totem or that of her husband, though residing in a different totemic district. According to whether it is believed that it is the ancestor of the husband or of the wife who thus follow the family about, seeking occasions to reincarnate themselves, the totem of the child will be that of his father or mother. In fact, it is in just this way that the Gwanji and Umbaya on the one hand, and the Urabuna on the other, explain their systems of filiation. But this theory, like that of Tyler, rests upon a begging of the question. If he is to imagine that human souls are the souls of animals or plants, one must believe beforehand that men take either from the animal or vegetable world whatever is most essential in them. Now this belief is one of those at the foundation of totemism. To state it as something evident is therefore to take for granted that which is to be explained. Moreover, from this point of view, the religious character of the totem is entirely inexplicable, for the vague belief in an obscure kinship between the man and the animal is not enough to found a cult. This confusion of distinct kingdoms could never result in dividing the world into sacred and profane. It is true that, being consistent with himself, Fraser refuses to admit that totemism is a religion, under the pretext that he finds in it neither spiritual beings, nor prayers, nor invocations, nor offerings, etc. According to him, it is only a system of magic, by which he means a sort of crude and erroneous science, a first effort to discover the laws of things. But we know how inexact this conception, both of magic and of religion, is. We have a religion as soon as the sacred is distinguished from the profane, and we have seen that totemism is a vast system of sacred things. If we are to explain it, we must therefore show how it happened that these things were stamped with this character. But he does not even raise this problem. But this system is completely overthrown by the fact that the postulate upon which it rests can no longer be sustained. The whole argument of Fraser supposes that the local totemism of the Arunta is the most primitive we know, and especially that it is clearly prior to hereditary totemism, either in the paternal or the maternal line. Now, as soon as the facts contained in the first volume of Spencer and Gillen were at our disposal, we were able to conjecture that there had been a time in the history of the Arunta people when the totems, instead of being attached to localities, were transmitted hereditarily from mother to child. This conjecture is definitely proved by the new facts discovered by Strello, which only confirm the previous observations of Schultz. In fact, both of these authors tell us that even now, in addition to his local totem, each Arunta has another which is completely independent of all geographical conditions and which belongs to him as a birthright. It is his mother's. This second totem, just like the first, is considered a powerful friend and protector by the natives, which looks after their food, warns them of possible dangers, etc. They have the right of taking part in its cult. When they are buried, the corpse is laid so that the face is turned towards the region of the maternal totemic center. So after a fashion, this center is also that of the deceased. In fact, it is given the name Tamara Altgira, which is translated Camp of the Totem which is associated with me. So it is certain that among the Arunta, hereditary totemism in the uterine line is not later than local totemism, but on the contrary must have preceded it. For today, the maternal totem has only an accessory and supplementary role. It is a second totem, which explains how it was able to escape observation as attentive and careful as that of Spencer and Gillen. But in order that it should be able to retain this secondary place, being employed along with the local totem, there must have been a time when it held the primary place in the religious life. It is in part a fallen totem, but one recalling an epoch when the totemic organization of the Arunta was very different from what it is today. So the whole superstructure of Fraser's system is undermined at its foundation. End of section 31. Section 32 of The Elementary Forms of the Religious Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Elementary Forms of the Religious Life by Émile Durkheim. Translated by Joseph Ward Swain. Book 2, Chapter 5, Section 4. Although Andrew Lang has actively contested this theory of Fraser's, the one he proposes himself in his later works resembles it on more than one point. Like Fraser, he makes totemism consist in the belief in a sort of consubstantiality of the man and the animal, but he explains it differently. He derives it entirely from the fact that the totem is a name. As soon as human groups were founded, each one felt the need of distinguishing between the neighboring groups with which it came into contact, and, with this end in view, it gave them different names. The names were preferably chosen from the surrounding flora and fauna, because animals and plants can easily be designated by movements or represented by drawings. The more or less precise resemblances which men may have with such and such objects determine the way in which these collective denominations were distributed among the groups. Now, it is a well-known fact that to the early mind, names and the things known by names are in a mystic and transcendental connection of rapport. For example, the name of an individual is not considered as a simple word or conventional sign, but as an essential part of the individual himself. So if it were the name of an animal, the man would have to believe that he himself had the most characteristic attributes of this same animal. This theory would become better and better accredited as the historic origins of these denominations became more remote and were effaced from the memory. Myths arose to make this strange ambiguity of human nature more easily representable in the mind. To explain this, they imagined that the animal was the ancestor of the man, or else that the two were descended from a common ancestor. Thus came the conception of bonds of kinship uniting each clan to the animal species whose name it bore. With the origins of this fabulous kinship once explained, it seems to our author that totemism no longer contains a mystery. But whence comes the religious character of the totemic beliefs and practices? For the fact that a man considers himself an animal of a certain species does not explain why he attributes marvelous powers to this species, and especially why he renders a cult to the images symbolizing it. To this question, Lang gives the same response as Fraser. He denies that totemism is a religion. I find in Australia, he says, no example of religious practices such as praying to, nourishing, or burying the totem. It was only at a later epoch, when it was already established, that totemism was drawn into and surrounded by a system of conceptions properly called religious. According to a remark of Howitt, when the natives undertake the explanation of the totemic institutions, they do not attribute them to the totems themselves nor to a man, but to some supernatural being such as Bunjil or Byami. Accepting this evidence, says Lang, one source of the religious character of totemism is at once revealed. The totemist obeys the decree of Bunjil or Byami, as the Cretans obeyed the divine decrees given by Zeus to Minos. Now, according to Lang, the idea of these great divinities arose outside of the totemic system. So this is not a religion in itself. It has merely been given a religious coloring by contact with a genuine religion. But these very myths contradict Lang's conception of totemism. If the Australians had regarded totemism as something human and profane, it would never have occurred to them to make a divine institution out of it. If, on the other hand, they have felt the need of connecting it with a divinity, it is because they have seen a sacred character in it. So these mythological interpretations prove the religious nature of totemism, but do not explain it. Moreover, Lang himself recognizes that this solution is not sufficient. He realizes that totemic things are treated with a religious respect, that especially the blood of an animal, as well as that of a man, is the object of numerous interdictions, or, as he says, taboos, which this comparatively late mythology cannot explain. Then where do they come from? Here are the words with which Lang answers this question. Quote, "As soon as the animal-named groups evolved the universally diffused beliefs about the Wakan or Mana, or mystically sacred quality of the blood as the life, they would also develop the various taboos." End quote. The words Wakan and Mana, as we shall see in the following chapter, involve the very idea of sacredness itself. The one is taken from the language of the Sioux, the other from that of the Melanesian peoples. To explain the sacred character of totemic things by postulating this characteristic is to answer the question by the question. What we must find out is whence this idea of Wakan comes, and how it comes to be applied to the totem, and all that is derived from it. As long as these two questions remain unanswered, nothing is explained. End of section 32. Section 33 of The Elementary Forms of the Religious Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Elementary Forms of the Religious Life by Émile Durkheim. Translated by Joseph Ward Swain. Book 2, Chapter 5, Section 5. We have now passed in review all the principal explanations which have been given for totemic beliefs, leaving to each of them its own individuality. But now that this examination is finished, we may state one criticism which addresses itself to all these systems alike. If we stick to the letter of the formulae, it seems that these may be arranged in two groups. Some, Fraser, Lang, deny the religious character of totemism. In reality, that amounts to denying the facts. Others recognize this, but think that they can explain it by deriving it from an anterior religion out of which totemism developed. But as a matter of fact, this distinction is only apparent. The first group is contained within the second. Neither Fraser nor Lang have been able to maintain their principles systematically and explain totemism as if it were not a religion. By the very force of facts, they have been compelled to slip ideas of a religious nature into their explanations. We have just seen how Lang calls in the idea of sacredness, which is the cardinal idea of all religion. Fraser, on his side, in each of the theories which he has successively proposed, appeals openly to the idea of souls or spirits. For according to him, totemism came from the fact that men thought they could deposit their souls in safety in some external object, or else that they attributed conception to a sort of spiritual fecundation of which a spirit was the agent. Now a soul, and still more a spirit, are sacred things and the object of rites. So the ideas expressing them are essentially religious, and it is therefore in vain that Fraser makes totemism a mere system of magic, for he succeeds in explaining it only in the terms of another religion. We have already pointed out the insufficiencies of animism and naturism, so one may not have recourse to them as Tyler and Jevons do, without exposing himself to these same objections. Yet neither Fraser nor Lang seems to dream of the possibility of another hypothesis. On the other hand, we know that totemism is tightly bound up with the most primitive social system which we know, and in all probability of which we can conceive. To suppose that it has developed out of another religion, differing from it only in degree, is to leave the data of observation and enter into the domain of arbitrary and unverifiable conjectures. If we wish to remain in harmony with the results we have already obtained, it is necessary that while affirming the religious nature of totemism, we abstain from deriving it from another different religion. There can be no hope of assigning it non-religious ideas as its cause, but among the representations entering into the conditions from which it results, there may be some which directly suggest a religious nature of themselves. These are the ones we must look for. End of section 33.
Section 34 of the Elementary Forms of the Religious Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Elementary Forms of the Religious Life by Émile Durkheim, translated by Joseph Ward Swain. Book 2, Chapter 6, Section 1. The notion of the totemic principle, or mana, and the idea of force. Since individual totemism is later than the totemism of the clan, and even seems to be derived from it, it is to this latter form that we must turn first of all. But as the analysis which we have just made of it has resolved it into a multiplicity of beliefs which may appear quite heterogeneous, before going farther, we must seek to learn what makes its unity. Begin section 1. We have seen that totemism places the figured representations of the totem in the first rank of the things it considers sacred. Next come the animals or vegetables whose name the clan bears, and finally the members of the clan. Since all these things are sacred in the same way, though to different degrees, their religious character can be due to none of the special attributes distinguishing them from each other. If a certain species of animal or vegetable is the object of a reverential fear, this is not because of its special properties, for the human members of the clan enjoy this same privilege, though to a slightly inferior degree, while the mere image of this same plant or animal inspires an even more pronounced respect. The similar sentiments inspired by these different sorts of things in the mind of the believer, which give them their sacred character, can evidently come only from some common principle partaken of alike by the totemic emblems, the men of the clan, and the individuals of the species serving as totem. In reality, it is to this common principle that the cult is addressed. In other words, totemism is the religion, not of such and such animals or men or images, but of an anonymous and impersonal force, found in each of these beings but not to be confounded with any of them. No one possesses it entirely, and all participate in it. It is so completely independent of the particular subjects in whom it incarnates itself, that it precedes them and survives them. Individuals die, generations pass and are replaced by others, but this force always remains actual, living, and the same. It animates the generations of today as it animated those of yesterday, and as it will animate those of tomorrow. Taking the words in a large sense, we may say that it is the God adored by each totemic cult. Yet it is an impersonal God, without name or history, immanent in the world and diffused in an innumerable multitude of things. But even now we have only an imperfect idea of the real ubiquity of this quasi-divine entity. It is not merely found in the whole totemic species, the whole clan, and all the objects symbolizing the totem. The circle of its action extends beyond that. In fact, we have seen that in addition to the eminently holy things, all those attributed to the clan as dependencies of the principal totem have this same character to a certain degree. They also have something religious about them, for some are protected by interdictions, while others have determined functions in the ceremonies of the cult. Their religiousness does not differ in kind from that of the totem under which they are classified. It must therefore be derived from the same source. So it is because the totemic god, to use again the metaphorical expression which we have just employed, is in them, just as it is in the species serving as totem and in the men of the clan. We may see how much it differs from the beings in which it resides, from the fact that it is the soul of so many different beings. But the Australian does not represent this impersonal force in an abstract form. Under the influence of causes which we must seek, he has been led to conceive it under the form of an animal or vegetable species, or, in a word, of a visible object. This is what the totem really consists in. It is only the material form under which the imagination represents this immaterial substance, this energy diffused through all sorts of heterogeneous things, which alone is the real object of the cult. We are now in a better condition for understanding what the native means when he says that the men of the Crow fratry, for example, are crows. He does not exactly mean to say that they are crows in the vulgar and empiric sense of the term, but that the same principle is found in all of them, which is their most essential characteristic, which they have in common with the animals of the same name, and which is thought of under the external form of a crow. Thus the universe, as totemism conceives it, is filled and animated by a certain number of forces which the imagination represents in forms taken, with only a few exceptions, from the animal or vegetable kingdoms. There are as many of them as there are clans in the tribe, and each of them is also found in certain categories of things, of which it is the essence and vital principle. When we say that these principles are forces, we do not take the word in a metaphorical sense. They act just like veritable forces. In one sense, there are even material forces which mechanically engender physical effects. Does an individual come in contact with them without having taken proper precautions? He receives a shock which might be compared to the effect of an electric discharge. Sometimes they seem to conceive of these as a sort of fluid escaping by points. If they are introduced into an organism not made to receive them, they produce sickness and death by a wholly automatic action. Outside of men, they play the role of vital principle. It is by acting on them, we shall see, that the reproduction of the species is assured. It is upon them that the universal life reposes. But in addition to this physical aspect, they also have a moral character. When someone asks a native why he observes his rites, he replies that his ancestors always have observed them, and he ought to follow their example. So if he acts in a certain way towards the totemic beings, it is not only because the forces resident in them are physically redoubtable, but because he feels himself morally obliged to act thus. He has the feeling that he is obeying an imperative, that he is fulfilling a duty. For these sacred beings he has not merely fear, but also respect. Moreover, the totem is the source of the moral life of the clan. All the beings partaking of the same totemic principle consider that owing to this very fact, they are morally bound to one another. They have definite duties of assistance, vendetta, etc. towards each other, and it is these duties which constitute kinship. So while the totemic principle is a totemic force, it is also a moral power, so we shall see how it easily transforms itself into a divinity properly so called. Moreover, there is nothing here which is special to totemism. Even in the most advanced religions, there is scarcely a god who has not kept something of this ambiguity and whose functions are not at once cosmic and moral. At the same time that it is a spiritual discipline, every religion is also a means enabling men to face the world with greater confidence. Even for the Christian, is not God the Father the guardian of the physical order, as well as the legislator and the judge of human conduct? End of section 34. Section 35 of the Elementary Forms of the Religious Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Elementary Forms of the Religious Life by Émile Durkheim, translated by Joseph Ward Swain. Book 2, Chapter 6, Section 2. Perhaps someone will ask whether, in interpreting totemism thus, we do not endow the native with ideas surpassing the limits of his intellect. Of course, we are not prepared to affirm that he represents these forces with the relative clarity which we have been able to give to them in our analysis. We are able to show quite clearly that this notion is implied by the whole system of beliefs which it dominates, but we are unable to say how far it is conscious and how far, on the contrary, it is only implicit and confusedly felt. There is no way of determining just what degree of clarity an idea like this may have in obscure minds, but it is well shown, in any case, that this in no way surpasses the capacities of the primitive mind, and, on the contrary, the results at which we have just arrived are confirmed by the fact that either in the societies closely related to these Australian tribes, or even in these tribes themselves, we find, in an explicit form, conceptions which differ from the preceding only by shades and degrees. The native religions of Samoa have certainly passed the totemic phase. Real gods are found there who have their own names and, to a certain degree, their own personal physiognomy. Yet the traces of totemism are hardly contestable. In fact, each god is attached to a group, either local or domestic, just as the totem is to its clan. Then each of these gods is thought of as immanent in a special species of animal. But this does not mean that he resides in one subject in particular. He is immanent in all at once. He is diffused in the species as a whole. When an animal dies, the men of the group who venerate it weep for it and render pious duties to it, because a god inhabits it. But the god is not dead. He is eternal like the species. He is not even confused with the present generation. He has already been the soul of the preceding one, as he will be the soul of the one which is to follow. So he has all the characteristics of the totemic principle. He is the totemic principle, reclothed in a slightly personal form by the imagination. But still, we must not exaggerate a personality which is hardly reconcilable with this diffusion and ubiquity. If its contours were clearly defined, it could never spread out thus, and enter into such a multitude of things. However, it is incontestable that in this case, the idea of an impersonal religious force is beginning to change, but there are other cases where it is affirmed in all its abstract purity and even reaches a higher degree of generality than in Australia. If the different totemic principles to which the various clans of a single tribe address themselves are distinct from each other, they are, none the less, comparable to each other at bottom, for all play the same role in their respective spheres. There are societies which have had the feeling of this unity with nature, and have consequently advanced to the idea of a unique religious force, of which all other sacred principles are only expressions, and which makes the unity of the universe. As these societies are still thoroughly impregnated with totemism, and as they remain entangled in a social organization identical with that of the Australians, we may say that totemism contained this idea in potentiality. This can be observed in a large number of American tribes, especially those belonging to the great Sioux family, the Omaha, Ponca, Kansas, Osage, Assiniboine, Dakota, Iowa, Winnebago, Mandan, Hidatsa, etc. Many of these are still organized in clans, as the Omaha and the Iowa. Others were so not long since, and, says Dorsey, it is still possible to find among them, quote, all the foundations of the totemic system, just as in the other societies of the Sioux. Now among these peoples, above all the particular deities to whom men render a cult, there is a preeminent power to which all the others have the relation of derived forms, and which is called Wakan. Owing to the preponderating place thus assigned to this principle in the Siouan pantheon, it is sometimes regarded as a sort of sovereign god, or Jupiter or Jahve, and travelers have frequently translated Wakan by, quote, Great Spirit, end quote. This is misrepresenting its real nature gravely. The Wakan is in no way a personal being. The natives do not represent it in a determined form. According to an observer cited by Dorsey, quote, they say that they have never seen the Wakanda, so they cannot pretend to personify it, end quote. It is not even possible to define it by determined attributes and characteristics. Quote, no word, end quote, says Riggs, quote, can explain the meaning of this term among the Dakota. It embraces all mystery, all secret power, all divinity, end quote. All the beings which the Dakota reveres, quote, the earth, the four winds, the sun, the moon, and the stars are manifestations of this mysterious life and power, end quote, which enters into all. Sometimes it is represented in the form of a wind, as a breath having its seat in the four cardinal points and moving everything. Sometimes it is a voice heard in the crashing of the thunder. The sun, moon, and stars are Wakan. But no enumeration could exhaust this infinitely complex idea. It is not a definite and definable power, the power of doing this or that. It is power in an absolute sense, with no epithet or determination of any sort. The various divine powers are only particular manifestations and personifications of it. Each of them is this power seen under one of its numerous aspects. It is this which made one observer say, quote, he is a protean god. He is supposed to appear to different persons in different forms, end quote. Nor are the gods the only beings animated by it. It is the principle of all that lives or acts or moves. Quote, all life is Wakan, so also is everything which exhibits power, whether in action as the winds and drifting clouds, or in passive endurance as the boulder by the wayside, end quote. Among the Iroquois, whose social organization has an even more pronouncedly totemic character, this same idea is found once again. The word orenda, which expresses it, is the exact equivalent of the Wakan of the Sioux. Quote, the savage man, end quote, says Hewitt, quote, conceived the diverse bodies collectively constituting his environment to possess inherently mystic potence, whether they be the rocks, the waters, the tides, the plants and the trees, the animals and man, the wind and the storms, the clouds and the thunders and the lightnings, end quote, etc. Quote, this potence is held to be the property of all things, and by the inchoate mentation of man is regarded as the efficient cause of all phenomena, all the activities of his environment, end quote. A sorcerer or shaman has orenda, but as much would be said of a man succeeding in his enterprises. At bottom, there is nothing in the world which does not have its quota of orenda, but the quantities vary. There are some beings, either men or things, which are favored. There are others which are relatively disinherited, and the universal life consists in the struggles of these orenda of unequal intensity. The more intense conquer the weaker. Is one man more successful than his companions in the hunt or at war? It is because he has more orenda. If an animal escapes from a hunter who is pursuing it, it is because the orenda of the former was the more powerful. The same idea is found among the Shoshone under the name of Pokunt, among the Algonquin under the name of Manitou, of Nawala among the Kwakiutl, of Yek among the Tlingit, and of Skana among the Haida. But it is not peculiar to the Indians of North America. It is in Melanesia that it was studied for the first time. It is true that in certain of the islands of Melanesia, social organization is no longer on a totemic basis, but in all, totemism is still visible, in spite of what Codrington has said about it. Now among these peoples we find, under the name of Mana, an idea which is the exact equivalent of the Wakan of the Sioux and the Orenda of the Iroquois. The definition given by Codrington is as follows, quote, there is a belief in a force altogether distinct from physical power, which acts in all ways for good and evil, and which it is of the greatest advantage to possess or control. This is mana. I think I know what our people mean by it. It is a power or influence, not physical and in a way supernatural, but it shows itself in physical force, or in any kind of power or excellence which a man possesses. This mana is not fixed in anything, and can be conveyed in almost anything. All Melanesian religion consists, in fact, in getting this mana for oneself, or getting it used for one's benefit." End quote. Is this not the same notion of an anonymous and diffused force, the germs of which we recently found in the totemism of Australia? Here is the same impersonality, for, as Codrington says, we must be careful not to regard it as a sort of supreme being. Any such idea is, quote, absolutely foreign, end quote, to Melanesian thought. Here is the same ubiquity. The mana is located nowhere definitely, and it is everywhere. All forms of life and all the effects of the action, either of men or of living beings or of simple minerals, are attributed to its influence. Therefore, there is no undue temerity in attributing to the Australians an idea such as the one we have discovered in our analysis of totemic beliefs, for we find it again, but abstracted and generalized to a higher degree, at the basis of other religions whose roots go back into a system like the Australian one, and which visibly bear the mark of this. The two conceptions are obviously related, they differ only in degree. While the mana is diffused into the whole universe, what we call the God, or, to speak more precisely, the totemic principle, is localized in the more limited circle of the beings and things of certain species. It is mana, but a little more specialized, yet, as a matter of fact, this specialization is quite relative. Moreover, there is one case where this connection is made especially apparent. Among the Omaha, there are totems of all sorts, both individual and collective, but both are only particular forms of Wakan. Quote, "The foundation of the Indian's faith in the efficacy of the totem," end quote, says Miss Fletcher, quote, "rested upon his belief concerning nature and life. This conception was complex and involved two prominent ideas. First, that all things, animate and inanimate, were permeated by a common life, and second, that this life could not be broken, but was continuous." End quote. Now, this common principle of life is the Wakan. The totem is the means by which an individual is put into relations with this source of energy. If the totem has any powers, it is because it incarnates the Wakan. If a man who has violated the interdictions protecting his totem is struck by sickness or death, it is because this mysterious force against which he has thus set himself, that is, the Wakan, reacts against him with a force proportionate to the shock received. Also, just as the totem is Wakan, so the Wakan, in its turn, sometimes shows its totemic origin by the way in which it is conceived. In fact, Say says that among the Dakota the, quote, Wakanda, end quote, is manifested sometimes in the form of a gray bear, sometimes of a bison, a beaver, or some other animal. Undoubtedly, this formula cannot be accepted without reserve. The Wakan repels all personification, and consequently it is hardly probable that it has ever been thought of in its abstract generality with the aid of such definite symbols. But Say's remark is probably applicable to the particular forms which it takes in specializing itself in the concrete reality of life. Now, if there is a possibility that there was a time when these specializations of the Wakan bore witness to such an affinity for an animal form, that would be one more proof of the close bonds uniting this conception to the totemic beliefs. It is possible to explain why this idea has been unable to reach the same degree of abstraction in Australia as in the more advanced societies. This is not merely due to the insufficient aptitude of the Australian for abstracting and generalizing. Before all, it is the nature of the social environment which has imposed this particularism. In fact, as long as totemism remains at the basis of the cultural organization, the clan keeps an autonomy in the religious society which, though not absolute, is always very marked. Of course, we can say that, in one sense, each totemic group is only a chapel of the tribal church, but it is a chapel enjoying a large independence. The cult celebrated there, though not a self-sufficing whole, has only external relations with the others. They interchange without intermingling. The totem of the clan is fully sacred only for this clan. Consequently, the groups of things attributed to each clan, which are a part of it in the same way the men are, have the same individuality and autonomy. Each of them is represented as irreducible into similar groups, as separated from them by a break of continuity, and as constituting a distinct realm. Under these circumstances, it would occur to no one that these heterogeneous worlds were different manifestations of one and the same fundamental force. On the contrary, one might suppose that each of them corresponded to an organically different mana, whose action could not extend beyond the clan and the circle of things attributed to it. The idea of a single and universal mana could be born only at the moment when the tribal religion developed above that of the clans and absorbed them more or less completely. It is along with the feeling of the tribal unity that the feeling of the substantial unity of the world awakens. As we shall presently show, it is true that the Australian societies are already acquainted with a cult that is common to the tribe as a whole. But if this cult represents the highest form of the Australian religions, it has not succeeded in touching and modifying the principles upon which they repose. Totemism is essentially a federative religion, which cannot go beyond a certain degree of centralization without ceasing to be itself. One characteristic fact clearly shows the fundamental reason which has kept the idea of the mana so specialized in Australia. The real religious forces, those thought of in the form of totems, are not the only ones with which the Australian feels himself obliged to reckon. There are also some over which magicians have particular control. While the former are theoretically considered healthful and beneficent, the second have it as their especial function to cause sickness and death. And at the same time that they differ so greatly in the nature of their effects, they are contrasted also by the relations which they sustain with the social organization. A totem is always a matter of the clan, but on the contrary, magic is a tribal and even an intertribal institution. Magic forces do not belong to any special portion of the tribe in particular. All that is needed to make use of them is the possession of efficient recipes. Likewise, everybody is liable to feel their effects, and consequently should try to protect himself against them. These are vague forces, specially attached to no determined social division, and even able to spread their action beyond the tribe. Now, it is a remarkable fact that among the Arunta and Lucretia, they are conceived as simple aspects and particular forms of a unique force, called in Arunta Arunkilta or Arunkulta. Quote, "This is a term," end quote, say Spencer and Gillen, quote, "of somewhat vague import, but always associated at bottom with the possession of supernatural evil power. The name is applied indiscriminately to the evil influence or to the object in which it is, for the time being, or permanently, resident." End quote. Quote, "By Arunkulta," end quote, says Strelo, quote, "the native signifies a force which suddenly stops life and brings death to all who come in contact with it." End quote. This name is given to the bones and pieces of wood from which evil-working charms are derived, and also to poisonous animals and vegetables, so it may accurately be called a harmful mana. Gray mentions an absolutely identical notion among the tribes he observed. Thus, among these different peoples, while the properly religious forces do not succeed in avoiding a certain heterogeneity, magic forces are thought of as being all of the same nature. The mind represents them in their generic unity. This is because they rise above the social organization and its divisions and subdivisions, and move in a homogeneous and continuous space where they meet with nothing to differentiate them. The others, on the contrary, being localized in definite and distinct social forms, are diversified and particularized in the image of the environment in which they are situated. From this, we can see how thoroughly the idea of an impersonal religious force enters into the meaning and spirit of Australian totemism, for it disengages itself with clarity as soon as no contrary cause opposes it. It is true that the Arunkilta is purely a magic force, but between religious forces and magic forces there is no difference of kind. Sometimes they are even designated by the same name. In Melanesia, the magicians and charms have mana just like the agents and rites of the regular cult. The word Oranda is employed in the same way by the Iroquois. So we can legitimately infer the nature of the one from that of the other. End section 35. Section 36 of the Elementary Forms of the Religious Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Elementary Forms of the Religious Life by Émile Durkheim, translated by Joseph Ward Swain. Book 2, Chapter 6, Section 3. The results to which the above analysis has led us do not concern the history of totemism only, but also the genesis of religious thought in general. Under the pretext that in early times men were dominated by their senses and the representations of their senses, it has frequently been held that they commenced by representing the divine in the concrete form of definite and personal beings. The facts do not confirm this presumption. We have just described a systematically united scheme of religious beliefs which we have good reason to regard as very primitive, yet we have met with no personalities of this sort. The real totemic cult is addressed neither to certain determined animals, nor to certain vegetables, nor even to an animal or vegetable species, but to a vague power spread through these things. Even in the most advanced religions which have developed out of totemism, such as those which we find among the North American Indians, this idea, instead of being effaced, becomes more conscious of itself. It is declared with a clarity it did not have before, while at the same time it attains a higher generality. It is this which dominates the entire religious system. This is the original matter out of which have been constructed those beings of every sort which the religions of all times have consecrated and adored. The spirits, demons, genii, and gods of every sort are only the concrete forms taken by this energy, or, quote, potentiality, end quote, as Hewitt calls it, in individualizing itself, in fixing itself upon a certain determined object or point in space, or in centering around an ideal and legendary being, though unconceived as real by the popular imagination. A Dakota, questioned by Miss Fletcher, expressed this essential consubstantiality of all secret things in language that is full of relief. Quote, everything as it moves, now and then, here and there, makes stops. The bird as it flies stops in one place to make its nest, and in another to rest in its flight. A man when he goes forth stops when he wills. So the God has stopped. The sun, which is so bright and beautiful, is one place where he has stopped. The trees, the animals are where he has stopped, and the Indian thinks of these places and sends his prayers to reach the place where the God has stopped and to win help and a blessing, end quote. In other words, the Wakan, for this is what he was talking about, comes and goes through the world, and sacred things are the points upon which it alights. Here we are, for once, just as far from naturism as from animism. If the sun, the moon, and the stars have been adored, they have not owed this honor to their intrinsic nature or their distinctive properties, but to the fact that they are thought to participate in this force which alone is able to give things a sacred character, and which is also found in a multitude of other beings, even the smallest. If the souls of the dead have been the object of rites, it is not because they are believed to be made out of some fluid and impalpable substance, nor is it because they resemble the shadow cast by a body or its reflection on a surface of water. Lightness and fluidity are not enough to confer sanctity. They have been invested with this dignity only in so far as they contained within them something of this same force, the source of all religiosity. We are now in a better condition to understand why it has been impossible to define religion by the idea of mythical personalities, gods, or spirits. It is because this way of representing religious things is in no way inherent in their nature. What we find at the origin and basis of religious thought are not determined and distinct objects and beings possessing a sacred character of themselves. They are indefinite powers, anonymous forces, more or less numerous in different societies, and sometimes even reduced to unity, and whose impersonality is strictly comparable to that of the physical forces whose manifestations the sciences of nature study. As for particular sacred things, they are only individualized forms of this essential principle. So it is not surprising that even in the religions where there are avowed divinities, there are rites having an efficient virtue in themselves, independently of all divine intervention. It is because this force may be attached to words that are pronounced, or movements that are made just as well as to corporeal substances. The voice or the movements may serve as its vehicle, and it may produce its effects through their intermediacy, without the aid of any god or spirit. Even should it happen to concentrate itself especially in a rite, this will become a creator of divinities from that very fact. This is why there is scarcely a divine personality who does not retain some impersonality. Those who represent it most clearly in a concrete and visible form think of it at the same time as an abstract power, which cannot be defined except by its own efficacy, or as a force spread out in space and which is contained, at least in part, in each of its effects. It is the power of producing rain or wind, crops, or the light of day. Zeus is in each of the raindrops which falls, just as Ceres is in each of the sheaves of the harvest. As a general rule, in fact, this efficacy is so imperfectly determined that the believer is able to form only a very vague notion of it. Moreover, it is this indecision which has made possible these syncretisms and duplications in the course of which gods are broken up, dismembered, and confused in every way. Perhaps there is not a single religion in which the original mana, whether unique or multiform, has been resolved entirely into a clearly defined number of beings who are distinct and separate from each other. Each of them always retains a touch of impersonality, as it were, which enables it to enter into new combinations, not as the result of a simple survival, but because it is the nature of religious forces to be unable to individualize themselves completely. This conception, to which we have been led by the study of totemism alone, has the additional recommendation that many scholars have recently adopted it quite independently of one another, as a conclusion from very different sorts of studies. There is a tendency towards a spontaneous agreement on this point which should be remarked, for it is a presumption of objectivity. As early as 1899, we pointed out the impossibility of making the idea of a mythical personality enter into the definition of religious phenomena. In 1900, Marat showed the existence of a religious phase which he called pre-animistic, in which the rites are addressed to impersonal forces, like the Melanesian mana and the Wakan of the Omaha and Dakota. However, Marat did not go so far as to maintain that always and in every case the idea of a spirit is logically and chronologically posterior to that of mana and is derived from it. He even seemed disposed to admit that it has sometimes appeared independently and consequently that religious thought flows from a double source. On the other hand, he conceived the mana as an inherent property of things, as an element of their appearance, for, according to him, this is simply the character which we attribute to everything out of the ordinary, and which inspires a sentiment of fear or admiration. This practically amounts to a return to the naturist theory. A little later, Messrs. Hubert and Mauls, while attempting to formulate a general theory of magic, established the fact that magic as a whole reposes on the notion of mana. The close kinship of the magic rite and the religious rite being known, it was even possible to foresee that the same theory should be applied to religion. This was sustained by Proust in a series of articles in the Globus that same year. Relying chiefly upon facts taken from American civilizations, Proust set out to prove that the ideas of the soul and spirit were not developed until after those of power and impersonal force, that the former are only a transformation of the latter, and that up to a relatively late date they retain the marks of their original impersonality. In fact, he shows that even in the advanced religions, they are represented in the form of vague emanations disengaging themselves automatically from the things in which they reside, and even tending to escape by all the ways that are open to them, the mouth, the nose, and all the other openings of the body, the breath, the look, the word, etc. At the same time, Proust pointed out their protean forms and their extreme plasticity, which permits them to give themselves successively and almost concurrently to the most varied uses. It is true that if we stick to the letter of the terminology employed by this author, we may believe that for him the forces have a magic, not a religious nature. He calls them charms, Zauberkräfte. But it is evident that in expressing himself thus, he does not intend to put them outside of religion, for it is in the essentially religious rites that he shows their action, for example, in the great Mexican ceremonies. If he uses these expressions, it is undoubtedly because he knows no others, which mark better the impersonality of these forces and the sort of mechanism with which they operate. Thus, this same idea tends to come to light on every side. The impression becomes more and more prevalent that even the most elementary mythological constructions are secondary products, which cover over a system of beliefs at once simpler and more obscure, vaguer and more essential, which form the solid foundations upon which the religious systems are built. It is this primitive foundation which our analysis of totemism has enabled us to reach. The various writers whose studies we have just mentioned arrived at this conclusion only through facts taken from very diverse religions, some of which even correspond to a civilization that is already far advanced, such is the case, for example, with the Mexican religions, of which Proust makes great use. So it might be asked if this theory is equally applicable to the most simple religions. But since it is impossible to go lower than totemism, we are not exposed to this risk of error, and at the same time, we have an opportunity of finding the initial notion from which the ideas of Wakan and Mana are derived. This is the notion of the totemic principle. End of section 36. Section 37 of the Elementary Forms of the Religious Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Elementary Forms of the Religious Life by Émile Durkheim, translated by Joseph Ward Swain. Book 2, Chapter 6, Section 4. But this notion is not only of primary importance because of the role it has played in the development of religious ideas, it also has a lay aspect in which it is of interest for the history of scientific thought. It is the first form of the idea of force. In fact, the Wakan plays the same role in the world as the Sioux conceives it, as the one played by the forces with which science explains the diverse phenomena of nature. This, however, does not mean that it is thought of as an exclusively physical energy. On the contrary, In the next chapter we shall see that the elements going to make up this idea are taken from the most diverse realms. But this very compositeness of its nature enables it to be utilized as a universal principle of explanation. It is from it that all life comes. Quote, all life is Wakan, end quote. And by this word life, we must understand everything that acts and reacts, that moves and is moved, in both the mineral and biological kingdoms. The Wakan is the cause of all the movements which take place in the universe. We have even seen that the Orenda of the Iroquois is, quote, the efficient cause of all the phenomena and all the activities which are manifested around men, end quote. It is a power, quote, inherent in all bodies and all things, end quote. It is the Orenda which makes the wind blow, the sun lighten and heat the earth, or animals reproduce, and which makes men strong, clever, and intelligent. When the Iroquois says that the life of all nature is the product of the conflicts aroused between the unequally intense Orenda of the different beings, he only expresses, in his own language, this modern idea that the world is a system of forces limiting and containing each other and making an equilibrium. The Melanesian attributes this same general efficacy to his mana. It is owing to his mana that a man succeeds in hunting or fighting, that gardens give a good return, or that flocks prosper. If an arrow strikes its mark, it is because it is charged with mana. It is the same cause which makes a net catch fish well, or a canoe ride well on the sea, etc. It is true that if certain phrases of Codrington are taken literally, mana should be the cause to which is attributed, quote, everything which is beyond the ordinary power of men, outside the common processes of nature, end quote. But from the very examples which he cites, it is quite evident that the sphere of the mana is really much more extended. In reality, it serves to explain usual and everyday phenomena. There is nothing superhuman or supernatural in the fact that a ship sails or a hunter catches game, etc. However, among these events of daily life, there are some so insignificant and familiar that they pass unperceived. They are not noticed, and consequently no need is felt of explaining them. The concept of mana is applied only to those that are important enough to cause reflection and to awaken a minimum of interest and curiosity, but they are not marvelous for all that. And what is true of the mana as well as the Orenda and Wakan may be said equally well of the totemic principle. It is through this that the life of the men of the clan and the animals or plants of the totemic species, as well as all the things which are classified under the totem and partake of its nature, is manifested. So the idea of force is of religious origin. It is from religion that it has been borrowed, first by philosophy, then by the sciences. This has already been foreseen by Comte, and this is why he made metaphysics the heir of, quote, theology, end quote. But he concluded from this that the idea of force is destined to disappear from science, for, owing to its mystic origins, he refused it all objective value. But we are going to show that, on the contrary, religious forces are real, howsoever imperfect the symbols may be, by the aid of which they are thought of. From this it will follow that the same is true of the concept of force in general. End section 37. Section 38 of the Elementary Forms of the Religious Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Elementary Forms of the Religious Life by Émile Durkheim, translated by Joseph Ward Swain. Book 2, Chapter 7, Section 1. Origin of the idea of the totemic principle or mana. The proposition established in the preceding chapter determines the terms in which the problem of the origins of totemism should be posed. Since totemism is everywhere dominated by the idea of a quasi-divine principle, immanent in certain categories of men and things, and thought of under the form of an animal or vegetable, the explanation of this religion is essentially the explanation of this belief. To arrive at this, we must seek to learn how men have been led to construct this idea, and out of what materials they have constructed it. Section 1. It is obviously not out of the sensations which the things serving as totems are able to arouse in the mind. We have shown that these things are frequently insignificant. The lizard, the caterpillar, the rat, the ant, the frog, the turkey, the breamfish, the plum tree, the cockatoo, etc., to cite only those names which appear frequently in the lists of Australian totems, are not of a nature to produce upon men these great and strong impressions which in a way resemble religious emotions, and which impress a sacred character upon the objects they create. It is true that this is not the case with the stars and the great atmospheric phenomena, which have, on the contrary, all that is necessary to strike the imagination forcibly, but as a matter of fact, these serve only very exceptionally as totems. It is even probable that they were very slow in taking this office. So it is not the intrinsic nature of the thing whose name the clan bears that marked it out to become the object of a cult. Also, if the sentiments which it inspired were really the determining cause of the totemic rites and beliefs, it would be the preeminently sacred thing. The animals or plants employed as totems would play an eminent part in the religious life. But we know that the center of the cult is actually elsewhere. It is the figurative representations of this plant or animal and the totemic emblems and symbols of every sort which have the greatest sanctity. So it is in them that is found the source of that religious nature, of which the real objects represented by these emblems receive only a reflection. Thus, the totem is before all a symbol, a material expression of something else. But of what? From the analysis to which we have been giving our attention, it is evident that it expresses and symbolizes two different sorts of things. In the first place, it is the outward and visible form of what we have called the totemic principle or God, but it is also the symbol of the determined society called the clan. It is its flag, it is the sign by which each clan distinguishes itself from the others, the visible mark of its personality, a mark borne by everything which is a part of the clan under any title whatsoever, men, beasts, or things. So if it is at once the symbol of the God and of the society, is that not because the God and the society are only one? How could the emblem of the group have been able to become the figure of this quasi-divinity if the group and the divinity were two distinct realities? The God of the clan, the totemic principle, can therefore be nothing else than the clan itself, personified and represented to the imagination under the visible form of the animal or vegetable which serves as totem. But how has this apotheosis been possible, and how did it happen to take place in this fashion? End of section 38. Section 39 of the Elementary Forms of the Religious Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Elementary Forms of the Religious Life by Émile Durkheim, translated by Joseph Ward Swain. Book 2, Chapter 7, Section 2. In a general way, it is unquestionable that a society has all that is necessary to arouse the sensation of the divine in minds, merely by the power that it has over them, for to its members it is what a god is to his worshippers. In fact, a god is, first of all, a being whom men think of as superior to themselves, and upon whom they feel that they depend. Whether it be a conscious personality, such as Zeus or Yahweh, or merely abstract forces such as those in play in totemism, the worshipper, in the one case as in the other, believes himself held to certain manners of acting which are imposed upon him by the nature of the sacred principle with which he feels that he is in communion. Now, society also gives us the sensation of a perpetual dependence, since it has a nature which is peculiar to itself and different from our individual nature. It pursues ends which are likewise special to it, but as it cannot attain them except through our intermediacy, it imperiously demands our aid. It requires that, forgetful of our own interests, we make ourselves its servitors, and it submits us to every sort of inconvenience, privation, and sacrifice, without which social life would be impossible. It is because of this that at every instant we are obliged to submit ourselves to rules of conduct and of thought, which we have neither made nor desired, and which are sometimes even contrary to our most fundamental inclinations and instincts. Even if society were unable to obtain these concessions and sacrifices from us, except by a material constraint, it might awaken in us only the idea of a physical force to which we must give way of necessity, instead of that of a moral power such as religions adore. But as a matter of fact, the empire which it holds over consciences is due much less to the physical supremacy, of which it has the privilege, than to the moral authority with which it is invested. If we yield to its orders, it is not merely because it is strong enough to triumph over our resistance, it is primarily because it is the object of a venerable respect. We say that an object, whether individual or collective, inspires respect when the representation expressing it in the mind is gifted with such a force that it automatically causes or inhibits actions without regard for any consideration relative to their useful or injurious effects. When we obey somebody because of the moral authority which we recognize in him, we follow out his opinions not because they seem wise, but because a certain sort of physical energy is immanent in the idea that we form of this person, which conquers our will and inclines it in the indicated direction. Respect is the emotion which we experience when we feel this interior and wholly spiritual pressure operating upon us. Then we are not determined by the advantages or inconveniences of the attitude which is prescribed or recommended to us. It is by the way in which we represent to ourselves the person recommending or prescribing it. That is why commands generally take a short, peremptory form, leaving no place for hesitation. It is because, in so far as it is a command and goes by its own force, it excludes all idea of deliberation or calculation. It gets its efficacy from the intensity of the mental state in which it is placed. It is this intensity which creates what is called a moral ascendancy. Now the ways of action to which society is strongly enough attached to impose them upon its members are, by that very fact, marked with a distinctive sign provocative of respect. Since they are elaborated in common, the vigor with which they have been thought of by each particular mind is retained in all the other minds, and reciprocally. The representations which express them within each of us have an intensity which no purely private states of consciousness could ever attain, for they have the strength of the innumerable individual representations which have served to form each of them. It is society who speaks through the mouths of those who affirm them in our presence. It is society whom we hear in hearing them, and the voice of all has an accent which that of one alone could never have. The very violence with which society reacts, by way of blame or material suppression, against every attempted dissidence, contributes to strengthening its empire by manifesting the common conviction through this burst of ardor. In a word, when something is the object of such a state of opinion, the representation which each individual has of it gains a power of action from its origins and the conditions in which it was born, which even those feel who do not submit themselves to it. It tends to repel the representations which contradict it, and it keeps them at a distance. On the other hand, it commands those acts which will realize it, and it does so not by a material coercion, or by the perspective of something of this sort, but by the simple radiation of the mental energy which it contains. It has an efficacy coming solely from its psychical properties, and it is by just this sign that moral authority is recognized. So opinion, primarily a social thing, is a source of authority, and it might even be asked whether all authority is not the daughter of opinion. It may be objected that science is often the antagonist of opinion, whose errors it combats and rectifies, but it cannot succeed in this task if it does not have sufficient authority, and it can obtain this authority only from opinion itself. If a people did not have faith in science, all the scientific demonstrations in the world would be without any influence whatsoever over their minds. Even today, if science happened to resist a very strong current of public opinion, it would risk losing its credit there. Since it is in spiritual ways that social pressure exercises itself, it could not fail to give men the idea that outside themselves there exist one or several powers, both moral and, at the same time, efficacious, upon which they depend. They must think of these powers, at least in part, as outside themselves, for these address them in a tone of command, and sometimes even order them to do violence to their most natural inclinations. It is undoubtedly true that if they were able to see that these influences which they feel emanate from society, then the mythological system of interpretations would never be born. But social action follows ways that are too circuitous and obscure, and employs psychical mechanisms that are too complex to allow the ordinary observer to see whence it comes. As long as scientific analysis does not come to teach it to them, men know well that they are acted upon, but they do not know by whom. So they must invent by themselves the idea of these powers with which they feel themselves in connection, and from that we are able to catch a glimpse of the way by which they were led to represent them under forms that are really foreign to their nature, and to transfigure them by thought. But a god is not merely an authority upon whom we depend, it is a force upon which our strength relies. The man who has obeyed his God, and who for this reason believes that God is with him, approaches the world with confidence and with the feeling of an increased energy. Likewise, social action does not confine itself to demanding sacrifices, privations, and efforts from us, for the collective force is not entirely outside of us. It does not act upon us wholly from without, but rather, since society cannot exist except in and through individual consciousnesses, this force must also penetrate us and organize itself within us. It thus becomes an integral part of our being, and by that very fact, this is elevated and magnified. There are occasions when this strengthening and vivifying action of society is especially apparent. In the midst of an assembly animated by a common passion, we become susceptible of acts and sentiments of which we are incapable when reduced to our own forces, and when the assembly is dissolved, and when, finding ourselves alone again, we fall back to our ordinary level, we are then able to measure the height to which we have been raised above ourselves. History abounds in examples of this sort. It is enough to think of the night of the 4th of August, 1789, when an assembly was suddenly led to an act of sacrifice and abnegation which each of its members had refused the day before, and at which they were all surprised the day after. This is why all parties, political, economic, or confessional, are careful to have periodical reunions, where their members may revivify their common faith by manifesting it in common. To strengthen those sentiments which, if left to themselves, would soon weaken, it is sufficient to bring those who hold them together, and to put them into closer and more active relations with one another. This is the explanation of the particular attitude of a man speaking to a crowd, at least if he has succeeded in entering into communion with it. His language has a grandiloquence that would be ridiculous in ordinary circumstances. His gestures show a certain domination. His very thought is impatient of all rules, and easily falls into all sorts of excesses. It is because he feels within him an abnormal oversupply of force, which overflows and tries to burst out from him, sometimes He even has the feeling that he is dominated by a moral force which is greater than he, and of which he is only the interpreter. It is by this trait that we are able to recognize what has often been called the demon of oratorical inspiration. Now, this exceptional increase of force is something very real. It comes to him from the very group which he addresses. The sentiments provoked by his words come back to him, but enlarged and amplified, and to this degree they strengthen his own sentiment. The passionate energies he arouses re-echo within him and quicken his vital tone. It is no longer a simple individual who speaks. It is a group incarnate and personified. Beside these passing and intermittent states, there are other more durable ones, where the strengthening influence of society makes itself felt with greater consequences and frequently even with greater brilliancy. There are periods in history when, under the influence of some great collective shock, social interactions have become much more frequent and active. Men look for each other and assemble together more than ever. That general effervescence results which is characteristic of revolutionary or creative epochs. Now, this greater activity results in a general stimulation of individual forces. Men see more and differently now than in normal times. Changes are not merely of shades and degrees. Men become different. The passions moving them are of such an intensity that they cannot be satisfied except by violent and unrestrained actions, actions of superhuman heroism or of bloody barbarism. This is what explains the Crusades, for example, or many of the scenes, either sublime or savage, of the French Revolution. Under the influence of the general exaltation, we see the most mediocre and inoffensive bourgeois become either a hero or a butcher. And so clearly are all these mental processes the ones that are also at the root of religion, that the individuals themselves have often pictured the pressure before which they thus gave way in a distinctly religious form. The Crusaders believed that they felt God present in the midst of them, enjoining them to go to the conquest of the Holy Land. Joan of Arc believed that she obeyed celestial voices. But it is not only in exceptional circumstances that the stimulating action of society makes itself felt. There is not, so to speak, a moment in our lives when some current of energy does not come to us from without. The man who has done his duty finds, in the manifestations of every sort expressing the sympathy, esteem, or affection which his fellows have for him, a feeling of comfort, of which he does not ordinarily take account, but which sustains him none the less. The sentiments which society has for him raise the sentiments which he has for himself. Because he is in moral harmony with his comrades, he has more confidence, courage, and boldness in action, just like the believer who thinks that he feels the regard of his God turned graciously towards him. It thus produces, as it were, a perpetual sustenance for our moral nature. Since this varies with a multitude of external circumstances, as our relations with the groups about us are more or less active, and as these groups themselves vary, we cannot fail to feel that this moral support depends upon an external cause. But we do not perceive where this cause is, nor what it is, so we ordinarily think of it under the form of a moral power which, though immanent in us, represents within us something not ourselves. This is the moral conscience, of which, by the way, men have never made even a slightly distinct representation except by the aid of religious symbols. In addition to these free forces, which are constantly coming to renew our own, there are others which are fixed in the methods and traditions which we employ. We speak a language that we did not make, we use instruments that we did not invent, we invoke rites that we did not found, a treasury of knowledge is transmitted to each generation that it did not gather itself, etc. It is to society that we owe these varied benefits of civilization, and if we do not ordinarily see the source from which we get them, we at least know that they are not our own work. Now it is these things that give man his own place among things. A man is a man only because he is civilized. so he could not escape the feeling that outside of him there are active causes from which he gets the characteristic attributes of his nature, and which, as benevolent powers, assist him, protect him, and assure him of a privileged fate. And, of course, he must attribute to these powers a dignity corresponding to the great value of the good things he attributes to them. Thus, the environment in which we live seems to us to be peopled with forces that are at once imperious and helpful, august and gracious, and with which we have relations. Since they exercise over us a pressure of which we are conscious, we are forced to localize them outside ourselves, just as we do for the objective causes of our sensations. But the sentiments which they inspire in us differ in nature from those which we have for simple visible objects. As long as these latter are reduced to their empirical characteristics as shown in ordinary experience, and as long as the religious imagination has not metamorphosed them, we entertain for them no feeling which resembles respect, and they contain within them nothing that is able to raise us outside ourselves. Therefore, the representations which express them appear to us to be very different from those roused in us by collective influences. The two form two distinct and separate mental states in our consciousness, just as do the two forms of life to which they correspond. Consequently, we get the impression that we are in relations with two distinct sorts of reality, and that a sharply drawn line of demarcation separates them from each other. On the one hand is the world of profane things, on the other that of sacred things. Also, in the present day, just as much as in the past, we see society constantly creating sacred things out of ordinary ones. If it happens to fall in love with a man, and if it thinks it has found in him the principal aspirations that move it, as well as the means of satisfying them, this man will be raised above the others and, as it were, deified. Opinion will invest him with a majesty exactly analogous to that protecting the gods. This is what has happened to so many sovereigns in whom their age had faith. If they were not made gods, they were at least regarded as direct representatives of the deity. And the fact that it is society alone which is the author of these varieties of apotheosis is evident, since it frequently chances to consecrate men thus who have no right to it from their own merit. The simple deference inspired by these men invested with high social functions is not different in nature from religious respect. It is expressed by the same movements. A man keeps at a distance from a high personage. He approaches him only with precautions. In conversing with him, he uses other gestures and language than those used with ordinary mortals. The sentiment felt on these occasions is so closely related to the religious sentiment that many peoples have confounded the two. In order to explain the consideration accorded to princes, nobles, and political chiefs, a sacred character has been attributed to them. In Melanesia and Polynesia, for example, it is said that an influential man has mana, and that his influence is due to this mana. However, it is evident that his situation is due solely to the importance attributed to him by public opinion. Thus the moral power conferred by opinion, and that with which sacred beings are invested, are at bottom of a single origin and made up of the same elements. That is why a single word is able to designate the two. In addition to men, society also consecrates things, especially ideas. If a belief is unanimously shared by a people, then, for the reason which we pointed out above, it is forbidden to touch it, that is to say, to deny it or to contest it. Now the prohibition of criticism is an interdiction like the others, and proves the presence of something sacred. Even today, howsoever great may be the liberty which we accord to others, a man who should totally deny progress or ridicule the human ideal to which modern societies are attached would produce the effect of a sacrilege. There is at least one principle which those the most devoted to the free examination of everything tend to place above discussion and to regard as untouchable, that is to say, as sacred. This is the very principle of free examination. This aptitude of society for setting itself up as a god, or for creating gods, was never more apparent than during the first years of the French Revolution. At this time, in fact, Under the influence of the general enthusiasm, things purely laical by nature were transformed by public opinion into sacred things. These were the fatherland, liberty, reason. A religion tended to become established which had its dogmas, symbols, altars, and feasts. It was to these spontaneous aspirations that the cult of reason and the supreme being attempted to give a sort of official satisfaction. It is true that this religious renovation had only an ephemeral duration, but that was because the patriotic enthusiasm which at first transported the masses soon relaxed. The cause being gone, the effect could not remain. But this experiment, though short-lived, keeps all its sociological interest. It remains true that in one determined case we have seen society and its essential ideas become, directly and with no transfiguration of any sort, the object of a veritable cult. All these facts allow us to catch glimpses of how the clan was able to awaken within its members the idea that outside of them there exist forces which dominate them, and at the same time sustain them, that is to say, in fine, religious forces. It is because there is no society with which the primitive is more directly and closely connected. The bonds uniting him to the tribe are much more lax and more feebly felt. Although this is not at all strange or foreign to him, it is with the people of his own clan that he has the greatest number of things in common. It is the action of this group that he feels the most directly, so it is this also which, in preference to all others, should express itself as religious symbols. But this first explanation has been too general, for it is applicable to every sort of society indifferently, and consequently to every sort of religion. Let us attempt to determine exactly what form this collective action takes in the clan, and how it arouses the sensation of sacredness there. For there is no place where it is more easily observable, or more apparent in its results. End of section 39. Section 40 of the Elementary Forms of the Religious Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Elementary Forms of the Religious Life by Émile Durkheim, translated by Joseph Ward Swain. Book 2, Chapter 7, Section 3. The life of the Australian societies passes alternately through two distinct phases. Sometimes the population is broken up into little groups who wander about independently of one another in their various occupations. Each family lives by itself, hunting and fishing, and, in a word, trying to procure its indispensable food by all the means in its power. Sometimes, on the contrary, the population concentrates and gathers at determined points for a length of time varying from several days to several months. This concentration takes place when a clan or a part of the tribe is summoned to the gathering, and on this occasion they celebrate a religious ceremony, or else hold what is called a corroboree in the usual ethnological language. These two phases are contrasted with each other in the sharpest way. In the first, economic activity is the preponderating one, and it is generally of a very mediocre intensity. Gathering the grains or herbs that are necessary for food, or hunting and fishing are not occupations to awaken very lively passions. The dispersed condition in which the society finds itself results in making its life uniform, languishing, and dull. But when a corroboree takes place, everything changes. Since the emotional and passional faculties of the primitive are only imperfectly placed under the control of his reason and will, he easily loses control of himself. Any event of some importance puts him quite outside himself. Does he receive good news? There are at once transports of enthusiasm. In the contrary conditions, he is to be seen running here and there like a madman, giving himself up to all sorts of immoderate movements, crying, shrieking, rolling in the dust, throwing it in every direction, biting himself, brandishing his arms in a furious manner, etc. The very fact of the concentration acts as an exceptionally powerful stimulant. When they are once come together, a sort of electricity is formed by their collecting, which quickly transports them to an extraordinary degree of exaltation. Every sentiment expressed finds a place without resistance in all the minds, which are very open to outside impressions. Each re-echoes the others, and is re-echoed by the others. The initial impulse thus proceeds, growing as it goes, as an avalanche grows in its advance, and as such active passions, so free from all control, could not fail to burst out. On every side one sees nothing but violent gestures, cries, veritable howls, and deafening noises of every sort, which aid in intensifying still more the state of mind which they manifest. And since a collective sentiment cannot express itself collectively, except on the condition of observing a certain order, permitting cooperation and movements in unison, these gestures and cries naturally tend to become rhythmic and regular. Hence come songs and dances. But in taking a more regular form, they lose nothing of their natural violence. A regulated tumult remains tumult. The human voice is not sufficient for the task. It is reinforced by means of artificial processes. Boomerangs are beaten against each other, bull roars are whirled. It is probable that these instruments, the use of which is so general in the Australian religious ceremonies, are used primarily to express in a more adequate fashion the agitation felt. But while they express it, they also strengthen it. This effervescence often reaches such a point that it causes unheard of actions. The passions released are of such an impetuosity that they can be restrained by nothing. They are so far removed from their ordinary conditions of life, and they are so thoroughly conscious of it, that they feel that they must set themselves outside of and above their ordinary morals. The sexes unite contrarily to the rules governing sexual relations. Men exchange wives with each other, sometimes even incestuous unions, which in normal times are thought abominable and are severely punished, are now contracted openly and with impunity. If we add to all this that the ceremonies generally take place at night in a darkness pierced here and there by the light of fires, we can easily imagine what effect such scenes ought to produce on the minds of those who participate. They produce such a violent super-excitation of the whole physical and mental life that it cannot be supported very long. The actor taking the principal part finally falls exhausted on the ground. To illustrate and make specific this necessarily schematic picture, let us describe certain scenes taken from Spencer and Gillen. One of the most important religious ceremonies among the Warramunga is the one concerning the snake Wollunkwa. It consists in a series of ceremonies lasting through several days. On the fourth day comes the following scene. According to the ceremonial used among the Warramunga, representatives of the two phratries take part, one as officiants, the other as preparers and assistants. Only the members of the Uluru phratry are qualified to celebrate the rite, but the members of the Kingili phratry must decorate the actors, make ready the place and the instruments, and play the part of an audience. In this capacity, they were charged with making a sort of mound in advance out of wet sand, upon which a design is marked with red down, which represents the snake Wallunkwa. The real ceremony only commenced after nightfall. Towards 10 or 11 o'clock, the Uluru and Kingili men arrived on the ground, sat down on the mound, and commenced to sing. Everyone was evidently very excited. A little later in the evening, the Uluru brought up their wives and gave them over to the Kingili, who had intercourse with them. Then the recently initiated young men were brought in, and the whole ceremony was explained to them in detail, and until 3 o'clock in the morning singing went on without a pause. Then followed a scene of the wildest excitement. While fires were lighted on all sides, making the whiteness of the gum trees stand out sharply against the surrounding darkness, the Uluru knelt down one behind another beside the mound. Then rising from the ground they went around it, with a movement in unison, their 2 hands resting upon their thighs. Then a little farther on they knelt down again, and so on. At the same time they swayed their bodies, now to the right and now to the left, while uttering at each movement a piercing cry, a veritable yell, a quote, "Yeesh, yeesh, yeesh," end quote. In the meantime, the Kingili, in a state of great excitement, clanged their boomerangs, and their chief was even more agitated than his companions. When the procession of the Uluru had twice gone around the mound, quitting the kneeling position, they sat down and commenced to sing again. At moments the singing died away, then suddenly took up again. When day commenced to dawn, all leapt to their feet. The fires that had gone out were relighted, and the Uluru, urged on by the Kingili, attacked the mound furiously with boomerangs, lances, and clubs. In a few minutes it was torn to pieces. The fires died away, and profound silence reigned again. A still more violent scene, at which these same observers assisted, was in connection with the fire ceremonies among the Warramunga. Commencing at nightfall, all sorts of processions, dances, and songs had taken place by torchlight. The general effervescence was constantly increasing. At a given moment, 12 assistants each took a great lighted torch in their hands, and one of them holding his like a bayonet, charged into a group of natives. Blows were warded off with clubs and spears. A general melee followed. The men leapt and pranced about, uttering savage yells all the time. The burning torches continually came crashing down on the heads and bodies of the men, scattering lighted sparks in every direction. Quote, "The smoke, the blazing torches, the showers of sparks falling in all directions, and the masses of dancing, yelling men," end quote, say Spencer and Gillen, quote, "formed altogether a genuinely wild and savage scene, of which it is impossible to convey any adequate idea in words." End quote. One can readily conceive how, when arrived at this state of exaltation, a man does not recognize himself any longer. Feeling himself dominated and carried away by some sort of an external power which makes him think and act differently than in normal times, he naturally has the impression of being himself no longer. It seems to him that he has become a new being. The decorations he puts on and the masks that cover his face figure materially in this interior transformation, and to a still greater extent they aid in determining its nature. And as at the same time all his companions feel themselves transformed in the same way, and express this sentiment by their cries, their gestures, and their general attitude, everything is just as though he really were transported into a special world, entirely different from the one where he ordinarily lives, and into an environment filled with exceptionally intense forces that take hold of him and metamorphose him. How could such experiences as these, especially when they are repeated every day for weeks, fail to leave in him the conviction that there really exist 2 heterogeneous and mutually incomparable worlds? One is that where his daily life drags wearily along, but he cannot penetrate into the other without at once entering into relations with extraordinary powers that excite him to the point of frenzy. The first is the profane world, the second that of sacred things. So it is in the midst of these effervescent social environments, and out of this effervescence itself, that the religious idea seems to be born. The theory that this is really its origin is confirmed by the fact that in Australia, the really religious activity is almost entirely confined to the moments when these assemblies are held. To be sure, there is no people among whom the great solemnities of the cult are not more or less periodic, but in the more advanced societies there is not, so to speak, a day when some prayer or offering is not addressed to the gods, and some ritual act is not performed. But in Australia, on the contrary, apart from the celebrations of the clan and tribe, the time is nearly all filled with lay and profane occupations. Of course, there are prohibitions that should be and are preserved even during these periods of temporal activity. It is never permissible to kill or eat freely of the totemic animal, at least in those parts where the interdiction has retained its original vigor. But almost no positive rites are then celebrated, and there are no ceremonies of any importance. These take place only in the midst of assembled groups. The religious life of the Australian passes through successive phases of complete lull and of super excitation, and social life oscillates in the same rhythm. This puts clearly into evidence the bond uniting them to one another, but among the peoples called civilized, the relative continuity of the two blurs their relations. It might even be asked whether the violence of this contrast was not necessary to disengage the feeling of sacredness in its first form. By concentrating itself almost entirely in certain determined moments, the collective life has been able to attain its greatest intensity and efficacy, and consequently to give men a more active sentiment of the double existence they lead and of the double nature in which they participate. But this explanation is still incomplete. We have shown how the clan, by the manner in which it acts upon its members, awakens within them the idea of external forces which dominate them and exalt them. But we must still demand how it happens that these forces are thought of under the form of totems, that is to say, in the shape of an animal or plant. It is because this animal or plant has given its name to the clan and serves it as emblem. In fact, it is a well-known law that the sentiments aroused in us by something spontaneously attach themselves to the symbol which represents them. For us, black is a sign of mourning. It also suggests sad impressions and ideas. This transference of sentiments comes simply from the fact that the idea of a thing and the idea of its symbol are closely united in our minds. The result is that the emotions provoked by the one extend contagiously to the other, but this contagion, which takes place in every case to a certain degree, is much more complete and more marked when the symbol is something simple, definite, and easily representable, while the thing itself, owing to its dimensions, the number of its parts, and the complexity of their arrangement, is difficult to hold in the mind. For we are unable to consider an abstract entity which we can represent only laboriously and confusedly, the source of the strong sentiments which we feel. We cannot explain them to ourselves except by connecting them to some concrete object of whose reality we are vividly aware. Then if the thing itself does not fulfill this condition, it cannot serve as the accepted basis of the sentiments felt, even though it may be what really aroused them. Then some sign takes its place. It is to this that we connect the emotions it excites. It is this which is loved, feared, respected. It is to this that we are grateful. It is for this that we sacrifice ourselves. The soldier who dies for his flag dies for his country, but as a matter of fact, in his own consciousness, it is the flag that is the first place. It sometimes happens that this even directly determines action. Whether one isolated standard remains in the hands of the enemy or not does not determine the fate of the country, yet the soldier allows himself to be killed to regain it. He loses sight of the fact that the flag is only a sign and that it has no value in itself, but only brings to mind the reality that it represents. It is treated as if it were this reality itself. Now the totem is the flag of the clan. It is therefore natural that the impressions aroused by the clan in individual minds, impressions of dependence and of increased vitality, should fix themselves to the idea of the totem rather than that of the clan, for the clan is too complex a reality to be represented clearly in all its complex unity by such rudimentary intelligences. More than that, the primitive does not even see that these impressions come to him from the group. He does not know that the coming together of a number of men associated in the same life results in disengaging new energies which transform each of them. All that he knows is that he is raised above himself and that he sees a different life from the one he ordinarily leads. However, he must connect these sensations to some external object as their cause. Now, what does he see about him? On every side, those things which appeal to his senses and strike his imagination are the numerous images of the totem. They are the Waninga and the Nurtunja, which are symbols of the sacred being. They are Churinga and bull roarers, upon which are generally carved combinations of lines having the same significance. They are the decorations covering the different parts of his body, which are totemic marks. How could this image, repeated everywhere and in all sorts of forms, fail to stand out with exceptional relief in his mind? Placed thus in the center of the scene, it becomes representative. The sentiments experienced fix themselves upon it, for it is the only concrete object upon which they can fix themselves. It continues to bring them to mind and to evoke them even after the assembly has dissolved, for it survives the assembly, being carved upon the instruments of the cult, upon the sides of rocks, upon bucklers, etc. By it, the emotions experienced are perpetually sustained and revived. Everything happens just as if they inspired them directly. It is still more natural to attribute them to it, for, since they are common to the group, they can be associated only with something that is equally common to all. Now, the totemic emblem is the only thing satisfying this condition. By definition, it is common to all. During the ceremony, it is the center of all regards. While generations change, it remains the same. It is the permanent element of the social life. So it is from it that those mysterious forces seem to emanate with which men feel that they are related, and thus they have been led to represent these forces under the form of the animate or inanimate being whose name the clan bears. When this point is once established, we are in a position to understand all that is essential in the totemic beliefs. Since religious force is nothing other than the collective and anonymous force of the clan, and since this can be represented in the mind only in the form of the totem, the totemic emblem is like the visible body of the god. Therefore, it is from it that those kindly or dreadful actions seem to emanate, which the cult seeks to provoke or prevent. Consequently, it is to it that the cult is addressed. This is the explanation of why it holds the first place in the series of sacred things. But the clan, like every other sort of society, can live only in the individual consciousnesses that compose it. So if religious force, insofar as it is conceived as incorporated in the totemic emblem, appears to be outside of the individuals and to be endowed with a sort of transcendence over them, it, like the clan of which it is the symbol, can be realized only in and through them. In this sense, it is immanent in them, and they necessarily represent it as such. They feel it present and active within them, for it is this which raises them to a superior life. This is why men have believed that they contain within them a principle comparable to the one residing in the totem, and consequently why they have attributed a sacred character to themselves, but one less marked than that of the emblem. It is because the emblem is the preeminent source of the religious life. The man participates in it only indirectly, as he is well aware. He takes into account the fact that the force that transports him into the world of sacred things is not inherent in him, but comes to him from the outside. But for still another reason, the animals or vegetables of the totemic species should have the same character, and even to a higher degree. If the totemic principle is nothing else than the clan, it is the clan thought of under the material form of the totemic emblem. Now this form is also that of the concrete beings whose name the clan bears. Owing to this resemblance, they could not fail to evoke sentiments analogous to those roused by the emblem itself. Since the latter is the object of religious respect, they too should inspire respect of the same sort, and appear to be sacred. Having external forms so nearly identical, it would be impossible for the native not to attribute to them forces of the same nature. It is therefore forbidden to kill or eat the totemic animal, since its flesh is believed to have the positive virtues resulting from the rites. It is because it resembles the emblem of the clan, that is to say, it is in its own image. And since the animal naturally resembles the emblem more than the man does, it is placed on a superior rank in the hierarchy of sacred things. Between these two beings there is undoubtedly a close relationship, for they both partake of the same essence. Both incarnate something of the totemic principle. However, since the principle itself is conceived under an animal form, the animal seems to incarnate it more fully than the man. Therefore, if men consider it and treat it as a brother, it is at least as an elder brother. But even if the totemic principle has its preferred seat in a determined species of animal or vegetable, it cannot remain localized there. A sacred character is to a high degree contagious. It therefore spreads out from the totemic being to everything that is closely or remotely connected with it. The religious sentiments inspired by the animal are communicated to the substances upon which it is nourished, and which serve to make or remake its flesh and blood, to the things that resemble it, and to the different beings with which it has constant relations. Thus, little by little, subtotems are attached to the totems, and from the cosmological systems expressed by the primitive classifications. At last, the whole world is divided up among the totemic principles of each tribe. We are now able to explain the origin of the ambiguity of religious forces as they appear in history, and how they are physical as well as human, moral as well as material. They are moral powers because they are made up entirely of the impressions this moral being, the group, arouses in those other moral beings, its individual members. They do not translate the manner in which physical things affect our senses, but the way in which the collective consciousness acts upon individual consciousnesses. Their authority is only one form of the moral ascendancy of society over its members. But, on the other hand, since they are conceived of under material forms, they could not fail to be regarded as closely related to material things. Therefore, they dominate the two worlds. Their residence is in men, but at the same time they are the vital principles of things. They animate minds and discipline them, but it is also they who make plants grow and animals reproduce. It is this double nature which has enabled religion to be like the womb from which come all the leading germs of human civilization. Since it has been made to embrace all of reality, the physical world as well as the moral one, the forces that move bodies as well as those that move minds, have been conceived in a religious form. That is how the most diverse methods and practices, both those that make possible the continuation of the moral life, laws, morals, beaux-arts, and those serving the material life, the natural, technical, and practical sciences, are either directly or indirectly derived from religion. End of section 40. Section 41 of the Elementary Forms of the Religious Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Elementary Forms of the Religious Life by Émile Durkheim, translated by Joseph Ward Swain. Book 2, Chapter 7, Section 4. The first religious conceptions have often been attributed to feelings of weakness and dependence, of fear and anguish which seized men when they came into contact with the world. Being the victims of nightmares of which they were themselves the creators, they believed themselves surrounded by hostile and redoubtable powers which their rites sought to appease. We have now shown that the first religions were of a wholly different origin. The famous formula primus in orbe Deus fecit timor is in no way justified by the facts. The primitive does not regard his gods as foreigners, enemies, or thoroughly and necessarily malevolent beings whose favors he must acquire at any price. Quite on the contrary, they are rather friends, kindred, or natural protectors for him. Are these not the names he gives to the beings of the totemic species? The power to which the cult is addressed is not represented as soaring high above him and overwhelming him by its superiority. On the contrary, it is very near to him, and confers upon him very useful powers which he could never acquire by himself. Perhaps the deity has never been nearer to men than at this period of history, when it is present in the things filling their immediate environment and is, in part, immanent in himself. In fine, the sentiments at the root of totemism are those of happy confidence rather than of terror and compression. If we set aside the funeral rites, the sober side of every religion, we find the totemic cult celebrated in the midst of songs, dances, and dramatic representations. As we shall see, cruel expiations are relatively rare. Even the painful and obligatory mutilations of the initiations are not of this character. The terrible and jealous gods appear but slowly in the religious evolution. This is because primitive societies are not those huge leviathans which overwhelm a man by the enormity of their power and place him under a severe discipline. He gives himself up to them spontaneously and without resistance. As the social soul is then made up of only a small number of ideas and sentiments, it easily becomes wholly incarnate in each individual consciousness. The individual carries it all inside of him, it is a part of him, and consequently, when he gives himself up to the impulses inspired by it, he does not feel that he is giving way before compulsion, but that he is going where his nature calls him. This way of understanding the origins of religious thought escapes the objections raised against the most accredited classical theories. We have seen how the naturists and animists pretend to construct the idea of sacred beings out of the sensations evoked in us by different phenomena of the physical or biological order, and we have shown how this enterprise is impossible and even self-contradictory. Nothing is worth nothing. The impressions produced in us by the physical world can, by definition, contain nothing that surpasses this world. Out of the visible, only the visible can be made. Out of that which is heard, we cannot make something not heard. Then, to explain how this idea of sacredness has been able to take form under these conditions, the majority of the theorists have been obliged to admit that men have superimposed upon reality, such as it is given by observation, an unreal world, constructed entirely out of the fantastic images which agitate his mind during a dream, or else out of the frequently monstrous aberrations produced by the mythological imagination under the bewitching but deceiving influence of language. But it remained incomprehensible that humanity should have remained obstinate in these errors throughout the ages, for experience should have very quickly proven them false. But from our point of view, these difficulties disappear. Religion ceases to be an inexplicable hallucination and takes a foothold in reality. In fact, we can say that the believer is not deceived when he believes in the existence of a moral power upon which he depends and from which he receives all that is best in himself. This power exists. It is society. When the Australian is carried outside himself and feels a new life flowing within him whose intensity surprises him, he is not the dupe of an illusion. This exaltation is real and is really the effect of forces outside of and superior to the individual. It is true that he is wrong in thinking that this increase in vitality is the work of a power in the form of some animal or plant, but this error is merely in regard to the letter of the symbol by which this being is represented to the mind and the external appearance which the imagination has given it, and not in regard to the fact of its existence. Behind these figures and metaphors, be they gross or refined, there is a concrete and living reality. Thus religion acquires a meaning and a reasonableness that the most intransigent rationalist cannot misunderstand. Its primary object is not to give men a representation of the physical world, for, if that were its essential task, we could not understand how it has been able to survive, for, on this side, it is scarcely more than a fabric of errors. Before all, it is a system of ideas with which the individuals represent to themselves the society of which they are members, and the obscure but intimate relations which they have with it. This is its primary function, and though metaphorical and symbolic, this representation is not unfaithful. Quite on the contrary, it translates everything essential in the relations which are to be explained, for it is an eternal truth that outside of us there exists something greater than us, with which we enter into communion. That is why we can rest assured in advance that the practices of the cult, whatever they may be, are something more than movements without importance and gestures without efficacy. By the mere fact that their apparent function is to strengthen the bonds attaching the believer to his God, they at the same time really strengthen the bonds attaching the individual to the society of which he is a member, since the God is only a figurative expression of the society. We are even able to understand how the fundamental truth thus contained in religion has been able to compensate for the secondary errors which it almost necessarily implies, and how believers have consequently been restrained from tearing themselves off from it, in spite of the misunderstandings which must result from these errors. It is undeniably true that the recipes which it recommends that men use to act upon things are generally found to be ineffective, but these checks can have no profound influence, for they do not touch religion in its fundamentals. However, it may be objected that even according to this hypothesis, religion remains the object of a certain delirium. What other name can we give to that state when, after a collective effervescence, men believe themselves transported into an entirely different world from the one they have before their eyes? It is certainly true that religious life cannot attain a certain degree of intensity without implying a psychical exaltation not far removed from delirium. That is why the prophets, the founders of religions, the great saints, in a word, the men whose religious consciousness is exceptionally sensitive, very frequently give signs of an excessive nervousness that is even pathological. These physiological defects predestine them to great religious roles. The ritual use of intoxicating liquors is to be explained in the same way. Of course, this does not mean that an ardent religious faith is necessarily the fruit of the drunkenness and mental derangement which accompany it, but as experience soon informed people of the similarities between the mentality of a delirious person and that of a seer, they sought to open a way to the second by artificially exciting the first. But if, for this reason, it may be said that religion is not without a certain delirium, it must be added that this delirium, if it has the causes which we have attributed to it, is well founded. The images out of which it is made are not pure illusions like those the naturists and animists put at the basis of religion. They correspond to something in reality. Of course, it is only natural that the moral forces they express should be unable to affect the human mind powerfully without pulling it outside itself and without plunging it into a state that may be called ecstatic, provided that the word be taken in its etymological sense, ecstasis, but it does not follow that they are imaginary. Quite on the contrary, the mental agitation they cause bears witness to their reality. It is merely one more proof that a very intense social life always does a sort of violence to the organism, as well as to the individual consciousness, which interferes with its normal functioning. Therefore, it can last only a limited length of time. Moreover, if we give the name delirious to every state in which the mind adds to the immediate data given by the senses, and projects its own sentiments and feelings into things, then nearly every collective representation is in a sense delirious. Religious beliefs are only one particular case of a very general law. Our whole social environment seems to us to be filled with forces which really exist only in our minds. We know what the flag is for the soldier. In itself, it is only a piece of cloth. Human blood is only an organic liquid, but even today we cannot see it flowing without feeling a violent emotion which its physico-chemical properties cannot explain. From the physical point of view, a man is nothing more than a system of cells, or from the mental point of view, than a system of representations. In either case, he differs only in degree from animals. Yet society conceives him, and obliges us to conceive him, as invested with a character sui generis that isolates him, holds at a distance all rash encroachments, and, in a word, imposes respect. This dignity which puts him into a class by itself appears to us as one of his distinctive attributes, although we can find nothing in the empirical nature of man which justifies it. A cancelled postage stamp may be worth a fortune, but surely this value is in no way implied in its natural properties. In a sense, our representation of the external world is undoubtedly a mere fabric of hallucinations, for the odors, tastes, and colors that we put into bodies are not really there, or at least they are not such as we perceive them. However, our olfactory, gustatory, and visual sensations continue to correspond to certain objective states of the things represented. They express in their way the properties, either of material particles or of ether waves, which certainly have their origin in the bodies which we perceive as fragrant, sapid, or colored. But collective representations very frequently attribute to the things to which they are attached qualities which do not exist under any form or to any degree. Out of the commonest object they can make a most powerful sacred being. Yet the powers which are thus conferred, though purely ideal, act as though they were real. They determine the conduct of men with the same degree of necessity as physical forces. The Arunta who has been rubbed with his churinga feels himself stronger. He is stronger. If he has eaten the flesh of an animal which, though perfectly healthy, is forbidden to him, he will feel himself sick and may die of it. Surely the soldier who falls while defending his flag does not believe that he sacrifices himself for a bit of cloth. This is all because social thought, owing to the imperative authority that is in it, has an efficacy that individual thought could never have. By the power which it has over our minds, it can make us see things in whatever light it pleases. It adds to reality or deducts from it according to the circumstances. Thus there is one division of nature where the formula of idealism is applicable almost to the letter. This is the social kingdom. Here, more than anywhere else, the idea is the reality. Even in this case, of course, idealism is not true without modification. We can never escape the duality of our nature and free ourselves completely from physical necessities. In order to express our own ideas to ourselves, it is necessary, as has been shown above, that we fix them upon material things which symbolize them. But here the part of matter is reduced to a minimum. The object serving as support for the idea is not much in comparison with the ideal superstructure, beneath which it disappears, and also it counts for nothing in the superstructure. This is what that pseudo-delirium consists in, which we find at the bottom of so many collective representations. It is only a form of this essential idealism. So it is not properly called delirium, for the ideas thus objectified are well-founded, not in the nature of the material things upon which they settle themselves, but in the nature of society. We are now able to understand how the totemic principle, and in general every religious force, comes to be outside of the object in which it resides. It is because the idea of it is in no way made up of the impressions directly produced by this thing upon our senses or minds. Religious force is only the sentiment inspired by the group in its members, but projected outside of the consciousnesses that experience them, and objectified. To be objectified, they are fixed upon some object which thus becomes sacred, but any object might fulfill this function. In principle, there are none whose nature predestines them to it to the exclusion of all others, but also there are none that are necessarily impossible. Everything depends upon the circumstances which lead the sentiment creating religious ideas to establish itself here or there, upon this point or upon that one. Therefore, the sacred character assumed by an object is not implied in the intrinsic properties of the latter. It is added to them. The world of religious things is not one particular aspect of empirical nature, it is superimposed upon it. This conception of the religious, finally, allows us to explain an important principle found at the bottom of a multitude of myths and rites, and which may be stated thus. When a sacred thing is subdivided, each of its parts remains equal to the thing itself. In other words, as far as religious thought is concerned, the part is equal to the whole, it has the same powers, the same efficacy. The debris of a relic has the same virtue as a relic in good condition. The smallest drop of blood contains the same active principle as the whole thing. The soul, as we shall see, may be broken up into nearly as many pieces as there are organs or tissues in the organism. Each of these partial souls is worth a whole soul. This conception would be inexplicable if the sacredness of something were due to the constituent properties of the thing itself, for, in that case, it should vary with this thing, increasing and decreasing with it. But if the virtues it is believed to possess are not intrinsic in it, and if they come from certain sentiments which it brings to mind and symbolizes, though these originate outside of it, then, since it has no need of determined dimensions to play this role of reminder, it will have the same value whether it is entire or not. Since the part makes us think of the whole, it evokes the same sentiments as the whole. A mere fragment of the flag represents the fatherland just as well as the flag itself, so it is sacred in the same way and to the same degree. End of section 41. Section 42 of the Elementary Forms of the Religious Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Elementary Forms of the Religious Life by Émile Durkheim, translated by Joseph Ward Swain. Book 2, Chapter 7, Section 5. But if this theory of totemism has enabled us to explain the most characteristic beliefs of this religion, it rests upon a fact not yet explained. When the idea of the totem, the emblem of the clan, is given, all the rest follows, but we must still investigate how this idea has been formed. This is a double question and may be subdivided as follows. What has led the clan to choose an emblem, and why have these emblems been borrowed from the animal and vegetable worlds, and particularly from the former? That an emblem is useful as a rallying center for any sort of a group, it is superfluous to point out. By expressing the social unity in a material form, it makes this more obvious to all, and for that very reason the use of emblematic symbols must have spread quickly when once thought of. But more than that, this idea should spontaneously arise out of the conditions of common life, for the emblem is not merely a convenient process for clarifying the sentiment society has of itself, it also serves to create this sentiment. It is one of its constituent elements. In fact, if left to themselves, individual consciousnesses are closed to each other. They can communicate only by means of signs which express their internal states. If the communication established between them is to become a real communion, that is to say, a fusion of all particular sentiments into one common sentiment, the signs expressing them must themselves be fused into one single and unique resultant. It is the appearance of this that informs individuals that they are in harmony and makes them conscious of their moral unity. It is by uttering the same cry, pronouncing the same word, or performing the same gesture in regard to some object, that they become and feel themselves to be in unison. It is true that individual representations also cause reactions in the organism that are not without importance. However, they can be thought of apart from these physical reactions which accompany them or follow them, but which do not constitute them. But it is quite another matter with collective representations. They presuppose that minds act and react upon one another. They are the product of these actions and reactions, which are themselves possible only through material intermediaries. These latter do not confine themselves to revealing the mental state with which they are associated. They aid in creating it. Individual minds cannot come in contact and communicate with each other except by coming out of themselves, but they cannot do this except by movements. So it is the homogeneity of these movements that gives the group consciousness of itself, and consequently makes it exist. When this homogeneity is once established, and these movements have once taken a stereotyped form, they serve to symbolize the corresponding representations, but they symbolize them only because they have aided in forming them. Moreover, without symbols, social sentiments could have only a precarious existence. Though very strong as long as men are together and influence each other reciprocally, they exist only in the form of recollections after the assembly has ended, and when left to themselves, they become feebler and feebler, for since the group is now no longer present and active, individual temperaments easily regain the upper hand. The violent passions which may have been released in the heart of a crowd fall away and are extinguished when this is dissolved, and men ask themselves with astonishment how they could have been so carried away from their normal character. But if the movements by which these sentiments are expressed are connected with something that endures, the sentiments themselves become more durable. These other things are constantly bringing them to mind and arousing them. It is as though the cause which excited them in the first place continued to act. Thus, these systems of emblems, which are necessary if society is to become conscious of itself, are no less indispensable for assuring the continuation of this consciousness. So we must refrain from regarding these symbols as simple artifices, as sorts of labels attached to representations already made in order to make them more manageable. They are an integral part of them. Even the fact that collective sentiments are thus attached to things completely foreign to them is not purely conventional. It illustrates under a conventional form a real characteristic of social facts, that is, their transcendence over individual minds. In fact, it is known that social phenomena are born, not in individuals, but in the group. Whatever part we may take in their origin, each of us receives them from without. So when we represent them to ourselves as emanating from a material object, we do not completely misunderstand their nature. Of course, they do not come from the specific thing to which we connect them, but nevertheless, it is true that their origin is outside of us. If the moral force sustaining the believer does not come from the idol he adores or the emblem he venerates, still it is from outside of him, as he is well aware. The objectivity of its symbol only translates its externalness. Thus, social life, in all its aspects and in every period of its history, is made possible only by a vast symbolism. The material emblems and figurative representations with which we are more especially concerned in our present study are one form of this, but there are many others. Collective sentiments can just as well become incarnate in persons or formulae. Some formulae are flags, while there are persons, either real or mythical, who are symbols. But there is one sort of emblem which should make an early appearance without reflection or calculation. This is tattooing. Indeed, well-known facts demonstrate that it is produced almost automatically in certain conditions. When men of an inferior culture are associated in a common life, they are frequently led, by an instinctive tendency, as it were, to paint or cut upon the body images that bear witness to their common existence. According to a text of Procopius, The early Christians printed on their skin the name of Christ or the sign of the cross. For a long time, the groups of pilgrims going to Palestine were also tattooed on the arm or wrist with designs representing the cross or the monogram of Christ. This same usage is also reported among the pilgrims going to certain holy places in Italy. A curious case of spontaneous tattooing is given by Lombroso. 20 young men in an Italian college, when on the point of separating, decorated themselves with tattoos recording in various ways the years they had spent together. The same fact has frequently been observed among the soldiers in the same barracks, the sailors in the same boat, or the prisoners in the same jail. It will be understood that especially where methods are still rudimentary, tattooing should be the most direct and expressive means by which the communion of minds can be affirmed. The best way of proving to oneself and to others that one is a member of a certain group is to place a distinctive mark on the body. The proof that this is the reason for the existence of the totemic image is the fact, which we have already mentioned, that it does not seek to reproduce the aspect of the thing it is supposed to represent. It is made up of lines and points to which a wholly conventional significance is attributed. Its object is not to represent or bring to mind a determined object, but to bear witness to the fact that a certain number of individuals participate in the same moral life. Moreover, the clan is a society which is less able than any other to do without an emblem or symbol, for there is almost no other so lacking in consistency. The clan cannot be defined by its chief, for if central authority is not lacking, it is at least uncertain and unstable. Nor can it be defined by the territory it occupies, for the population, being nomad, is not closely attached to any special locality. Also, owing to the exogamic law, husband and wife must be of different totems, so wherever the totem is transmitted in the maternal line, and this system of filiation is still the most general one, the children are of a different clan from their father, though living near to him. Therefore, we find representatives of a number of different clans in each family, and still more in each locality. The unity of the group is visible, therefore, only in the collective name borne by all the members, and in the equally collective emblem reproducing the object designated by this name. A clan is essentially a reunion of individuals who bear the same name and rally around the same sign. Take away the name and the sign which materializes it, and the clan is no longer representable. Since the group is possible only on this condition, both the institution of the emblem and the part it takes in the life of the group are thus explained. It remains to ask why these names and emblems were taken almost exclusively from the animal and vegetable kingdoms, but especially from the former. It seems probable to us that the emblem has played a more important part than the name. In any case, the written sign still holds a more central place in the life of the clan today than does the spoken sign. Now, the basis of an emblematic image can be found only in something susceptible of being represented by a design. On the other hand, these things had to be those with which the men of the clan were the most immediately and habitually coming in contact. Animals fulfilled this condition to a preeminent degree. For these nations of hunters and fishers, the animal constituted an essential element of the economic environment. In this connection, plants had only a secondary place, for they can hold only a secondary place as food as long as they are not cultivated. Moreover, the animal is more closely associated with the life of men than the plant is, if only because of the natural kinship uniting these two to each other. On the other hand, the sun, moon, and stars are too far away. They give the effect of belonging to another world. Also, as long as the constellations were not distinguished and classified, the starry vault did not offer a sufficient diversity of clearly differentiated things to be able to mark all the clans and subclans of a tribe. But, on the contrary, the variety of the flora, and especially of the fauna, was almost inexhaustible. Therefore, celestial bodies, in spite of their brilliancy and the sharp impression they make upon the senses, were unfitted for the role of totems, while animals and plants seemed predestined to it. An observation of Strehlau even allows us to state precisely the way in which these emblems were probably chosen. He says that he has noticed that the totemic centers are generally situated near a mountain, spring, or gorge, where the animals serving as totems to the group gather in abundance, and he cites a certain number of examples of this fact. Now these totemic centers are surely the consecrated places where the meetings of the clan are held. So it seems as though each group had taken as its insignia the animal or plant that was the commonest in the vicinity of the place where it had the habit of meeting. End of section 42. Section 43 of the Elementary Forms of the Religious Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Elementary Forms of the Religious Life by Émile Durkheim, translated by Joseph Ward Swain. Book 2, Chapter 7, Section 6. This conception of totemism will give us the explanation of a very curious trait of human mentality which, even though more marked formerly than today, has not yet disappeared, and which, in any case, has been of considerable importance in the history of human thought. It will furnish still another occasion for showing how logical evolution is closely connected with religious evolution, and how it, like this latter, depends upon social conditions. If there is one truth which appears to be absolutely certain today, it is that beings differing not only in their outward appearance, but also in their most essential properties, such as minerals, plants, animals, and men, cannot be considered equivalent and interchangeable. Long usage, which scientific culture has still more firmly embedded in our minds, has taught us to establish barriers between the kingdoms, whose existence transformism itself does not deny, for though this admits that life may have arisen from non-living matter and men from animals, still it does not fail to recognize the fact that living beings, once formed, are different from minerals, and men different from animals. Within each kingdom the same barriers separate the different classes. We cannot conceive of one mineral having the same distinctive characteristics as another, or of one animal species having those of another species. But these distinctions, which seem so natural to us, are in no way primitive. In the beginning, all the kingdoms are confounded with each other. Rocks have a sex, they have the power of begetting. The sun, moon, and stars are men or women who feel and express human sentiments, while men, on the contrary, are thought of as animals or plants. This state of confusion is found at the basis of all mythologies. Hence comes the ambiguous character of the beings portrayed in the mythologies. They can be classified in no definite group, for they participate at the same time in the most opposed groups. It is also readily admitted that they can go from one into another, and for a long time men believed that they were able to explain the origin of things by these transmutations. That the anthropomorphic instinct with which the animists have endowed primitive men cannot explain their mental condition is shown by the nature of the confusions of which they are guilty. In fact, these do not come from the fact that men have immoderately extended the human kingdom to the point of making all the others enter into it, but from the fact that they confound the most disparate kingdoms. They have not conceived the world in their own image any more than they have conceived themselves in the world's image. They have done both at the same time. Into the idea they have formed of things, they have undoubtedly made human elements enter, but into the idea they have formed of themselves, they have made enter elements coming from things. Yet there is nothing in experience which could suggest these connections and confusions. As far as the observation of the senses is able to go, everything is different and disconnected. Nowhere do we really see beings mixing their natures and metamorphosing themselves into each other. It is therefore necessary that some exceptionally powerful cause should have intervened to transfigure reality in such a way as to make it appear under an aspect that is not really its own. It is religion that was the agent of this transfiguration. It is religious beliefs that have substituted for the world, as it is perceived by the senses, another different one. This is well shown by the case of totemism. The fundamental thing in this religion is that the men of the clan and the different beings whose form the totemic emblems reproduce pass as being made of the same essence. Now, when this belief was once admitted, the bridge between the different kingdoms was already built. The man was represented as a sort of animal or plant. The plants and animals were thought of as the relatives of men, or rather, all these beings, so different for the senses, were thought of as participating in a single nature. So this remarkable aptitude for confusing things that seem to be obviously distinct comes from the fact that the first forces with which the human intellect has peopled the world were elaborated by religion. Since these were made up of elements taken from the different kingdoms, men conceived a principle common to the most heterogeneous things, which thus became endowed with a sole and single essence. But we also know that these religious conceptions are the result of determined social causes. Since the clan cannot exist without a name and an emblem, and since this emblem is always before the eyes of men, it is upon this, and the objects whose image it is, that the sentiments which society arouses in its members are fixed. Men were thus compelled to represent the collective force, whose action they felt, in the form of the thing serving as flag to the group. Therefore, in the idea of this force were mixed up the most different kingdoms. In one sense it was essentially human, since it was made up of human ideas and sentiments, but at the same time it could not fail to appear as closely related to the animate or inanimate beings who gave it its outward form. Moreover, the cause whose action we observe here is not peculiar to totemism. There is no society where it is not active. In a general way, a collective sentiment can become conscious of itself only by being fixed upon some material object, but by this very fact it participates in the nature of this object, and reciprocally the object participates in its nature. So it was social necessity which brought about the fusion of notions appearing distinct at first, and social life has facilitated this fusion by the great mental effervescences it determines. This is one more proof that logical understanding is a function of society, for it takes the forms and attitudes that this latter presses upon it. It is true that this logic is disconcerting for us, yet we must be careful not to depreciate it. However crude it may appear to us, it has been an aid of the greatest importance in the intellectual evolution of humanity. In fact, it is through it that the first explanation of the world has been made possible. Of course, the mental habits it implies prevented men from seeing reality as their senses show it to them, but as they show it, it has the grave inconvenience of allowing no explanation. For to explain is to attach things to each other, and to establish relations between them which make them appear to us as functions of each other, and as vibrating sympathetically according to an internal law founded in their nature. But sensations, which see nothing except from the outside, could never make them disclose these relations and internal bonds. The intellect alone can create the notion of them. When I learn that A regularly precedes B, my knowledge is increased by a new fact. But my intelligence is not at all satisfied with a statement which does not show its reason. I commence to understand only if it is possible for me to conceive B in a way that makes it appear as something that is not foreign to A, and as united to A by some relation of kinship. The great service that religions have rendered to thought is that they have constructed a first representation of what these relations of kinship between things may be. In the circumstances under which it was attempted, the enterprise could obviously attain only precarious results. But then, does it ever attain any that are definite, and is it not always necessary to reconsider them? And also, it is less important to succeed than to try. The essential thing was not to leave the mind enslaved to visible appearances, but to teach it to dominate them and to connect what the senses separated. For from the moment when men have an idea that there are internal connections between things, science and philosophy become possible. Religion opened up the way for them. But if it has been able to play this part, it is only because it is a social affair. In order to make a law for the impressions of the senses, and to substitute a new way of representing reality for them, thought of a new sort had to be founded. This is collective thought. If this alone has had this efficacy, it is because of the fact that to create a world of ideals through which the world of experienced realities would appear transfigured, a super-excitation of the intellectual forces was necessary, which is possible only in and through society. So it is far from true that this mentality has no connection with ours. Our logic was born of this logic. The explanations of contemporary science are surer of being objective because they are more methodical and because they rest on more carefully controlled observations, but they do not differ in nature from those which satisfy primitive thought. Today, as formerly, to explain is to show how one thing participates in one or several others. It has been said that the participations of this sort implied by the mythologies violate the principle of contradiction, and that they are by that opposed to those implied by scientific explanations. Is not the statement that a man is a kangaroo or the sun a bird equal to identifying the two with each other? But our manner of thought is not different when we say of heat that it is a movement, or of light that it is a vibration of the ether, etc. Every time that we unite heterogeneous terms by an internal bond, we forcibly identify contraries. Of course, the terms we unite are not those which the Australian brings together. We choose them according to different criteria and for different reasons, but the processes by which the mind puts them in connection do not differ essentially. It is true that if primitive thought had that sort of general and systematic indifference to contradictions which has been attributed to it, it would be in open contradiction on this point with modern thought, which is always careful to remain consistent with itself. But we do not believe that it is possible to characterize the mentality of inferior societies by a single and exclusive inclination for indistinction. If the primitive confounds things which we distinguish, he also distinguishes things which we connect together, and he even conceives these distinctions in the form of sharp and clear-cut oppositions. Between two things which are classified in two different phratries, there is not only separation, but even antagonism. For this reason, the same Australian who confounds the sun and the white cockatoo opposes this latter to the black cockatoo as to its contrary. The two seem to him to belong to two separate classes between which there is nothing in common. A still more marked opposition is that existing between sacred things and profane things. They repel and contradict each other with so much force that the mind refuses to think of them at the same time. They mutually expel each other from the consciousness. Thus, between the logic of religious thought and that of scientific thought, there is no abyss. The two are made up of the same elements, though unequally and differently developed. The special characteristic of the former seems to be its natural taste for moderate confusions as well as sharp contrasts. It is voluntarily excessive in each direction. When it connects, it confounds. When it distinguishes, it opposes. It knows no shades and measures. It seeks extremes. It consequently employs logical mechanisms with a certain awkwardness, but it ignores none of them. End of section 43.
Section 44 of The Elementary Forms of the Religious Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Elementary Forms of the Religious Life by Émile Durkheim, translated by Joseph Ward Swain. Book 2, Chapter 8, The Idea of the Soul. In the preceding chapters, we have been studying the fundamental principles of the Totemic religion. We have seen that no idea of soul or spirit or mythical personality is to be found among these. Yet, even if the idea of spiritual beings is not at the foundation of totemism, or consequently, of religious thought in general, still there is no religion where this notion is not met with. So it is important to see how it is formed. To make sure that it is the product of a secondary formation, we must discover the way in which it is derived from the more essential conceptions which we have just described and explained. Among the various spiritual beings, there is one which should receive our attention first of all, because it is the prototype after which the others have been constructed. This is the soul. Section 1. Just as there is no known society without a religion, so there exists none, howsoever crudely organized they may be, where we do not find a whole system of collective representations concerning the soul, its origin, and its destiny. So far as we are able to judge from the data of ethnology, the idea of the soul seems to have been contemporaneous with humanity itself, and it seems to have had all of its essential characteristics so well formulated at the very outset that the work of the more advanced religions and philosophy has been practically confined to refining it, while adding nothing that is really fundamental. In fact, all the Australian societies admit that every human body shelters an interior being, the principle of the life which animates it. This is the soul. It sometimes happens, it is true, that women form an exception to this general rule. There are tribes where they are believed to have no souls. If Dawson is to be believed, it is the same with young children in the tribes that he has observed. But these are exceptional and probably late cases. The last one even seems to be suspect, and may well be due to an erroneous interpretation of the facts. It is not easy to determine the idea which the Australian makes of the soul, because it is so obscure and floating, but we should not be surprised at this. If someone asked our own contemporaries, or even those of them who believe most firmly in the existence of the soul, how they represented it, the replies that he would receive would not have much more coherence and precision. This is because we are dealing with a very complex notion, into which a multitude of badly analyzed impressions enter, whose elaboration has been carried on for centuries, though men have no clear consciousness of it. Yet from this come the most essential, though frequently contradictory, characteristics by which it is defined. In some cases, they tell us that it has the external appearance of the body, but sometimes it is also represented as having the size of a grain of sand. Its dimensions are so reduced that it can pass through the smallest crevices or the finest tissues. We shall also see that it is represented in the appearance of animals. This shows that its form is essentially inconsistent and undetermined. It varies from one moment to another with the demands of circumstances or according to the exigencies of the myth and the rite. The substance out of which it is made is no less indefinable. It is not without matter, for it has form, howsoever vague this may be. And in fact, even during this life, it has physical needs. It eats, and inversely, it may be eaten. Sometimes it leaves the body, and in the course of its travels, it occasionally nourishes itself on foreign souls. After it has once been completely freed from the organism, it is thought to lead a life absolutely analogous to the one it led in this world. It eats, drinks, hunts, and so forth. When it flutters among the branches of trees, it causes rustlings and cracklings which even profane ears may hear. But at the same time, it is believed to be invisible to the vulgar. It is true that magicians, or old men, have the faculty of seeing souls. But it is in virtue of special powers which they owe either to age or to a special training that they perceive things which escape our senses. According to Dawson, ordinary individuals enjoy the same privilege at only one moment of their existence, when they are on the eve of a premature death. Therefore, this quasi-miraculous vision is considered a sinister omen. Now, invisibility is generally considered one of the signs of spirituality, so the soul is conceived as being immaterial to a certain degree, for it does not affect the senses in the way bodies do. It has no bones, as the tribes of the Tully River say. In order to conciliate all these opposed characteristics, they represent it as made of some infinitely rare and subtle matter, like something ethereal, and comparable to a shadow or breath. It is distinct and independent of the body, for during this life it can leave at any moment. It does leave it during sleep, fainting spells, and so forth. It may even remain absent for some time without entailing death. However, during these absences, life is weakened and even stops if the soul does not return home. But it is especially at death that this distinction and independence manifest themselves with the greatest clarity. While the body no longer exists and no visible traces of it remain, the soul continues to live. It leads an autonomous existence in another world. But howsoever real this duality may be, it is in no way absolute. It would show a grave misunderstanding to represent the body as a sort of habitat in which the soul resides, but with which it has only external relations. Quite on the contrary, it is united to it by the closest bonds. It is separable from it only imperfectly and with difficulty. We have already seen that it has, or at least is able to have, its external aspect. Consequently, everything that hurts the one hurts the other. Every wound of the body spreads to the soul. It is so intimately associated with the life of the organism that it grows with it and decays with it. This is why a man who has attained a certain age enjoys privileges refused to young men. It is because the religious principle within him has acquired greater force and efficacy as he has advanced in life. But when senility sets in, and the old man is no longer able to take a useful part in the great religious ceremonies in which the vital interests of the tribe are concerned, this respect is no longer accorded to him. It is thought that the weakness of the body is communicated to the soul. Having the same powers no longer, he no longer has a right to the same prestige. There is not only a close union of soul and body, but there is also a partial confusion of the two. Just as there is something of the body in the soul, since it sometimes reproduces its form, so there is something of the soul in the body. Certain regions and certain products of the organism are believed to have a special affinity with it. Such is the case with the heart, the breath, the placenta, the blood, the shadow, the liver, the fat of the liver, the kidneys, and so forth. These various material substrata are not mere habitations of the soul, they are the soul itself, seen from without. When blood flows, the soul escapes with it. The soul is not in the breath, it is the breath. It and the part of the body where it resides are only one. Hence comes the conception according to which a man has a number of souls. Being dispersed in various parts of the organism, the soul is differentiated and broken up into fragments. Each organ has individualized, as it were, the portion of the soul which it contains, and which has thus become a distinct entity. The soul of the heart could not be that of the breath, or the shadow, or the placenta. While they are all related, still they are to be distinguished, and even have different names. Moreover, even if the soul is localized, especially in certain parts of the organism, it is not absent from the others. In varying degrees, it is diffused through the whole body, as is well shown by the funeral rites. After the last breath has been expired, and the soul is believed to be gone, it seems as though it should profit by the liberty thus regained to move about at will and to return as quickly as possible to its real home, which is elsewhere. Nevertheless, it remains near to the corpse. The bond uniting them has been loosened, but not broken. A whole series of special rites are necessary to induce it to depart definitely. It is invited to go by gestures and significant movements. The way is laid open for it, and outlets are arranged so that it can go more easily. This is because it has not left the body entirely. It was too closely united to it to break away all at once. Hence comes the very frequent rite of funeral anthropophagy. The flesh of the dead is eaten because it is thought to contain a sacred principle, which is really nothing more than the soul. In order to drive it out definitely, the flesh is melted, either by submitting it to the heat of the sun or to that of an artificial fire. The soul departs with the liquids which result. But even the dry bones still retain some part of it. Therefore, they can be used as sacred objects or instruments of magic, or if someone wishes to give complete liberty to the principle which they contain, he breaks these. But a moment does arrive when the final separation is accomplished. The liberated soul takes flight, but by nature it is so intimately associated with the body that this removal cannot take place without a profound change in its condition. So it takes a new name also. Although keeping all the distinctive traits of the individual whom it animated, his humors and his good and bad qualities, still it has become a new being. From that moment, a new existence commences for it. It goes to the land of souls. This land is conceived differently by different tribes. Sometimes different conceptions are found existing side by side in the same society. For some, it is situated under the earth, where each totemic group has its part. This is a spot where the first ancestors, the founders of the clan, entered the ground at a certain time, and where they live since their death. In the subterranean world, there is a geographical disposition of the dead corresponding to that of the living. There the sun always shines, and rivers flow which never run dry. Such is the conception which Spencer and Gillen attribute to the central tribes, Arunta, Warramunga, and so forth. It is found again among the Wachupaluk. In other places, all the dead, no matter what their totems may have been, are believed to live together in the same place, which is more or less vaguely localized as beyond the sea, in an island, or on the shores of a lake. Sometimes, finally, it is into the sky, beyond the clouds, that the souls are thought to go. There, says Dawson, quote, there is a delectable land, abounding in kangaroos and game of every sort, where men lead a happy life. Souls meet again there and recognize one another. End quote. It is probable that certain of the features of this picture have been taken from the paradise of the Christian missionaries, but the idea that souls, or at least some souls, enter the skies after death appears to be quite indigenous, for it is found again in other parts of the continent. In general, all the souls meet the same fate and lead the same life. However, a different treatment is sometimes accorded them based on the way they have conducted themselves upon earth, and we can see the first outlines of these two distinct and even opposed compartments into which the world will come later to be divided. The souls of those who have excelled during life as hunters, warriors, dancers, and so forth are not confounded with the common horde of the others. A special place is granted to them. Sometimes this is the sky. Strelo even says that according to one myth, the souls of the wicked are devoured by dreadful spirits and destroyed. Nevertheless, these conceptions always remain very vague in Australia. They begin to have clarity and determination only in the more advanced societies, such as those of America. End of section 44. Section 45 of The Elementary Forms of the Religious Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Elementary Forms of the Religious Life by Émile Durkheim, translated by Joseph Ward Swain. Book 2, Chapter 8, The Idea of the Soul, Section 2. Such are the beliefs relative to the soul and its destiny, in their most primitive form, and reduced to their most essential traits. We must now attempt to explain them. What is it that has been able to lead men into thinking that there are two beings in them, one of which possesses these very special characteristics which we have just enumerated? To find the reply to this question, let us begin by seeking the origin attributed to this spiritual principle by the primitive himself. If it is well analyzed, his own conception will put us on the way towards the solution. Following out the method which we have set before ourselves, we shall study these ideas in a determined group of societies where they have been observed with an especial precision. These are the tribes of Central Australia. Though not narrow, the area of our observations will be limited, but there is good reason for believing that these same ideas are quite generally held, in various forms, even outside of Australia. It is also to be noted that the idea of the soul, as it is found among these central tribes, does not differ specially from the one found in other tribes. It has the same essential characteristics everywhere. As one effect always has the same cause, we may well think that this idea, which is everywhere the same, does not result from one cause here and another there. So the origin which we shall be led to attribute to it as a result of our study of these particular tribes with which we are going to deal ought to be equally true for the others. These tribes will give us a chance to make an experiment, as it were, whose results, like those of every other well-made experiment, are susceptible of generalization. The homogeneity of the Australian civilization would of itself be enough to justify this generalization, but we shall be careful to verify it afterwards with facts taken from other peoples, both in Australia and America. As the conceptions which are going to furnish us with the basis of our demonstration have been reported in different terms by Spencer and Gillen on one hand, and Strelo on the other, we must give these two versions one after the other. We shall see that when they are well understood, they differ in form rather than in matter, and that they both have the same sociological significance. According to Spencer and Gillen, the souls which, in each generation, come to animate the bodies of newly born children are not special and original creations. All these tribes hold that there is a definite stock of souls, whose number cannot be augmented at all, and which reincarnate themselves periodically. When an individual dies, his soul quits the body in which it dwelt, and after the mourning is accomplished, it goes to the land of the souls. But after a certain length of time, it returns to incarnate itself again, and these reincarnations are the cause of conception and birth. At the beginning of things, it was these fundamental souls which animated the first ancestors, the founders of the clan. At an epoch beyond which the imagination does not go, and which is considered the very beginning of time, there were certain beings who were not derived from any others. For this reason, the Arunta call them the Altjaranga Mitjuna, the uncreated ones, those who exist from all eternity, and, according to Spencer and Gillen, they give the name Altjaringa to the period when these fabulous beings are thought to have lived. Being organized in totemic clans, just as the men of today are, they passed their time in travels, in the course of which they accomplished all sorts of prodigious actions, the memory of which is preserved in the myths. But a moment arrived when this terrestrial life came to a close. Singly or in groups, they entered into the earth, but their souls live forever. They are immortal. They even continue to frequent the places where the existence of their former hosts came to an end. Moreover, owing to the memories attached to them, these places have a sacred character. It is here that the Oknanakila are located, the sorts of sanctuaries where the Charinga of the clan is kept, and the centers of different totemic cults. When one of the souls which wander about these sanctuaries enters into the body of a woman, the result is a conception and later a birth. So each individual is considered a new appearance of a determined ancestor. It is this ancestor himself, come back in a new body and with new features. Now, what were these ancestors? In the first place, they were endowed with powers infinitely superior to those possessed by men today, even the most respected old men and the most celebrated magicians. They are attributed virtues which we may speak of as miraculous. Quote, they could travel on or above or beneath the ground. By opening a vein in the arm, each of them could flood whole tracts of country or cause level plains to arise. In rocky ranges, they could make pools of water spring into existence, or they could make deep gorges and gaps through which to travel the ranges, and where they planted their sacred poles, nurchunga, there rocks or trees arose to mark the spot." End quote. It is they who gave the earth the form it has at present. They created all sorts of beings, both men and animals. They are nearly gods, so their souls also have a divine character. And since the souls of men are these ancestral souls reincarnated in a human body, these are sacred beings too. In the second place, these ancestors were not men in the proper sense of the word, but animals or vegetables, or perhaps mixed beings in which the animal or vegetable element predominated. In the Alcharinga, say Spencer and Gillen, quote, "lived ancestors who, in the native mind, are so intimately associated with the animals or plants the name of which they bear that an Alcharinga man of, say, the kangaroo totem may sometimes be spoken of as either a man-kangaroo or a kangaroo man. The identity of the human individual is often sunk in that of the animal or plant from which he is supposed to have originated." End quote. Their immortal souls necessarily have the same nature. In them also, the human element is wedded to the animal element, with a certain tendency for the latter to predominate over the former. So they are made of the same substance as the totemic principle, for we know that the special characteristic of this is to present this double nature, and to synthesize and confound the two realms in itself. Since no other souls than these exist, we reach the conclusion that, in a general way, the soul is nothing other than the totemic principle incarnate in each individual. And there is nothing to surprise us in this derivation. We already know that this principle is immanent in each of the members of the clan, but in penetrating into these individuals, it must inevitably individualize itself. Because the consciousnesses, of which it becomes thus an integral part, differ from each other, it differentiates itself according to their image. Since each has its own physiognomy, it takes a distinct physiognomy in each. Of course, it remains something outside of and foreign to the man, but the portion of it which each is believed to possess cannot fail to contract close affinities with the particular subject in which it resides. It becomes his to a certain extent. Thus it has two contradictory characteristics, but whose coexistence is one of the distinctive features of the notion of the soul. Today, as formerly, the soul is what is best and most profound in ourselves, and the preeminent part of our being. Yet it is also a passing guest which comes from the outside, which leads us in an existence distinct from that of the body, and which should one day regain its entire independence. In a word, just as society exists only in and through individuals, the totemic principle exists only in and through the individual consciousness whose association forms the clan. If they did not feel it in them, it would not exist. It is they who put it into things. So it must of necessity be divided and distributed among them. Each of these fragments is a soul, a myth which is found in a rather large number of the societies of the center, and which, moreover, is only a particular form of the preceding ones, shows even better that this is really a matter out of which the idea of the soul is made. In these tribes, tradition puts the origin of each clan not in a number of ancestors, but in only two, or even in one. This unique being, as long as he remained single, contained the totemic principle within him integrally, for at this moment there was nothing to which this principle could be communicated. Now, according to this same tradition, all the human souls which exist, both those which now animate the bodies of men and those which are at present unemployed, being held in reserve for the future, have issued from this unique personage. They are made of his substance. While traveling over the surface of the ground, or moving about, or shaking himself, he made them leave his body and planted them in the various places he is believed to have passed over. Is this not merely a symbolic way of saying that they are parts of the totemic divinity? But this conclusion presupposes that the tribes of which we have just been speaking admit the doctrine of reincarnation. Now, according to Strelo, this doctrine is unknown to the Arunta, the society which Spencer and Gillen have studied the longest and the best. If, in this particular case, these two observers have misunderstood things to such an extent, their whole testimony would become suspect. So it is important to determine the actual extent of this divergence. According to Strelo, after the soul has once been definitely freed from the body by the rites of mourning, it never reincarnates itself again. It goes off to the Isles of the Dead, where it passes its days in sleeping and its nights in dancing, until it returns again to earth. Then it comes back into the midst of the living and plays the role of a protecting genius to the young sons, or, if such are lacking, to the grandsons whom the dead man left behind him. It enters their body and aids their growth. It remains thus in the midst of its former family for a year or two, after which it goes back to the land of the souls. But after a certain length of time, it goes away once more to make another sojourn upon the earth, which is to be the last. A time will come when it must take up again, and with no hope of return this time, the route to the Isles of the Dead. Then, after various incidents, the details of which it is useless to relate, a storm will overtake it, in the course of which it will be struck by a flash of lightning. Thus its career is definitely terminated. So it cannot reincarnate itself, nor can conceptions and births be due to the reincarnations of souls, which periodically commence new existences in new bodies. It is true that Strelo, as Spencer and Gillen, declares that for the Arunta, commerce of the sexes is in no way the determining condition of generation, which is considered to be the result of mystic operations, but different from the ones which the other observers told us about. This takes place in one or the other of the two following ways. Whenever the ancestor of the Alcharinga times is believed to have entered into the ground, there is either a stone or a tree representing his body. The tree or rock, which has this mystic relation with the departed hero, is called the Nanja, according to Spencer and Gillen, or Nangara, according to Strelo. Sometimes it is a waterhole which is believed to have been formed in this way. Now, on each of these rocks and in each of these waterholes, there live embryo children called Ratapa, which belong to exactly the same totem as the corresponding ancestor. For example, on a gum tree representing an ancestor of the kangaroo totem, there are Ratapa, all of which have the kangaroo as their totem. If a woman happens to pass it, and she is of the matrimonial class to which the mothers of these Ratapa should belong, one of them may enter her through the hip. The woman learns of this act by the characteristic pains which are the first symptoms of pregnancy. The child thus conceived will, of course, belong to the same totem as the ancestor upon whose mystical body he resided before becoming incarnate. In other cases, the process employed is slightly different. The ancestor himself acts in person. At a given moment, he leaves his subterranean retreat and throws onto the passing woman a little charinga of a special form, called a namatuna. The charinga enters the body of the woman and takes a human form there, while the ancestor disappears again into the earth. These two ways of conception are believed to be equally frequent. The features of the child will reveal the manner in which he was conceived. According to whether his face is broad or long, they say that he is the incarnation of a Ratapa or a Namatuna. Besides these two means of fecundation, Strelo places a third, which, however, is much more rare. After his Namatuna has penetrated into the body of the woman, the ancestor himself enters her and voluntarily submits to a new birth. So in this case, the conception is due to a real reincarnation of the ancestor. But this is very exceptional, and when a man who has been conceived thus dies, the ancestral soul which animated him goes away, just like ordinary souls, to the Isles of the Dead where, after the usual delays, it is definitely annihilated, so it cannot undergo any further reincarnations. Such is the version of Strelo. In the opinion of this author, it is radically opposed to that of Spencer and Gillen, but in reality it differs only in the letter of the formula and symbols, while in both cases we find the same mythical theme in slightly different forms. In the first place, all observers agree that every conception is the result of an incarnation. Only, according to Strelo, that which is incarnated is not a soul, but a Ratapa or a Namatuna. But what is a Ratapa? Strelo says that it is a complete embryo, made up of a soul and a body. But the soul is always represented in material forms. It sleeps, dances, hunts, eats, and so forth. So it, too, has a corporal element. Inversely, the Ratapa is invisible to ordinary men. No one sees it as it enters the body of the woman. This is equivalent to saying that it is made of matter quite similar to that of the soul. So it hardly seems possible to differentiate the two clearly in this regard. In reality, These are mythical beings which are obviously conceived after the same model. Schultz calls them the souls of children. Moreover, the Ratapa, just like the soul, sustains the closest relations with the ancestor of which the sacred tree or rock is the materialized form. It is of the same totem as this ancestor, of the same phratry, and of the same matrimonial class. Its place in the social organization of the tribe is the very one that its ancestor is believed to have held before it. It bears the same name, which is proof that these two personalities are at least very closely related to one another. But there is more than this. This relationship goes even as far as a complete identification. In fact, it is on the mystical body of the ancestor that the Ratapa is formed. It comes from this. It is like a detached portion of it. So it really is part of the ancestor which penetrates into the womb of the mother and which becomes the child. Thus we get back to the conception of Spencer and Gillen. Birth is due to the reincarnation of an ancestral personage. Of course, it is not the entire person that is reincarnated, it is only an emanation from him. But this difference has only a secondary interest, for when a sacred being divides and duplicates itself, all of its essential characteristics are to be found again in each of the fragments into which it is broken up. So really, the Alcharinga ancestor is entire in each part of himself, which becomes a Ratapa. The second mode of conception, distinguished by Strelo, has the same significance. In fact, the Charinga, and more especially the particular Charinga that is called the Namatuna, is considered a transformation of the ancestor, according to Strelo. It is his body, just as the Nanja tree is. In other words, the personality of the ancestor, his Charinga, and his Nanja tree are sacred things, inspiring the same sentiments, and to which the same religious value is attributed. So they transmute themselves into one another. In the spot where the ancestor lost his Charinga, a sacred tree or rock has come out of the soil, just the same as in those places where he entered the ground himself. So there is the mythological equivalence of a person of the Alcharinga and his Charinga. Consequently, when the former throws a Namatura into the body of a woman, it is as if he entered into it himself. In fact, we have seen that sometimes he does enter in person after the Namatuna. According to other stories, he precedes it. It might be said that he opens up the way for it. The fact that these two themes exist side by side in the same myth completes the proof that one is only a doublet of the other. Moreover, in whatever way the conception may have taken place, there can be no doubt that each individual is united in some determined ancestor of the Alcharinga by especially close bonds. In the first place, each man has his appointed ancestor. Two persons cannot have the same one simultaneously. In other words, a being of the Alcharinga never has more than one representative among the living. More than that, the one is only an aspect of the other. In fact, as we already know, the Charinga left by the ancestor expresses his personality. If we adopt the interpretation of Strelo, which, perhaps, is the more satisfactory, we shall say that it is his body. But this same Charinga is related in the same way to the individual who is believed to have been conceived under the influence of this ancestor, and who is the fruit of his mystic works. When the young initiate is introduced into the sanctuary of the clan, he is shown the Charinga of his ancestor, and someone says to him, quote, "You are this body. You are the same thing as this." End quote. So, in Strelo's own expression, the Charinga is, quote, "the body common to the individual and his ancestor." End quote. Now, if they are to have the same body, it is necessary that on one side, at least two of their personalities be confounded. Strelo recognizes this explicitly, moreover, when he says, quote, "By the Charinga, the individual is united to his personal ancestor." End quote. For Strelo, as well as for Spencer and Gillen, there is a mystic, religious principle in each newborn child, which emanates from an ancestor of the Alcharinga. It is this principle which forms the essence of each individual. Therefore it is his soul, or in any case, the soul is made of the same matter and the same substance. Now it is only upon this one fundamental fact that we have relied in determining the nature and origin of the idea of the soul. The different metaphors by means of which it may have been expressed have only a secondary interest for us. Far from contradicting the data upon which our theory rests, the recent observations of Strelo bring new proofs confirming it. Our reasoning consisted in inferring the totemic nature of the human soul from the totemic nature of the ancestral soul, of which the former is an emanation and a sort of replica. Now, some of the new facts which we owe to Strelo show this character of both even more categorically than those we had at our disposal before do. In the first place, Strelo, like Spencer and Gillen, insists on, quote, the intimate relations uniting each ancestor to an animal, to a plant, or to some other natural object, end quote. Some of these, Alterenga mitgina, these are Spencer and Gillen's men of the Alterenga, should, he says, quote, be manifested directly as animals. Others take the animal form in a way, end quote. Even now, they are constantly transforming themselves into animals. In any case, whatever external aspect they may have, quote, the special and distinctive qualities of the animal clearly appear in each of them, end quote. For example, the ancestors of the kangaroo clan eat grass just like real kangaroos and flee before the hunter. Those of the emu clan run and feed like emus, and so forth. Before that, those ancestors who had a vegetable as totem become this vegetable itself on death. Moreover, this close kinship of the ancestor and the totemic being is so keenly felt by the natives that it is shown even in their terminology. Among the Arunta, the child calls the totem of his mother, which serves him as a secondary totem, Algira. As filiation was at first in the uterine line, there was once a time when each individual had no other totem than that of his mother, so it is very probable that the term Algira then designated the real totem. Now this clearly enters into the composition of the word, which means great ancestor, Altjuringa Mitchinga. The idea of the totem and that of the ancestor are even so closely kindred that they sometimes seem to be confounded. Thus, after speaking of the totem of the mother, or Algira, Strelo goes on to say, quote, this Algira appears to the natives in dreams and gives them warnings, just as it takes information concerning them to their sleeping friends, end quote. This Algira, which speaks and which is attached to each individual personally, is evidently an ancestor. Yet it is also an incarnation of the totem. A certain text in Roth, which speaks of invocations addressed to the totem, should certainly be interpreted in this sense. So it appears that the totem is sometimes represented in the mind in the form of a group of ideal beings or mythical personages who are more or less indistinct from the ancestors. In a word, the ancestors are the fragments of the totem. But if the ancestor is so readily confused with the totemic being, the individual soul, which is so near the ancestral soul, cannot do otherwise. Moreover, this is what actually results from the close union of each man with his Churinga. In fact, we know that the Churinga represents the personality of the individual who is believed to have been born of it, but it also expresses the totemic animal. When the civilizing hero, Manger Kunja Kunja, presented each member of the kangaroo clan with his personal totem, he spoke as follows, quote, here is the body of a kangaroo, end quote. Thus, the Churinga is at once the body of the ancestor, of the individual himself, and of the totemic animal. So, according to a strong and very just expression of Strelo, these three beings form a solid unity. They are almost equivalent and interchangeable terms. This is as much as to say that they are thought of as different aspects of one and the same reality, which is also defined by the distinctive attributes of the totem. Their common essence is the totemic principle. The language itself expresses this identity. The word ratapa and the aratapa of the Lorita language designate the mythical embryo, which is detached from the ancestor and which becomes the child. Now these same words also designate the totem of this same child, such as is determined by the spot where the mother believes that she conceived. End of section 45. Section 46 of The Elementary Forms of the Religious Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Elementary Forms of the Religious Life by Émile Durkheim. Translated by Joseph Ward Swain. Book 2, Chapter 8, Section 3. Up to the present, we have studied the doctrine of reincarnation only in the tribes of Central Australia. Therefore, the bases upon which our inference rests may be deemed too narrow. But in the first place, for the reasons which we have pointed out, the experiment holds good outside of the societies which we have observed directly. Also, there are abundant facts proving that the same or analogous conceptions are found in the most diverse parts of Australia, or at least have left very evident traces there. They are found even in America. Howitt mentions them among the Dieri of South Australia. The word mura mura, which Gasson translates with good spirit, and which he thinks expresses a belief in a God-creator, is really a collective word designating the group of ancestors placed by the myth at the beginning of the tribe. They continue to exist today as formerly. Quote, "They are believed to live in trees, which are sacred for this reason." End quote. Certain irregularities of the ground, rocks and springs, are identified with these mura mura, which consequently resemble the Altjaranga Machina of the Arunta in a singular way. The Kurnai of Gippsland, though retaining only vestiges of totemism, also believe in the existence of ancestors called Mukkornai, and which they think of as beings intermediate between men and animals. Among the Nimbali, Taplin has observed a theory of conception similar to that which Strelo attributes to the Arunta. We find this belief in reincarnation held integrally by the Watjabaluk in Victoria. Quote, "The spirits of the dead," says Matthews, "assemble in the Mayor of their respective clans. They leave these to be born again in human form when a favorable occasion presents itself." End quote. Matthews even affirms that, quote, "the belief in reincarnation or transmigration of souls is strongly enrooted in all the Australian tribes." If we pass to the northern regions, we find the pure doctrine of the Arunta among the Niol in the northwest. Every birth is attributed to the incarnation of a pre-existing soul, which introduces itself into the body of a woman. In northern Queensland, myths, differing from the preceding only in form, express exactly the same ideas. Among the tribes on the Pennefather River, it is believed that every man has two souls. The one, called Nagai, resides in the heart. The other, called Choi, remains in the placenta. Soon after birth, the placenta is buried in a consecrated place. A particular genius, named Angia, who has charge of the phenomena of procreation, comes to get this Choi, and keeps it until the child, being grown up, is married. When the time comes to give him a son, Angia takes a bit of the Choi of this man, places it in the embryo he is making, and inserts it into the womb of the mother. So it is out of the soul of the father that the child is made. It is true that the child does not receive the paternal soul integrally at first, for the Nagai remains in the heart of the father as long as he lives. But when he dies, the Nagai, being liberated, also incarnates itself in the bodies of the children. If there are several children, it is divided equally among them. Thus there is a perfect spiritual continuity between the generations. It is the same soul which is transmitted from a father to his children, and from these to their children. And this unique soul, always remaining itself, in spite of its successive divisions and subdivisions, is the one which animated the first ancestor at the beginning of all things. Between this theory and the one held by the central tribes, there is only one difference of any importance. This is that the reincarnation is not the work of the ancestors themselves, but that of a special genius who takes charge of this function professionally. But it seems probable that this genius is the product of a syncretism which has fused the numerous figures of the first ancestors into one single being. This hypothesis is at least made probable by the fact that the words Angia and Anjur are evidently very closely related. Now the second designates the first man, the original ancestor from whom all men are descended. These same ideas are found again among the Indian tribes of America. Krauss says that among the Tlingit, the souls of the departed are believed to come back to Earth and introduce themselves into the bodies of the pregnant women of their families. Quote, "So, when a woman dreams during pregnancy of some deceased relative, she believes that the soul of this latter has penetrated into her. If the young child has some characteristic mark which the dead man had before, they believe that it is the dead man himself come back to Earth, and his name is given to the child." End quote. This belief is also general among the Haida. It is the shaman who reveals which relative it was who reincarnated himself in the child and what name should consequently be given to him. Among the Kwakiutl, it is believed that the latest member of a family who died comes back to life in the person of the first child to be born in that family. It is the same with the Hurons, the Iroquois, the Tana, and many other tribes of the United States. The universality of these conceptions extends, of course, to the conclusion which we have deduced from them, that is, to the explanation of the idea of the soul which we have proposed. Its general acceptability is also proved by the following facts. We know that each individual contains within him something of that anonymous force which is diffused in the sacred species. He is a member of this species himself. But as an empirical and visible being, he is not. For, in spite of the symbolic designs and marks with which he decorates his body, there is nothing in him to suggest the form of an animal or plant. So it must be that there is another being in him, in whom he recognizes himself, but whom he represents in the form of an animal or vegetable species. Now, is it not evident that this double can only be the soul, since the soul is, of itself, already a double of the subject whom it animates? The justification of this identification is completed by the fact that the organs where the fragment of the totemic principle contained in each individual incarnates itself the most eminently are also those where the soul resides. This is the case with the blood. The blood contains something of the nature of the totem, as is proved by the part it takes in the totemic ceremonies. But at the same time, the blood is one of the seats of the soul, or rather, it is the soul itself, seen from without. When blood flows, life runs out, and, in the same process, the soul escapes. So the soul is confused with the sacred principle, which is immanent in the blood. Regarding matters from another point of view, if our explanation is well founded, the totemic principle, in penetrating into the individual as we suppose, should retain a certain amount of autonomy there, since it is quite distinct from the subject in whom it is incarnated. Now this is just what Howitt claims to have observed among the Yun. Quote, that in this tribe the totem is thought to be in some way part of a man is clearly seen by the case of Umbara, before mentioned, who told me that, many years ago, someone of the lace lizard totem sent it while he was asleep, and that it went down his throat and almost ate his totem, which was in his breast, so that he nearly died. End quote. So it is quite true that the totem is broken up in individualizing itself, and that each of the bits thus detached plays the part of a spirit or soul residing in the body. But there are other more clearly demonstrative facts. If the soul is only the totemic principle individualized, it should have, in certain cases at least, rather close relations with the animal or vegetable species whose form is reproduced by the totem. And in fact, quote, the Giawigal, a tribe of New South Wales, had a superstition that everyone had within himself an affinity to the spirit of some bird, beast, or reptile. Not that he sprung from the creature in any way, but that the spirit which was in him was akin to that of the creature. End quote. There are even cases where the soul is believed to emanate directly from the animal or vegetable serving as totem. Among the Runta, according to Strelo, when a woman has eaten a great deal of fruit, it is believed that she will give birth to a child who will have this fruit as a totem. If at the moment when she felt the first tremblings of the child, she was looking at a kangaroo, it is believed that the ratapa of the kangaroo has entered her body and fertilized her. H. Basdow reported the same fact from the Wogate. We know also that the ratapa and the soul are almost indistinguishable things. Now, such an origin could never have been attributed to the soul if men did not think that it was made out of the same substances as the plants and animals of the totemic species. Thus the soul is frequently represented in an animal form. It is known that, in inferior societies, death is never considered a natural event due to the action of purely physical causes. It is generally attributed to the evil workings of some sorcerer. In a large number of Australian societies, in order to determine who is the responsible author of this murder, they work on the principle that the soul of the murderer must inevitably come to visit its victim. Therefore, the body is placed upon a scaffolding. Then the ground under the corpse and all around it is carefully smoothed off, so that the slightest mark becomes easily perceptible. They return the next day. If an animal has passed by there during the interval, its tracks are readily recognizable. Their form reveals the species to which it belongs, and from that, they infer the social group of which the guilty man is a member. They say that it is a man of such a class or such a clan, according to whether the animal is the totem of this or that class or clan. So the soul is believed to have come in the form of the totemic animal. In other societies where totemism has weakened or disappeared, the soul still continues to be thought of in an animal form. The natives of Cape Bedford, North Queensland, believe that the child, at the moment of entering the body of its mother, is a curlew if it is a girl, or a snake if it is a boy. It is only later that it takes a human form. Many of the Indians of North America, says the Prince of Weed, say that they have an animal in their bodies. The Bororo of Brazil represent the soul in the form of a bird, and therefore they believe that they are birds of the same variety. In other places, it is thought of as a snake, a lizard, a fly, a bee, and so forth. But it is especially after death that this animal nature of the soul is manifested. During life, this characteristic is partially veiled, as it were, by the very form of the human body. But when death has once set it free, it becomes itself again. Among the Omaha, in at least 2 of the buffalo clans, it is believed that the souls of the dead go to rejoin the buffalo, their ancestors. The Hapai are divided into a certain number of clans, whose ancestors were animals or beings with animal forms. Now, Schoolcraft tells us that they say that at death they take their original form again. Each becomes a bear or a deer, according to the clan to which he belongs. Very frequently, the soul is believed to reincarnate itself in the body of an animal. It is probably from this that the widely spread doctrine of metempsychosis was derived. We have already seen how hard-pressed Tyler is to account for it. If the soul is an essentially human principle, what could be more curious than this marked predilection, which it shows, in so large a number of societies, for the animal form? On the other hand, everything is explained if, by its very constitution, the soul is closely related to the animal. For in that case, when it returns to the animal world at the close of this life, it is only returning to its real nature. Thus, the generality of the belief in metempsychosis is a new proof that the constituent elements of the idea of the soul have been taken largely from the animal kingdom, as is presupposed by the theory which we have just set forth. End of section 46. Section 47 of The Elementary Forms of the Religious Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Elementary Forms of the Religious Life by Émile Durkheim. Translated by Joseph Ward Swain. Book 2, Chapter 8, Section 4. Thus, the notion of the soul is a particular application of the beliefs relative to sacred beings. This is the explanation of the religious character which this idea has had from the moment when it first appeared in history, and which it still retains today. In fact, the soul has always been considered a sacred thing. On this ground, it is opposed to the body, which is, in itself, profane. It is not merely distinguished from its material envelope as the inside from the outside. It is not merely represented as made out of a more subtle and fluid matter, but more than this, it inspires those sentiments which are everywhere reserved for that which is divine. If it is not made into a god, it is at least regarded as a spark of the divinity. This essential characteristic would be inexplicable if the idea of the soul were only a pre-scientific solution given to the problem of dreams, for there is nothing in the dream to awaken religious emotions, so the cause by which these are explained could not have such a character. But if the soul is a part of the divine substance, it represents something not ourselves that is within us. If it is made of the same mental matter as the sacred beings, it is natural that it should become the object of the same sentiments. And the sacred character which men thus attribute to themselves is not the product of a pure illusion either. Like the notions of a religious force and of divinity, the notion of the soul is not without a foundation in reality. It is perfectly true that we are made up of two distinct parts, which are opposed to one another as the sacred to the profane. And we may say that, in a certain sense, there is divinity in us. For society, this unique source of all that is sacred does not limit itself to moving us from without and affecting us for the moment. It establishes itself within us in a durable manner. It arouses within us a whole world of ideas and sentiments which express it, but which, at the same time, form an integral and permanent part of ourselves. When the Australian goes away from a religious ceremony, the representations which this communal life has aroused or re-aroused within him are not obliterated in a second. The figures of the great ancestors, the heroic exploits whose memory these rites perpetuate, the great deeds of every sort in which he, too, has participated through the cult, in a word, all these numerous ideals which he has elaborated with the cooperation of his fellows, continue to live in his consciousness, and through the emotions which are attached to them, and the ascendancy which they hold over his entire being, they are sharply distinguished from the vulgar impressions arising from his daily relations with external things. Moral ideas have the same character. It is society which forces them upon us, and as the respect inspired by it is naturally extended to all that comes from it, its imperative rules of conduct are invested, by reason of their origin, with an authority and a dignity which is shared by none of our internal states. Therefore, we assign them a place apart in our psychical life. Although our moral conscience is part of our consciousness, we do not feel ourselves on an equality with it. In this voice, which makes itself heard only to give us orders and establish prohibitions, we cannot recognize our own voices. The very tone in which it speaks to us warns us that it expresses something within us that is not of ourselves. This is the objective foundation of the idea of the soul. Those representations whose flow constitutes our interior life are of two different species which are irreducible one into another. Some concern themselves with the external and material world, others with an ideal world to which we attribute a moral superiority over the first. So we are really made up of two beings facing in different and almost contrary directions, one of whom exercises a real preeminence over the other. Such is the profound meaning of the antithesis which all men have more or less clearly conceived between the body and the soul, the material and the spiritual beings who coexist within us. Moralists and preachers have often maintained that no one can deny the reality of duty and its sacred character without falling into materialism. And it is true that if we have no idea of moral and religious imperatives, our psychical life will all be reduced to one level. All our states of consciousness will be on the same plane, and all feeling of duality will perish. To make this duality intelligible, it is, of course, in no way necessary to imagine a mysterious and unrepresentable substance under the name of the soul, which is opposed to the body. But here, as in regard to the idea of sacredness, the error concerns the letter of the symbol employed, not the reality of the fact symbolized. It remains true that our nature is double. There really is a particle of divinity in us, because there is within us a particle of these great ideas, which are the soul of the group. So the individual soul is only a portion of the collective soul of the group. It is the anonymous force at the basis of the cult, but incarnated in an individual whose personality it espouses. It is mana individualized. Perhaps dreams aided in determining certain secondary characteristics of the idea. The inconsistency and instability of the images which fill our minds during sleep, and their remarkable aptitude for transforming themselves into one another, may have furnished the model for this subtle, transparent, and protean matter out of which the soul is believed to be made. Also, the facts of swooning, catalepsy, and so forth may have suggested the idea that the soul was mobile and quitted the body temporarily during this life. This, in its turn, has served to explain certain dreams. But all these experiences and observations could have had only a secondary and complementary influence, whose very existence it is difficult to establish. All that is really essential in the idea comes from elsewhere. But does not this genesis of the idea of the soul misunderstand its essential characteristic? If the soul is a particular form of the impersonal principle which is diffused in the group, the totemic species, and all the things of every sort which are attached to these, at bottom is impersonal itself. So with differences only of degree, it should have the same properties as the force of which it is a special form, and particularly the same diffusion, the same aptitude for spreading itself contagiously, and the same ubiquity. But quite on the contrary, the soul is voluntarily represented as a concrete, definite being, wholly contained within itself, and not communicable to others. It is made the basis of our personality. But this way of conceiving the soul is the product of a late and philosophic elaboration. The particular representation, as it is spontaneously formed from common experience, is very different, especially at first. For the Australian, the soul is a very vague thing, undecided and wavering in form, and spread over the whole organism. Though it manifests itself especially at certain points, there are probably none from which it is totally absent. So it has a diffusion, a contagiousness, and an omnipresence comparable to those of the mana. Like the mana, it is able to divide and duplicate itself infinitely, though remaining entire in each of its parts. It is from these divisions and duplications that the plurality of souls is derived. On the other hand, the doctrine of reincarnation, whose generality we have established, shows how many impersonal elements enter into the idea of the soul, and how essential those are. For if the same soul is going to clothe a new personality in each generation, the individual forms in which it successively develops itself must all be equally external to it, and have nothing to do with its true nature. It is a sort of generic substance which individualizes itself only secondarily and superficially. Moreover, this conception of the soul is by no means completely gone. The cult of relics shows that for a host of believers, even today, the soul of a saint, with all its essential powers, continues to adhere to his different bones, and this implies that he is believed to be able to diffuse himself, subdivide himself, and incorporate himself in all sorts of different things simultaneously. Just as the characteristic attributes of the mana are found in the soul, so secondary and superficial changes are enough to enable the mana to individualize itself in the form of a soul. We pass from the first idea to the second with no break of continuity. Every religious force which is attached in a special way to a determined being participates in the characteristics of this being, takes on its appearance, and becomes its spiritual double. Trigar, in his Maori Polynesian dictionary, has thought it possible to connect the word mana with another group of words, such as manawa, mana, and so forth, which seem to belong to the same family, and which signify heart, life, consciousness. Is not this equivalent to saying that some sort of kinship ought to exist between the corresponding ideas as well? That is to say, between the idea of impersonal force and those of internal life, mental force, and, in a word, of the soul? This is why the question whether the Chiringa is sacred because it serves as the residence of a soul, as Spencer and Gillen believe, or because it has impersonal virtues, as Strelo thinks, seems to us to have little interest and to be without sociological importance. Whether the efficacy of a sacred object is represented in an abstract form in the mind or is attributed to some personal agent does not really matter. The psychological roots of both beliefs are identical. An object is sacred because it inspires, in one way or another, a collective sentiment of respect which removes it from profane touches. In order to explain this sentiment, men sometimes fall back onto a vague and imprecise cause, and sometimes onto a determined spiritual being endowed with a name and a history. But these different interpretations are superadded to one fundamental phenomenon, which is the same in both cases. This, moreover, is what explains the singular confusions, examples of which we have met with as we have progressed. The individual, the soul of the ancestor which he reincarnates, or from which his own is an emanation, his chiringa, and the animals of the totemic species are, as we have said, partially equivalent and interchangeable things. This is because, in certain connections, they all affect the collective consciousness in the same way. If the chiringa is sacred, it is because of the collective sentiments of respect inspired by the totemic emblem carved upon its surface. Now the same sentiment attaches itself to the animals or plants whose outward form is reproduced by the totem to the soul of the individual, for it is thought of in the form of the totemic being, and finally to the ancestral soul, of which the preceding one is only a particular aspect. So all these various objects, whether real or ideal, have one common element by which they arouse a single affective state in the mind, and through this they become confused. Insofar as they are expressed by one and the same representation, they are indistinct. This is how the Aruna has come to regard the chiringa as the body common to the individual, the ancestor, and even the totemic being. It is his way of expressing the identity of the sentiments of which these different things are the object. However, it does not follow from the fact the idea of the soul is derived from the idea of mana that the first has a relatively later origin, or that there was a period in history when men were acquainted with religious forces only in their impersonal forms. When some wish to designate by the word pre-animist an historical period during which animism was completely unknown, they build up an arbitrary hypothesis, for there is no people among whom the ideas of the soul and of mana do not coexist side by side. So there is no ground for imagining that they were formed at two distinct times. Everything, on the contrary, goes to show that the two are coeval. Just as there is no society without individuals, so those impersonal forces which are disengaged from the group cannot establish themselves without incarnating themselves in the individual consciousness, where they individualize themselves. In reality, we do not have two different developments, but two different aspects of one and the same development. It is true that they do not have an equal importance. One is more essential than the other. The idea of mana does not presuppose the idea of the soul, for if the mana is going to individualize itself and break itself up into the particular souls, it must first of all exist. And what it is in itself does not depend upon the forms it takes when individualized. But, on the contrary, the idea of the soul cannot be understood except when taken in connection with the idea of mana. So, on this ground, it is possible to say that it is the result of a secondary formation, but we are speaking of a secondary formation in the logical, not the chronological, sense of the word. End of section 47. Section 48 of The Elementary Forms of the Religious Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Elementary Forms of the Religious Life by Émile Durkheim. Translated by Joseph Ward Swain. Book 2, Chapter 8, Section 5. But how does it come that men have believed that the soul survives the body and is even able to do so for an indefinite length of time? From the analysis which we have made, it is evident that the belief in immortality has not been established under the influence of moral ideas. Men have not imagined the prolongation of their existence beyond the tomb in order that a just retribution for moral acts may be assured in another life, if it fails in this one, for we have seen that all considerations of this sort are foreign to the primitive conception of the beyond. Nor is the other hypothesis any better, according to which the other life was imagined as a means of escaping the agonizing prospect of annihilation. In the first place, it is not true that the need of personal survival was actively felt at the beginning. The primitive generally accepts the idea of death with a sort of indifference, being trained to count his own individuality for little, and being accustomed to exposing his life constantly, he gives it up easily enough. More than that, the immortality promised by the religions he practices is not personal. In a large number of cases, the soul does not continue the personality of the dead man, or does not continue it for long, for, forgetful of its previous existence, it goes away, after a while, to animate another body, and thus becomes the vivifying principle of a new personality. Even among the most advanced peoples, it was only a pale and sad existence that shades led in Sheol or Erebus, and could hardly attenuate the regrets occasioned by the memories of the life lost. A more satisfactory explanation is the one attaching the conception of a posthumous life to the experiences of dreams. Our dead friends and relatives reappear to us in dreams. We see them act, we hear them speak. It is natural to conclude that they continue to exist. But if these observations were able to confirm the idea after it had once been born, they hardly seem capable of creating it out of nothing. Dreams in which we see departed persons living again are too rare and too short, and leave only too vague recollections of themselves, to have been able to suggest so important a system of beliefs to men all by themselves. There is a remarkable lack of proportion between the effect and the cause to which it is attributed. What makes this question embarrassing is the fact that, in itself, the idea of the soul does not imply that of its survival, but rather seems to exclude it. In fact, we have seen that the soul, though being distinguished from the body, is believed, nevertheless, to be closely united to it. It ages along with the body. It feels a reaction from all the maladies that fall upon the body. So it would seem natural that it should die with the body. At least, men ought to have believed that it ceased to exist from the moment when it definitely lost its original form, and when it was no longer what it had been. Yet it is at just this moment that a new life opens out before it. The myths which we have already described give the only possible explanation of this belief. We have seen that the souls of newborn children are either emanations of the ancestral souls, or these souls themselves reincarnated. But in order that they may either reincarnate themselves, or periodically give off new emanations, they must have survived their first holders. So it seems as though they admitted the survival of the dead in order to explain the birth of the living. The primitive does not have the idea of an all-powerful God who creates souls out of nothing. It seems to him that souls cannot be made except out of souls. So those who are born can only be new forms of those who have been. Consequently, it is necessary that these latter continue to exist in order that others may be born. In fine, the belief in the immortality of the soul is the only way in which men were able to explain a fact which could not fail to attract their attention. This fact is the perpetuity of the life of the group. Individuals die, but the clan survives. So the forces which give it life must have the same perpetuity. Now, these forces are the souls which animate individual bodies, for it is in them, and through them, that the group is realized. For this reason, it is necessary that they endure. It is even necessary that, in enduring, they remain always the same. For, as the clan always keeps its characteristic appearance, the spiritual substance out of which it is made must be thought of as qualitatively invariable. Since it is always the same clan, With the same totemic principle, it is necessary that the souls be the same, for the souls are only the totemic principle, broken up and particularized. Thus there is something like a germinative plasm of a mystic order which is transmitted from generation to generation, and which makes, or at least is believed to make, the spiritual unity of the clan through all time. And this belief, in spite of its symbolic character, is not without a certain objective truth. For though the group may not be immortal in the absolute sense of the word, still it is true that it endures longer than the individuals, and that it is born and incarnated afresh in each new generation. A fact confirms this interpretation. We have seen that, according to the testimony of Strelo, the Arunta distinguish two sorts of souls. On the one hand are those of the ancestors of the Alcharinga, on the other, those of individuals who actually compose the active body of the tribe at each moment in history. The second sort only survive the body for a relatively short time. They are soon totally annihilated. Only the former are immortal. As they are uncreated, so they do not perish. It is also to be noticed that they are the only ones whose immortality is necessary to explain the permanence of the group, for it is upon them, and upon them alone, that it is incumbent to assure the perpetuity of the clan, for every conception is their work. In this connection, the others have no part to play. So souls are not said to be immortal, except insofar as this immortality is useful in rendering intelligible the continuity of the collective life. Thus the causes leading to the first beliefs in a future life had no connections with the functions to be filled at a later period by the institutions beyond the tomb. But when that had once appeared, they were soon utilized for other purposes besides those which had been their original reasons for existence. Even in the Australian societies, we see them beginning to organize themselves for this other purpose. Moreover, there was no need of any fundamental transformation for this. How true it is that the same social institution can successively fulfill different functions without changing its nature. End of section 48. Section 49 of The Elementary Forms of the Religious Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Elementary Forms of the Religious Life by Émile Durkheim. Translated by Joseph Ward Swain. Book 2, Chapter 8, Section 6. The idea of the soul was, for a long time, and still is in part, the popular form of the idea of personality. So the genesis of the former of these ideas should aid us in understanding how the second one was formed. From what has already been said, it is clear that the notion of person is the product of two sorts of factors. One of these is essentially impersonal. It is a spiritual principle serving as the soul of the group. In fact, it is this which constitutes the very substance of individual souls. Now, this is not the possession of any one in particular. It is part of the collective patrimony. In it and through it, all consciousnesses communicate. But on the other hand, in order to have separate personalities, it is necessary that another factor intervene to break up and differentiate this principle. In other words, an individualizing factor is necessary. It is the body that fulfills this function. As bodies are distinct from each other, and as they occupy different points of space and time, each of them forms a special center about which the collective representations reflect and color themselves differently. The result is that even if all the consciousnesses in these bodies are directed towards the same world, to wit, the world of the ideas and sentiments, which brings about the moral unity of the group, they do not all see it from the same angle. Each one expresses it in its own fashion. Of these two equally indispensable factors, the former is certainly not the less important, for this is the one which furnishes the original matter for the idea of the soul. Perhaps some will be surprised to see so considerable a role attributed to the impersonal element in the genesis of the idea of personality. But the philosophical analysis of the idea of person, which has gone far ahead of the sociological analysis, has reached analogous results on this point. Among all the philosophers, Leibniz is one of those who have felt most vividly what a personality is. For before all, the monad is a personal and autonomous being. Yet for Leibniz, the contents of all the monads is identical. In fact, all are consciousnesses which express one and the same object, the world. And as the world itself is only a system of representations, each particular consciousness is really only the reflection of the universal consciousness. However, each one expresses it from its own point of view and in its own manner. We know how this difference of perspectives comes from the fact that the monads are situated differently in relation to each other and to the whole system which they constitute. Kant expresses the same sentiment, though in a different form. For him, the cornerstone of the personality is the will. Now, the will is the faculty of acting in conformity with reason, and the reason is that which is most impersonal within us. For reason is not my reason, it is human reason in general. It is the power which the mind has of rising above the particular, the contingent, and the individual, to think in universal forms. So from this point of view, we may say that what makes man a personality is that by which he is confounded with other men, that which makes him a man, not a certain man. The senses, the body, and, in a word, all that individualizes is, on the contrary, considered as the antagonist of the personality by Kant. This is because individuation is not the essential characteristic of the personality. A person is not merely a single subject distinguished from all the others. It is especially a being to which is attributed a relative autonomy in relation to the environment with which it is most immediately in contact. It is represented as capable of moving itself to a certain degree. This is what Leibniz expressed in an exaggerated way when he said that the monad was completely closed to the outside. Now, our analysis permits us to see how this conception was formed and to what it corresponds. In fact, the soul, a symbolic representation of the personality, has the same characteristic. Although closely bound to the body, it is believed to be profoundly distinct from it and to enjoy, in relation to it, a large degree of independence. During life, it may leave it temporarily, and it definitely withdraws at death. Far from being dependent upon the body, it dominates it from the higher dignity which is in it. It may well take from the body the outward form in which it individualizes itself, but it owes nothing essential to it, nor is the autonomy which all peoples have attributed to the soul a pure illusion. We know now what its objective foundation is. It is quite true that the elements which serve to form the idea of the soul and those which enter into the representations of the body come from two different sources that are independent of one another. One sort are made up of the images and impressions coming from all parts of the organism. The others consist in the ideas and sentiments which come from and express society. So the former are not derived from the latter. There really is a part of ourselves which is not placed in immediate dependence upon the organic factor. This is all that which represents society in us, the general ideas which religion or science fix in our minds, the mental operations which these ideas suppose, the beliefs and sentiments which are at the basis of our moral life, and all these superior forms of psychical activity which society awakens in us. These do not follow in the trail of our bodily states, as our sensations and our general body consciousness do. As we have already shown, this is because the world of representations in which social life passes is superimposed upon its material substratum, far from arising from it. The determinism which reigns there is much more supple than the one whose roots are in the constitution of our tissues, and it leaves with the actor a justified impression of the greatest liberty. The medium in which we thus move is less opaque and less resistant. We feel ourselves to be, and we are, more at our ease there. In a word, the only way we have of freeing ourselves from physical forces is to oppose them with collective forces. But whatever we receive from society, we hold in common with our companions. So it is not at all true that we are more personal as we are more individualized. The two terms are in no way synonymous. In one sense, they oppose more than they imply one another. Passion individualizes, yet it also enslaves. Our sensations are essentially individual, yet we are more personal the more we are freed from our senses and able to think and act with concepts. So those who insist upon all the social elements of the individual do not mean by that to deny or debase the personality. They merely refuse to confuse it with the fact of individuation. End of section 49. Section 50 of The Elementary Forms of the Religious Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Elementary Forms of the Religious Life by Émile Durkheim. Translated by Joseph Ward Swain. Book 2, Chapter 9, Section 1. The Idea of Spirits and Gods. When we come to the idea of the soul, we have left the circle of purely impersonal forces. But above the soul, the Australian religions already recognize mythical personalities of a superior order, spirits, civilizing heroes, and even gods who are properly so called. While it will be unnecessary to enter into the detail of the mythologies, we must at least seek the form in which these three categories of spiritual beings are presented in Australia, and the way in which they are connected with the whole religious system. Part 1. A soul is not a spirit. In fact, it is shut up in a determined organism. Though it may leave it at certain moments, it is ordinarily a prisoner there. It definitely escapes only at death, and we have already seen the difficulties under which the separation is accomplished. A spirit, on the contrary, though often tied by the closest bonds to some particular object, such as a spring, a rock, a tree, a star, and so forth, and though residing there by preference, may go away at will and lead an independent existence in free space. So it has a more extended circle of action. It can act upon the individuals who approach it or whom it approaches. The soul, on the contrary, has almost no influence except over the body it animates. It is very exceptional that it succeeds in influencing outside objects during the course of its terrestrial life. But if the soul does not have the distinctive characteristics of the spirit, it acquires them, at least in part, at death. In fact, when it has been disincarnated, so long as it does not descend into a body again, it has the same liberty of movement as a spirit. Of course, after the rites of mourning have been accomplished, it is thought to go to the land of souls. But before this, it remains about the tomb for a rather long time. Also, even after it has definitely departed, it is believed to prowl about the bush near the camp. It is generally represented as a rather beneficent being, especially for the surviving members of its family. We have seen that the soul of the father comes to aid the growth of his children or his grandchildren. But it also happens sometimes that it shows signs of a veritable cruelty. Everything depends upon its humor and the manner in which it is treated by the living. So it is recommended, especially to women and children, not to venture outside of the camp during the night so as not to expose oneself to dangerous encounters. However, a ghost is not a real spirit. In the first place, it generally has only a limited power of action. Also, it does not have a definite province. It is a vagabond, upon whom no determined task is incumbent, for the effect of death has been to put it outside of all regular forms. As regards the living, it is a sort of exile. A spirit, on the other hand, always has a power of a certain sort, and it is by this that it is defined. It is set over a certain order of cosmic or social phenomena. It has a more or less precise function to fulfill in the system of the universe. But there are some souls which satisfy this double condition, and which are, consequently, spirits in the proper sense of the word. These are the souls of the mythical personages whom popular imagination has placed at the beginning of time. The Alcharinga Magina, or the men of the Alcharinga, among the Arunta, the Muramura, among the tribes of Lake Erie, the Muk Kurnai, among the Kurnai, and so forth. In one sense, they are still souls, for they are believed to have formerly animated bodies from which they separated themselves at a certain moment. But even when they led a terrestrial life, they already had, as we have seen, exceptional powers. They had a mana superior to that of ordinary men, and they have kept it. Also, they are charged with definite functions. In the first place, whether we accept the version of Spencer and Gillen or that of Strelo, it is to them that the care of assuring the periodical recruiting of the clan falls. They have charge of the phenomena of conception. Even when the conception has been accomplished, the task of the ancestor is not yet completed. It is his duty to guard over the newborn child. Later, when the child has become a man, he accompanies him in the hunt, brings game to him, warns him by dreams of the dangers he may run, protects him against his enemies, and so forth. On this point, Strelo is entirely in accord with Spencer and Gillen. It is true that someone may ask how it is possible, according to the version of these latter, for the ancestor to fulfill this function, for, since he reincarnates himself at the moment of conception, it seems as though he should be confounded with the soul of the child, and should therefore be unable to protect it from without. But the fact is that he does not reincarnate himself entirely. He merely duplicates himself. One part of him enters the body of the woman and fertilizes her, another part continues to exist outside, and, under the special name of Aram Baringa, fulfills the office of guardian genius. Thus we see how great a kinship there is between this ancestral spirit and the genius of Latins, or the daimon of the Greeks. The identification of function is complete. In fact, at first the genius is the one who begets, qui genet. He expresses and personifies the powers of generation, but at the same time he is the protector and director of the particular individual to whose person he is attached. He is finally confused with the personality itself of this individual. He represents the totality of the proclivities and tendencies which characterize him and give him a distinctive appearance among other men. Hence come the well-known expressions indulgere genio, defraudere genium, with the sense of to follow one's natural temperament. At bottom, the genius is another form, or double, of the soul of the individual. This is proved by the partial synonymy of genius and manes. The manes is the genius after death, but it is also all that survives of the dead man, that is to say, his soul. In the same way, the soul of the Arunta and the ancestral spirit which serves as his genius are only two different aspects of one and the same being. But it is not only in relation to persons that the ancestor has a definite situation. He also has one in relation to things. Though he is believed to have his real residence under the ground, they think that he is always haunting the place where his nanja tree or rock is, or the waterhole which was spontaneously formed at the exact spot where he disappeared into the ground, having terminated his first existence. As this tree or rock is believed to represent the body of the hero, they imagine that the soul itself is constantly coming back there, and lives there more or less permanently. It is by the presence of this soul that they explain the religious respect inspired by these localities. No one can break the branch of a nanja tree without a risk of falling sick. Formerly, the act of breaking it down or injuring it was punished with death. An animal or bird taking refuge there could not be killed. Even the surrounding bushes had to be respected. The grass could not be burned. The rocks also had to be treated with respect. It was forbidden to remove them or break them. As this sacred character is attributed to the ancestor, he appears as the spirit of this tree or rock, of this waterhole or spring. If the spring is thought of as having some connection with rain, he will become a spirit of rain. Thus, the same souls, which serve as protecting geniuses for men, also fulfill cosmic functions at the same time. It is undoubtedly in this sense that we must understand the text of Roth, where he says that in northern Queensland, the spirits of nature are the souls of the dead who have chosen to live in the forests or caves. So we have here some spiritual beings that are different from the wandering souls with no definite powers. Strelo calls them gods, But this expression is inexact, at least in the great majority of cases. If it were true, then a society like the Arunta, where each one has his protecting ancestor, there would be as many or more gods than there are individuals. It would merely introduce confusion into our terminology to give the name of God to a sacred being with only one worshipper. It may be, of course, that the figure of the ancestor grows to a point where it resembles a real divinity. Among the Warramunga, as we have already pointed out, the clan as a whole is thought to be descended from one sole and unique ancestor. It is easily seen how this collective ancestor might, under certain circumstances, become the object of a collective devotion. To choose a notable example, this is what has happened to the snake Walunka. This mythical beast, from whom the clan of the same name is held to be descended, continues to live, they believe, in waterholes which are therefore surrounded with a religious respect. Thus it becomes the object of a cult which the clan celebrates collectively. Through determined rites, they attempt to please him and to win his favors, and they address to him all sorts of prayers and so forth. So we may say that he is like a god of the clan. But this is a very exceptional case, or even, according to Spencer and Gillen, a unique one. Normally, the word spirits is the only one suitable for designating these ancestral personages. As to the manner in which this conception has been formed, we may say that it is evident from what has preceded. As we have already shown, the existence of individual souls, when once admitted, cannot be understood unless one imagines an original supply of fundamental souls at the origin of things from which all the others were derived. Now these archetype souls had to be conceived as containing within them the source of all religious efficacy. For, since the imagination does not go beyond them, it is from them, and only from them, that all sacred things are believed to come, both the instruments of the cult, the members of the clan, and the animals of the totemic species. They incarnate all the sacredness diffused in the whole tribe and the whole world, and so they are attributed powers noticeably superior to those enjoyed by the simple souls of men. Moreover, time by itself increases and reinforces the sacred character of things. A very ancient Chiringa inspires much more respect than a new one, and is supposed to have more virtues. The sentiments of veneration, of which it has been the object during the series of successive generations who have handled it, are, as it were, accumulated in it. For the same reason, the personages who, for centuries, have been the subject of myths respectfully passed from mouth to mouth, and periodically put into action by the rites, could not fail to take a very special place in the popular imagination. But how does it happen that, instead of remaining outside of the organized society, they have become regular members of it? This is because each individual is the double of an ancestor. Now, when two beings are related as closely as this, they are naturally conceived as incorporated together. Since they participate in the same nature, it seems as though that which affects one ought to affect the other as well. Thus, the group of mythical ancestors became attached to the society of the living. The same interests and the same passions were attributed to each. They were regarded as associates. However, as the former had a higher dignity than the latter, this association takes, in the public mind, the form of an agreement between superiors and inferiors, between patrons and clients, benefactors and recipients. Thus comes this curious idea of a protecting genius who is attached to each individual. The question of how this ancestor came to have relations, not only with men, but also with things, may appear more embarrassing, for at the first glance, we do not see what connection there can be between a personage of this sort and a rock or tree. But a fact which we owe to Strelo furnishes us with a solution of this problem, which is at least probable. These trees and rocks are not situated at any point in the tribal territory, but, for the most part, they are grouped around the sanctuaries, called Urt Natulunga by Spencer and Gillen, and Ark Nanua by Strelo, where the Chiringa of the clan is kept. We know the respect with which these localities are enhaloed from the mere fact that the most precious instruments of the cult are there. Each of these spreads sanctity all about it. It is for this reason that the neighboring trees and rocks appear sacred, that it is forbidden to destroy or harm them, and that all violence used against them is a sacrilege. This sacred character is really due to a simple phenomenon of psychic contagiousness, but in order to explain it, the native must admit that these different objects have relations with the different beings in whom he sees the source of all religious power, that is to say, with the ancestors of the Alcharinga. Hence comes the systems of myths of which we have spoken. They imagined that each Urtnulunga marked the spot where a group of ancestors entered into the ground. The mounds or trees which covered the ground were believed to represent their bodies, but as the soul retains, in a general way, a sort of affinity for the body in which it dwelt, they were naturally led to believe that these ancestral souls continued to frequent these places where their material envelope remained. So they were located in the rocks, the trees, or the waterholes. Thus each of them, though remaining attached to some determined individual, became transformed into a sort of genius loci and fulfilled its functions. The conceptions thus elucidated enable us to understand a form of totemism which we have left unexplained up to the present. This is individual totemism. An individual totem is defined, in its essence, by the two following characteristics. 1. It is a being in an animal or vegetable form whose function is to protect an individual. 2. The fate of this individual and that of his patron are closely united. All that touches the latter is sympathetically communicated to the former. Now, the ancestral spirits of which we have just been speaking answer to this same definition. They also belong, at least in part, to the animal or vegetable kingdoms. They, too, are protecting geniuses. Finally, a sympathetic bond unites each individual to his protecting ancestor. In fact, the Nandra tree, representing the mystical body of this ancestor, cannot be destroyed without the man's feeling himself menaced. It is true that this belief is losing its force today, but Spencer and Gillen have observed it, and in any case, they are of the opinion that it formerly was quite general. The identity of these two conceptions is found even in their details. The ancestral souls reside in trees or rocks which are considered sacred. Likewise, among the Ueli, the spirit of the animal serving as individual totem is believed to inhabit a tree or a stone. This tree or stone is sacred. No one may touch it except the proprietor of the totem. When it is a stone or a rock, this interdiction is still absolute. The result is that they are veritable places of refuge. Finally, we have seen that the individual soul is only another aspect of the ancestral spirit, according to Strelo. This serves, after a fashion, as a second self. Likewise, following the expression of Mrs. Parker, the individual totem of the Ueli, called Yunbii, is the alter ego of the individual. The soul of the man is in his Yunbii, and the soul of his Yunbii is in him. So, at bottom, it is one soul in two bodies. The kinship of these two notions is so close that they are sometimes expressed by one and the same word. This is the case in Melanesia and in Polynesia. Atai, in the island Mota, Tamanui, in the island Aurora, and Talagia, in Motlau, all designate both the soul of the individual and his personal totem. It is the same with Aitu in Samoa. This is because the individual totem is merely the outward and visible form of the ego or the personality, of which the soul is the inward and invisible form. Thus, the individual totem has all the essential characteristics of the protecting ancestor and fills the same role. This is because it has the same origin and proceeds from the same idea. Each of them, in fact, consists in a duplication of the soul. The totem, as the ancestor, is the soul of the individual, but externalized and invested with powers superior to those it is believed to possess while within the organism. Now, this duplication is the result of a psychological necessity, for it only expresses the nature of the soul which, as we have seen, is double. In one sense, it is ours. It expresses our personality. But at the same time, it is outside of us, for it is only the reaching into us of a religious force which is outside of us. We cannot confound ourselves with it completely, for we attribute to it an excellence and a dignity by which it rises far above us and our empirical individuality. So there is a whole part of ourselves which we tend to project into the outside. This way of thinking of ourselves is so well established in our nature that we cannot escape it, even when we attempt to regard ourselves without having recourse to any religious symbols. Our moral consciousness is like a nucleus about which the idea of the soul forms itself. Yet when it speaks to us, it gives the effect of an outside power, superior to us, which gives us our law and judges us, but which also aids and sustains us. When we have it on our side, we feel ourselves to be stronger against the trials of life, and better assured of triumphing over them, just as the Australian who, when trusting in his ancestor or his personal totem, feels himself more valiant against his enemies. So there is something objective at the basis of these conceptions, whether we have in mind the Roman genius, the individual totem, or the Alcheringa ancestor. And this is why they have survived, in various forms, up to the present day. Everything goes just as if we really had two souls, one which is within us, or rather which is us, the other which is above us, and whose function it is to control and assist the first one. Fraser thought that the individual totem was an external soul, but he believed that this exteriority was the result of an artifice and a magic ruse. In reality, it is implied in the very constitution of the idea of the soul. End of section 50. Section 51 of The Elementary Forms of the Religious Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Elementary Forms of the Religious Life by Émile Durkheim. Translated by Joseph Ward Swain. Book 2, Chapter 9, Section 2. The spirits of which we have just been speaking are essentially benefactors. Of course, they punish a man if he does not treat them in a fitting manner, but it is not their function to work evil. However, a spirit is, in itself, just as capable of doing evil as good. This is why we find a class of evil geniuses forming itself naturally, in opposition to these auxiliary and protecting spirits, which enables men to explain the permanent evils that they have to suffer, their nightmares and illnesses, whirlwinds and tempests, and so forth. Of course, this is not saying that all these human miseries have appeared as things too abnormal to be explained in any way, except by supernatural forces. But it is saying that these forces are thought of under a religious form. As it is a religious principle which is considered the source of life, so all the events which disturb or destroy life ought logically to be traced to a principle of the same sort. These harmful spirits seem to have been conceived on the same model as the good spirits of which we have just been speaking. They are represented in an animal form, or one that is half animal, half man, but men are naturally inclined to give them enormous dimensions and a repulsive aspect. Like the souls of the ancestors, they are believed to inhabit trees, rocks, waterholes, and subterranean caverns. Taking the Arunta as a particular example, Spencer and Gillen say expressly that these evil geniuses, known under the name of Aruncha, are beings of the Alcheringa. Many are represented as the souls of persons who had led a terrestrial life. Among the personages of the fabulous epoch, there were, in fact, many different temperaments. Some had cruel and evil instincts, which they retained. Others were naturally of bad constitution. They were thin and emaciated. So, after they entered into the ground, the Nanja rocks to which they gave birth were considered the homes of dangerous influences. Yet they are distinguished by special characteristics from their confreres, the heroes of the Alcheringa. They do not reincarnate themselves. Among living men, there is no one who represents them. They are without human posterity. When, judging from certain signs, they believe that a child is the result of their work, it is put to death as soon as born. Also, these belong to no determined totemic group. They are outside the social organization. By all these traits, they are recognized as magic powers rather than religious ones. And, in fact, it is especially with the magician that they have relations. Very frequently, it is from them that he gets his powers. So we now have arrived at a point where the world of religion stops and that of magic commences. And as this latter is outside the field of our research, we need not push our researches further. End of section 51. Section 52 of The Elementary Forms of the Religious Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Elementary Forms of the Religious Life by Émile Durkheim. Translated by Joseph Ward Swain. Book 2, Chapter 9, Section 3. The appearance of the notion of spirits marks an important step in advance in the individualization of religious forces. However, the spiritual beings of whom we have been speaking up to the present are, as yet, only secondary personages. They are either evil-working geniuses who belong to magic rather than religion, or else, being attached to determined individuals or places, they cannot make their influence felt except within a circle of a very limited radius. So they can only be the objects of private and local rites. But after the idea has once been established, it naturally spreads to the higher spheres of the religious life, and thus mythical personalities of a superior order are born. Though the ceremonies of the different clans differ from one another, they all belong to the same religion, nonetheless. Also, a certain number of essential similarities exist between them. Since all the clans are only parts of one and the same tribe, the unity of the tribe cannot fail to make itself felt through this diversity of particular cults. In fact, there is no totemic group that does not have chiringa and bull roarers, and these are used everywhere in the same way. The organization of the tribe into phratries, matrimonial classes and clans, and the exogamic interdictions attached to them are veritable tribal institutions. The initiation celebrations all include certain fundamental practices, the extraction of a tooth, circumcision, subincision, and so forth, which do not vary with the totems within a single tribe. The uniformity on this point is the more easily established as the initiation always takes place in the presence of the tribe, or at least before an assembly to which the different clans have been summoned. The reason for this is that the object of the initiation is to introduce the neophyte into the religious life, not merely of the clan into which he was born, but of the tribe as a whole. So it is necessary that the various aspects of the tribal religion be represented before him and take place, in a way, under his very eyes. It is on this occasion that the moral and religious unity of the tribe is affirmed the best. Thus, in each society, there are a certain number of rites which are distinguished from all the others by their homogeneity and their generality. So noticeably a harmony seemed to be explicable only by a unity of origin. So they imagined that each group of similar rites had been founded by one and the same ancestor, who came to reveal them to the tribe as a whole. Thus, among the Arunta, it was an ancestor of the Wildcat clan, named Putia Putia, who is thought to have taught men the way of making chiringa and using it ritually. Among the Warramunda, it was Murtu Murtu. Among the Urabuna, Witurna, it was Atnatu among the Katish, and Tendon among the Kurnai. Likewise, the practice of circumcision is attributed by the Eastern Diary and many other tribes to two special Muramura, and by the Arunta to a hero of the Alchiringa of the lizard totem named Mangar Kunjur Kunja. To this same personage are ascribed the foundation of the matrimonial institutions and the social organization they imply, the discovery of fire, the invention of the spear, the buckler, the boomerang, and so forth. It also happens very frequently that the inventor of the bull roarer is also considered the founder of the rites of initiation. These special ancestors cannot be put in the same rank as the others. On the one hand, the sentiments of veneration which they inspire are not limited to one clan, but are common to the whole tribe. On the other hand, it is to them that men ascribe all that is most esteemed in the tribal civilization. For this double reason, they became the object of a special consideration. For example, they say of Atnatu that he was born in heaven at an epoch even prior to the times of the Alcharinga, that he made himself, and he gave himself the name he bears. The stars are his wives and daughters. Beyond the heaven where he lives, there is another one with another sun. His name is sacred and should never be pronounced before women or non-initiated persons. Yet, howsoever great the prestige enjoyed by these personages may be, there was no occasion for founding special rites in their honor, for they themselves are only rites personified. They have no other reason for existence than to explain existing practices. They are only another aspect of these. The Charinga and the ancestor who invented it are only one. Sometimes both have the same name. When someone makes the bull roar resound, they say that it is the voice of the ancestor making himself heard. But for the very reason that each of these heroes is confounded with the cult he is believed to have founded, they believe that he is attentive to the way in which it is celebrated. He is not satisfied unless the worshippers fulfill their duties exactly. He punishes those who are negligent. So he is thought of as the guardian of the rite, as well as its founder, and for this reason, he becomes invested with a veritable moral role. End of section 52. Section 53 of The Elementary Forms of the Religious Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Elementary Forms of the Religious Life by Émile Durkheim. Translated by Joseph Ward Swain. Book 2, Chapter 9, Section 4. However, this mythological formation is not the highest which is to be found among the Australians. There are at least a certain number of tribes who have arrived at a conception of a god who, if not unique, is at least supreme, and to whom is attributed a preeminent position among all the other religious entities. The existence of this belief was pointed out long ago by different observers, but it is Howitt who has contributed the most to establishing its relative generality. In fact, he has verified it over a very extended geographical area, embracing the state of Victoria and New South Wales, and even extending up to Queensland. In all this entire region, a considerable number of tribes believe in the existence of a veritable tribal divinity who has different names according to the district. The ones most frequently employed are Bunjil or Punjil, Daramulin, and Bayayome. But we also find Nurali or Nurel, Cohen, and Magan Nagua. The same conception is found again farther west, among the Naranyeri, where the great god is called Narunderi or Nagurundari. Among the Dieri, it is probable that there is one of the Muramura, or ordinary ancestors, who enjoys a sort of supremacy over the others. Finally, in opposition to the affirmations of Spencer and Gillen, who declare that they have observed no belief in a real divinity among the Arunta, Strelo assures us that this people, as well as the Loricha, recognize under the name Algira a veritable good god. The essential characteristics of this personage are the same everywhere. It is an immortal and even an eternal being, for it was not derived from any other. After having lived on earth for a certain length of time, he ascended to heaven, or else was taken up there, and continues to live there, surrounded by his family, for generally he is said to have one or several wives, children, and brothers, who sometimes assist him in his functions. Under the pretext of a visit he is said to have made to them, he and his family are frequently identified with certain stars. Moreover, they attribute to him a power over stars. It is he who regulates the journey of the sun and moon. He gives them orders. It is he who makes the lightning leap from the clouds and who throws the thunderbolts. Since he is the thunder, he is also connected with the rain. It is to him that men address themselves when there is a scarcity of water, or when too much falls. They speak of him as a sort of creator. He is called the father of men, and they say he made them. According to a legend current around Melbourne, Bunjil made the first man in the following manner. He made a little statue out of white clay. Then, after he had danced all around it several times and had breathed into its nostrils, the statue became animated and commenced to walk about. According to another myth, he lighted the sun. Thus the earth became heated, and men came out of it. At the same time that he made men, this divine personage made the animals and trees. It is to him that men owe all the arts of life, arms, language, and tribal rites. He is the benefactor of humanity. Even yet, he plays the role of a sort of providence for them. It is he who supplies his worshippers with all that is necessary for their existence. He is in communication with them, either directly or through intermediaries. But being at the same time guardian of the morals of the tribe, he treats them severely when these are violated. If we are to believe certain observers, he will even fulfill the office of judge after this life. He will separate the good from the bad, and will not reward the ones like the others. In any case, they are often represented as ruling the land of the dead, and as gathering the souls together when they arrive in the beyond. As the initiation is the principal form of the tribal cult, it is to the rites of initiation that he is attached especially. He is their center. He is very frequently represented by an image cut on a piece of bark or soaked into the ground. They dance around it, they sing in its honor, they even address real prayers to it. They explain to the young men who the personage is whom this image represents. They tell them his secret name, which the women and the uninitiated cannot know. They relate to them his history and the part attributed to him in the life of the tribe. At other times they raise their hands toward the heaven where he is thought to dwell, or else they point their arms or the ritual instruments they have in hand in this direction. This is a way of entering into communication with him. They feel his presence everywhere. He watches over the neophyte when he has withdrawn into the forest. He is attentive to the manner in which the ceremonies are celebrated. The initiation is his cult, so he gives special attention to seeing that these are carried out exactly. If there are any faults or negligences, he punishes them in a terrible manner. Moreover, the authority of each of these supreme gods is not limited to a single tribe. It is recognized equally by a number of neighboring tribes. JimScheel is adored in nearly all of Victoria, Byome in a considerable portion of New South Wales, and so forth. This is why there are so few gods for a relatively extended geographical area, so the cults of which they are the objects have an international character. It even happens sometimes that mythologies intermingle, combine, and make mutual borrowings. Thus, the majority of the tribes who believe in Byame also admit the existence of a Daramulin. However, they accord him a slighter dignity. They make him a son or brother of Byome, and subordinate to this latter. Thus the faith in Daramulin has spread in diverse forms to all of New South Wales. So it is far from true that religious internationalism is a peculiarity of the most recent and advanced religions. From the dawn of history, religious beliefs have manifested a tendency to overflow out of one strictly limited political society. It is as though they had a natural aptitude for crossing frontiers and for diffusing and internationalizing themselves. Of course, there have been peoples and times when this spontaneous aptitude has been held in check by opposed social necessities, but that does not keep it from being real and, as we see, very primitive. To Tyler, this conception has appeared to be part of so elevated a theology that he refuses to see in it anything but the product of a European importation. He would have it be a more or less denatured Christian idea. Andrew Lang, on the contrary, considers them autochthonous, but as he also admits that it is contrasted with all the other Australian beliefs and rests on completely different principles, he concludes that the religions of Australia are made up of two heterogeneous systems, superimposed one on the other, and consequently derived from a double origin. On the one hand, there were ideas relative to totems and spirits which had been suggested to the men by the sight of certain natural phenomena, but at the same time, by a sort of intuition as to the nature of which he refuses to make himself clear, the human intelligence succeeded at the first onset in conceiving a unique God, creator of the world and legislator of the moral order. Lang even estimates that this idea was purer of foreign elements at the beginning, and especially in Australia, than in the civilizations which immediately followed. With time, it was covered over and obscured, little by little, by the ever-growing mass of animistic and totemic superstitions. Thus, it underwent a sort of progressive degeneration up to the day when, as the effect of a privileged culture, it succeeded in coming into its own and restated itself again with more force and clarity than it had in the first place. But the facts allow neither the skeptical hypothesis of Tylor nor the theological interpretation of Lang. In the first place, it is certain today that the ideas relative to the great tribal god are of indigenous origin. They were observed before the influence of missionaries had as yet had time to make itself felt. But it does not follow that it is necessary to attribute them to a mysterious revelation. Far from being derived from a different source than the regular totemic beliefs, they are, on the contrary, only the logical working out of these beliefs in their highest form. We have already seen how the notion of mythical ancestors is implied in the very principles upon which totemism rests, for each of them is a totemic being. Now, though the great gods are certainly superior to these, still, there are only differences of degree between them. We pass from the first to the second with no break of continuity. In fact, a great god is himself an ancestor of a special importance. They frequently speak to us about him as though he were a man, endowed, to be sure, with more than human powers, but one who lived a human life upon the earth. He is pictured as a great hunter, a powerful magician, or the founder of the tribe. He was the first man. One legend even represents him in the form of a worn-out old man who could hardly move about. If a supreme god, named Muramura, has existed among the Dieri, the very word is significant, for it serves to designate the class of the ancestors. Likewise, Nurali, the name of a great god among the tribes of the Murray River, is sometimes used as a collective expression which is applied to the group of mythical beings whom tradition places at the origin of things. They are personages wholly comparable to those of the Alcharinga. In Queensland, we have already met with the god Angia, or Angier, who made men, but who seems, nevertheless, to be only the first man. A fact that has aided Australian thought to pass from the numerous ancestral geniuses to the idea of the tribal god is that between the two extremes a middle term has been inserted, which has served as a transition. These are the civilizing heroes. The fabulous beings whom we call by this name are really simple ancestors to whom mythology has attributed an eminent place in the history of the tribe, and whom it has, for this reason, set above the others. We have even seen that they ordinarily form a part of the totemic organization. Manjar Kunja belongs to the lizard totem, and Putia to the wildcat totem. But, on the other hand, the functions which they are believed to fulfill, or to have fulfilled, are closely similar to those incumbent upon a great god. He, too, is believed to have introduced the arts of civilization among men, to have been the founder of the principal social institutions, and the revealer of the great religious ceremonies which still remain under his control. If he is the father of men, it is because he manufactured them rather than begat them. But Manjar Kunja also made them. Before his time, there were no men, but only unformed masses of flesh, in which the different members, and even the different individuals, were not yet separated from one another. It was he who cut up this original matter and made real human beings out of it. Between this mode of fabrication and the one we have spoken of attributes to Bunjil, there are only shades of difference. Moreover, the bonds uniting these two sorts of figures to each other are well shown by the fact that a relationship of descent is sometimes established between them. Among the Kurnai, the hero of the bull roarer, Tandun, is the son of the great god Mangan Nagua. Likewise, among the Uali, Daramulin, the son or brother of Bayume, is identical with Gayandi, who is the equivalent of Tundan of the Kurnai. Of course, it is not necessary to conclude from these facts that the great god is nothing more than a civilizing hero. There are cases where these two personages are carefully differentiated, but if they are not confounded, they are at least relatives. So it sometimes happens that we find it hard to distinguish them. There are some who could be classified equally well in one category or the other. Thus, we have spoken of Atunatu as a civilizing hero, but he comes very near to being a great god. The notion of a supreme god even depends so closely upon the entire system of the totemic beliefs that it still bears their mark. Tandun is a divine hero, as we have just seen, who is very close to the tribal divinity. Now, among the Kurnai, the same word means totem. Similarly, among the Arunta, Altjira is the name of a great god. It is also the name of the maternal totem. But there is more to be said than this. Many great gods have an obviously totemic aspect. Daramulin is an eagle hawk, his mother an emu. It is also under the features of an emu that Byome is represented. The Altjira of the Arunta has the legs of an emu. Before being the name of a great god, Nirali designated, as we just saw, the ancestor founders of the tribe. Now, some of these were crows, the others hawks. According to Howitt, Bunjil is always represented in a human form. However, the same word serves to designate the totem of a Phratrae, the eagle hawk. At least one of his sons is among the totems included in the Phratrae, to which he has given, or from which he has taken, his name. His brother is Palyan, the bat. Now this latter serves as a sexual totem for the men in many tribes in Victoria. We can even go farther and state more definitely the connection which these great gods have with the totemic system. We have just seen that Bunjil is the totem of a Phratrae. Daramulin, like Bunjil, is an eagle hawk, and we know that this bird is the totem of Phratraes in a large number of southeastern tribes. We have already pointed out that Nirali seems to have originally been a collective term designated indistinctly either eagle hawks or crows. Now, in the tribes where this myth has been observed, the crow is the totem of one of the two Phratraes, the eagle hawk that of the other. Also, the legendary history of the great gods resembles that of the totems of the Phratraes very closely. The myths, and sometimes the rites, commemorate the struggles which each of these divinities fought against a carnivorous bird, over which it triumphed only with the greatest difficulty. Bunjil, the first man, after making the second man, Carween, entered into a conflict with him, and in the course of a sort of duel, he wounded him severely and changed him into a crow. The two species of the Nirtale are represented as two hostile groups which were originally in a constant state of war. Byame, on his side, had to fight against Mulian, the cannibal eaglehawk, who, by the way, is identical with Daramulin. Now, as we have seen, there is a sort of constitutional hostility between the totems of the Phratraes. This parallelism completes the proof that the mythology of the great gods and that of these totems are closely related. This relationship will appear still more evident if we notice that the rival of the god is regularly either a crow or an eaglehawk, and that these are quite generally the totems of the Phratraes. So Byome, Daramulin, Nirali, and Bunjil seem to be Phratrae totems who have been deified, and we may imagine that this apotheosis took place as follows. It is obviously in the assemblies which take place in regard to the initiation that the conception was elaborated. For the great gods do not play a role of any importance except in these rites, and are strangers to the other religious ceremonies. Moreover, as the initiation is the principal form of the tribal cult, it is only on this occasion that a tribal mythology could arise. We've already seen how the rituals of circumcision and subincision spontaneously tend to personify themselves under the form of civilizing heroes. However, these heroes exercised no supremacy. They were on the same footing as the other legendary benefactors of society. But wherever the tribe acquired a livelier sentiment of itself, This sentiment naturally incarnated itself in some personage, who became its symbol. In order to account for the bonds uniting them to one another, no matter what clan they belonged to, men imagined that they were all descended from the same stock, and that they were all descended from a single father, to whom they owe their existence, though he owed his to no one. The god of the initiation was predestined to this role, for, according to an expression frequently coming to the lips of the natives, the object of the initiation is to make or manufacture men. So they attributed a creative power to this god, and for all these reasons, he found himself invested with a prestige setting him well above the other heroes of the mythology. These others became his auxiliaries, subordinate to him. They were made his sons or younger brothers, as was the case with Tundun, Gayandi, Carween, Palyan, and so forth. But other sacred beings already existed, who occupied an equally eminent place in the religious system of the clan. These were the totems of the Phètres. Wherever these are maintained, they are believed to keep the totems of the clans dependent upon them. Thus they had all that was necessary for becoming tribal divinities themselves. So it was only natural that a partial confusion should arise between these two sorts of mythical beings. It is thus that one of the two fundamental totems of the tribe gave his traits to the great god. But as it was necessary to explain why only one of them was called to this dignity and the other excluded, they supposed that this latter, in the course of a fight against his rival, was vanquished, and that his exclusion was the consequence of his defeat. This theory was the more readily admitted because it was in accord with the rest of the mythology, where the totems of the Phètres are generally considered enemies of one another. A myth observed by Mrs. Parker among the Uale may serve to confirm this explanation, for it merely translates it into figurative language. It is related that in this tribe, the totems were only the names given to the different parts of Baiame's body at first. So the clans were, in a sense, the fragments of the divine body. Now, is this not just another way of saying that the great god is the synthesis of all the totems and consequently the personification of the tribal unity? But at the same time, it takes an international character. In fact, the members of the tribe to which the young initiates belong are not the only ones who assist at the ceremonies of initiation. Representatives from the neighboring tribes are specially summoned to these celebrations, which thus become sorts of international fairs, at once religious and laical. Beliefs elaborated in social environments thus constituted could not remain the exclusive patrimony of any special nationality. The stranger to whom they are revealed carries them back to his own tribe when he returns home, and as, sooner or later, he is forced to invite his former hosts, there is a continual exchange of ideas from tribe to tribe. It is thus that an international mythology was established, of which the great god was quite naturally the essential element, for it had its origin in the rites of initiation, which it is his function to personify. So his name passed from one language to another, along with the representations which were attached to it. The fact that the names of the Phètres are generally the same in very different tribes could not fail to facilitate this diffusion. The internationalism of the totems opened the way for that of the great god. End of section 53. Section 54 of The Elementary Forms of the Religious Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Elementary Forms of the Religious Life by Émile Durkheim. Translated by Joseph Ward Swain. Book 2, Chapter 9, Section 5. We thus reach the highest conception to which totemism has arrived. This is the point where it touches and prepares the religions which are to follow, and aids us in understanding them. But at the same time, we are able to see that this culminating idea is united without any interruption to the crudest beliefs which we analyzed to start with. In fact, the great tribal god is only an ancestral spirit who finally won a preeminent place. The ancestral spirits are only entities forged in the image of the individual souls whose origin they are destined to explain. The souls, in their turn, are only the form taken by the impersonal forces which we found at the basis of totemism, as they individualize themselves in the human body. The unity of the system is as great as its complexity. In this work of elaboration, the idea of the soul has undoubtedly played an important part. It is through it that the idea of personality has been introduced into the domain of religion. But it is not true that, as the theorists of animism maintain, it contains the germ of the whole religion. First of all, it presupposes the notion of mana, or the totemic principle, of which it is only a special form. Then, if the spirits and gods could not be conceived before the soul, they are, nevertheless, more than mere human souls, liberated by death. Else whence would come their supernatural power? The idea of the soul has merely served to direct the mythological imagination in a new way and to suggest to it constructions of a new sort. But the matter for these conceptions has been taken not from the representations of the soul, but from this reservoir of the anonymous and diffused forces which constitute the original foundation of religions. The creation of mythical personalities has only been another way of thinking of these essential forces. As for the notion of the great God, it is due entirely to the sentiment whose action we have already observed in the genesis of the most specifically totemic beliefs. This is the tribal sentiment. In fact, we have seen that totemism was not the work of isolated clans, but that it was always elaborated in the body of a tribe which was, to some degree, conscious of its unity. It is for this reason that the different cults peculiar to each clan mutually touch and complete each other in such a way as to form a unified whole. Now, it is this same sentiment of a tribal unity which is expressed in the conception of a supreme God, common to the tribe as a whole. So they are quite the same causes which are active at the bottom and at the top of this religious system. However, up to the present, we have considered the religious representations as if they were self-sufficient and could be explained by themselves. But in reality, they are inseparable from the rites, not only because they manifest themselves there, but also because they, in their turn, feel the influence of these. Of course, the cult depends upon the beliefs, but it also reacts upon them. So, in order to understand them better, it is important to understand it better. The moment has come for undertaking its study. End of section 54.
Section 55 of the Elementary Forms of the Religious Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Elementary Forms of the Religious Life by Émile Durkheim, translated by Joseph Ward Swain. Book 3, Chapter 1, Section 1, The Negative Cult and Its Functions, the Ascetic Rites. We do not have the intention of attempting a complete description of the primitive cult in what is to follow. Being preoccupied especially with reaching that which is most elementary and most fundamental in the religious life, we shall not attempt to reconstruct in detail the frequently confused multiplicity of all the ritual forms. But out of the midst of this extreme diversity of practices, we should like to touch upon the most characteristic attitudes which the primitive observes in the celebration of his cult, to classify the most general forms of his rites, and to determine their origins and significance, in order that we may control, and, if there is occasion, make more definite the results to which the analysis of the beliefs has led us. Every cult presents a double aspect, one negative, the other positive. In reality, of course, the two sorts of rites which we denominate thus are closely associated. We shall see that they suppose one another. But still, they are different, and, if it is only to understand their connection, it is necessary to distinguish them. By definition, sacred beings are separated beings. That which characterizes them is that there is a break of continuity between them and the profane beings. Normally, the first are outside the others. A whole group of rites has the object of realizing this state of separation, which is essential. Since their function is to prevent undue mixings and to keep one of these two domains from encroaching upon the other, they are only able to impose abstentions or negative acts. Therefore, we propose to give the name negative cult to the system formed by these special rites. They do not prescribe certain acts to the faithful, but confine themselves to forbidding certain ways of acting, so they all take the form of interdictions, or as is commonly said by ethnographers, of taboos. This latter word is the one used in the Polynesian languages to designate the institution in virtue of which certain things are withdrawn from common use. It is also an adjective expressing the distinctive characteristic of these kinds of things. We have already had occasion to show how hard it is to translate a strictly local and dialectical expression like this into a generic term. There is no religion where there are no interdictions and where they do not play a considerable part, so it is regrettable that the consecrated terminology should seem to make so universal an institution into a peculiarity of Polynesia. The expression interdicts or interdictions seems to us to be much more preferable. However, the word taboo, like the word totem, is so customary that it would show an excess of purism to prohibit it systematically. Also, the inconveniences it may have are attenuated when its real meaning and importance have once been definitely stated. But there are interdictions of different sorts which it is important to distinguish, for we shall not have to treat all kinds of interdictions in this chapter. First of all, besides those coming from religion, there are others which are due to magic. The two have this in common, that they declare certain things incompatible and prescribe the separation of the things whose incompatibility is thus proclaimed. But there are also very grave differences between them. In the first place, the sanctions are not the same in the two cases. Of course, the violation of the religious interdicts is frequently believed, as we shall presently see, to bring about material disorders mechanically, from which the guilty man will suffer, and which are regarded as a judgment on his act. But even if these really come about, this spontaneous and automatic judgment is not the only one. It is always completed by another one, supposing human intervention. A real punishment is added to this if it does not anticipate it, and this one is deliberately inflicted by men, or at least there is a blame and public reprobation. Even when the sacrilege has been punished, as it were, by the sickness or natural death of its author, it is also defamed. It offends opinion which reacts against it. It puts the man who did it in fault. On the contrary, the magic interdiction is judged only by the material consequences which the forbidden act is believed to produce, with a sort of physical necessity. In disobeying, a man runs risks similar to those to which an invalid exposes himself in not following the advice of his physician. But in this case, disobedience is not a fault. It creates no indignation. There is no sin in magic. Moreover, this difference in sanction is due to a profound difference in the nature of the interdictions. The religious interdiction necessarily implies the notion of sacredness. It comes from the respect inspired by the sacred object, and its purpose is to keep this respect from failing. On the other hand, the interdictions of magic suppose only a wholly lay notion of property. The things which the magician recommends to be kept separate are those which, by reason of their characteristic properties, cannot be brought together and confused without danger. Even if he happens to ask his clients to keep at a distance from certain sacred things, it is not through respect for them and fear that they may be profaned, for, as we know, magic lives on profanations. It is merely for reasons of temporal utility. In a word, religious interdictions are categorical imperatives. Others are useful maxims, the first form of hygienic and medical interdictions. We cannot study two orders of facts as different as these simultaneously, or even under the same name, without confusion. We are only concerned with the religious interdictions here. But a new distinction is necessary between these latter. There are religious interdictions whose object is to separate two sacred things of different species from each other. For example, it will be remembered that among the Wakelbura, the scaffold upon which the corpse is exposed must be made exclusively of materials belonging to the phratry of the dead man. This is as much as to say that all contact between the corpse, which is sacred, and the things of the other phratry, which are also sacred but differently, is forbidden. Elsewhere, the arms which one uses to hunt an animal with cannot be made out of a kind of wood that is classed in the same social group as the animal itself. But the most important of these interdictions are the ones which we shall study in the next chapter. They are intended to prevent all communication between the purely sacred and the impurely sacred, between the sacredly auspicious and the sacredly inauspicious. All these interdictions have one common characteristic. They come, not from the fact that some things are sacred while others are not, but from the fact that there are inequalities and incompatibilities between sacred things. So they do not touch what is essential in the idea of sacredness. The observance of these prohibitions can give place only to isolated rites, which are particular and almost exceptional, but it could not make a real cult, for before all, a cult is made by regular relations between the profane and the sacred as such. But there is another system of religious interdictions which is much more extended and important. This is the one which separates not different species of sacred things, but all that is sacred from all that is profane. So it is derived immediately from the notion of sacredness itself, and it limits itself to expressing and realizing this. Thus it furnishes the material for a veritable cult, and even of a cult which is at the basis of all the others. For the attitude which it prescribes is one from which the worshipper must never depart in all his relations with the sacred. It is what we call the negative cult. We may say that its interdicts are the religious interdicts par excellence. It is only these that we shall discuss in the following pages. But they take multiple forms. Here are the principal ones which we observe in Australia. Before all are the interdictions of contact. These are the original taboos, of which the others are scarcely more than particular varieties. They rest upon the principle that the profane should never touch the sacred. We have seen already that the uninitiated may not touch the churinga or the bull roarers under any circumstances. If adults are allowed the free use of them, it is because initiation has conferred a sacred character upon them. Blood, and especially that which flows during the initiation, has a religious virtue. It is under the same interdict. It is the same with the hair. A dead man is sacred because the soul which animated the body stays with the corpse. For this reason, it is sometimes forbidden to carry the bones of a dead man about unless they are wrapped up in a piece of bark. Even the place where the death took place should be avoided, for they believe that the soul of the dead man continues to haunt the spot. That is why they break camp and move some distance away. In certain cases, they destroy it along with everything it contains, and a certain time must elapse before they can come back to the same place. Thus it comes about that a dying man creates an empty space about him. They abandon him after they have installed him as comfortably as possible. An exceptionally intimate contact is the one resulting from the absorption of food. Hence comes the interdiction against eating the sacred animals or vegetables, and especially those serving as totems. Such an act appears so very sacrilegious that the prohibition covers even adults, or at least the majority of them. Only the old men attain a sufficient religious dignity to escape this interdict, sometimes. This prohibition has sometimes been explained by the mythical kinship uniting the man to the animals whose name he bears. They are protected by the sentiment of sympathy which they inspire by their position as kin. But the fact that the consumption of the forbidden flesh is believed to cause sickness or death automatically shows that this interdiction does not have its origin in the simple revolt of the feeling of domestic relationship. Focuses of another sort are in action which are analogous to those in all religions, and which are believed to react against sacrileges. Moreover, if certain foods are forbidden to the profane because they are sacred, certain others, on the contrary, are forbidden to persons of a sacred character because they are profane. Thus it frequently happens that certain animals are specially designated as the food of women. For this reason, they believe that they partake of a feminine nature, and that they are consequently profane. On the other hand, the young initiate is submitted to a series of rites of particular severity, to give him the virtues which will enable him to enter into the world of sacred things, from which he had up until then been excluded. They center an exceptionally powerful group of religious forces upon him. Thus he enters into a state of sanctity which keeps all that is profane at a distance. Then he is not allowed to eat the game which is regarded as the special food of women. But contact may be established by other means than the touch. One comes into relations with a thing by merely regarding it. A look is a means of contact. This is why the sight of sacred things is forbidden to the profane in certain cases. A woman should never see the instruments of the cult. The most that is permitted her is to catch a glimpse of them from afar. It is the same with the totemic paintings executed on the bodies of the officiants in the exceptionally important ceremonies. The exceptional solemnity of the rites of initiation prevents the women in certain tribes from seeing the place where they were celebrated, or even the neophyte himself. The sacred character which is immanent in the ceremony as a whole is naturally found in the persons of those who directed it or took some part in it. The result of this is that the novice may not raise his eyes to them, and this interdiction continues even after the rite is accomplished. A dead man is also removed from view sometimes. His face is covered over in such a way that it cannot be seen. The word is another way of entering into relations with persons or things. The breath expired establishes a communication. This is a part of us which spreads outwards. Thus, it is forbidden to the profane to address the sacred beings or simply to speak in their presence. Just as the neophyte must not regard either the operators or the assistants, so it is forbidden to him to converse with them except by signs, and this interdiction keeps the place to which it has been raised by means of a special rite. In a general way, there are, among the Arunta, moments in the course of the great ceremonies when silence is obligatory. As soon as the Churinga are exposed, everyone keeps still, or if someone talks, he does so in a low voice or with his lips only. Besides the sacred things, there are words and sounds which have the same character. They should not pass the lips of the profane or enter their ears. There are ritual songs which women must not hear under pain of death. They may hear the noise of the bull roarers, but only from a distance. Every proper name is considered an essential element of the person who bears it. Being closely associated in the mind to the idea of this person, it participates in the sentiments which this latter inspires. So, if the one is sacred, the other is. Therefore, it may not be pronounced in the course of the profane life. Among the Warramunga, there is one totem which is particularly venerated. This is the snake called Walunqa. Its name is taboo. It is the same with Bayame, Daramulun, and Bunjil. The esoteric form of their name must not be revealed to the uninitiate. During mourning, the name of the dead man must not be mentioned, at least by his parents, except when there is an absolute necessity, and even in this case it must be whispered. This interdiction is frequently perpetual for the widow and certain relatives. Among certain peoples, this even extends beyond the family. All the individuals whose name is the same as that of the dead man must change theirs temporarily. But there is more than this. The relatives and intimate friends sometimes abstain from certain words in the usual language, undoubtedly because they were employed by the dead man. These gaps are filled in by means of paraphrases or words taken from some foreign dialects. In addition to their public and everyday names, all men have another which is kept a secret. The women and children do not know it. It is never used in the ordinary life. This is because it has a religious character. There are even ceremonies during which it is necessary to speak a special language which must not be used for profane purposes. It is the beginning of a sacred language. Not only are the sacred beings separated from the profane, but also nothing which either directly or indirectly concerns the profane life should be confused with the religious life. Complete nudity is frequently demanded of the native as a prerequisite to being admitted to participation in the rites. He is required to strip himself of all his habitual ornaments, even those to which he is the most attached, and from which he separates himself the least, willingly, because of the protecting virtues he attributes to them. If he is obliged to decorate himself to play his part in the ritual, this decoration has to be made specially for the occasion. It is a ceremonial costume, a gala dress. As these ornaments are sacred, owing to the use made of them, he is forbidden to use them in profane affairs. When the ceremony is finished, they are buried or burnt. The men must even wash themselves in such a way as to carry away with them no trace of the decorations with which they were adorned. In general, all acts characteristic of the ordinary life are forbidden while those of the religious life are taking place. The act of eating is, of itself, profane, for it takes place every day, it satisfies essentially utilitarian and material needs, and it is a part of our ordinary existence. This is why it is prohibited in religious times. When one totemic group has loaned its churinga to a foreign clan, it is an exceptionally solemn moment when they are brought back and put into the Ertnatulunga. All those who take part in the ceremony must fast as long as it lasts, and it lasts a long time. The same rule is observed during the rites, of which we shall speak in the next chapter, as well as at certain moments of the initiation. For the same reason, all temporal occupations are suspended while the great religious solemnities are taking place. According to a remark of Spencer and Gillen, which we have already had occasion to cite, the life of the Australian is divided into two very distinct parts. The one is devoted to hunting, fishing, and warfare, the other is consecrated to the cult, and these two forms of activity mutually exclude and repel one another. It is on this principle that the universal institution of religious days of rests reposes. The distinctive character of the feast days in all known religions is the cessation of work and the suspension of public and private life, insofar as it does not have a religious objective. This repose is not merely a sort of temporary relaxation which men have given themselves in order to give themselves up more freely to the sentiments of joy ordinarily awakened by the feast days, for they are sad feasts, consecrated to mourning and repentance, and during which this cessation is no less obligatory. This is because work is an eminent form of profane activity. It has no other apparent end than to provide for the temporal necessities of life. It puts us in relations with ordinary things only. On feast days, on the contrary, the religious life attains an exceptional degree of intensity. So the contrast between the two forms of existence is especially marked at this moment. Consequently, they cannot remain near to each other. A man cannot approach his God intimately while he still bears on him marks of his profane life. Inversely, he cannot return to his usual occupations when a rite has just sanctified him. So the ritual day of rest is only one particular case of the general incompatibility separating the sacred from the profane. It is the result of an interdiction. It would be impossible to enumerate here all the different interdictions which have been observed, even in the Australian religions alone. Like the notion of sacredness upon which it rests, the system of interdicts extends into the most diverse relations. It is even used deliberately for utilitarian ends. But howsoever complex it may be, it finally rests upon two fundamental interdictions which summarize it and dominate it. In the first place, the religious life and the profane life cannot coexist in the same place. If the former is to develop, a special spot must be placed at its disposition, from which the second is excluded. Hence comes the founding of temples and sanctuaries. These are the spots awarded to sacred beings and things, and serve them as residences, for they cannot establish themselves in any place except on the condition of entirely appropriating to themselves all within a certain distance. Such arrangements are so indispensable to all religious life that even the most inferior religions cannot do without them. The Ertnatulunga, the spot where the churinga are deposited, is a veritable sanctuary. So the uninitiated are not allowed to approach it. It is even forbidden to carry on any profane occupation whatsoever there. As we shall presently see, there are other holy places where important ceremonies are celebrated. Likewise, the religious life and the profane life cannot coexist in the same unit of time. It is necessary to assign determined days or periods to the first, from which all profane occupations are excluded. Thus feast days are born. There is no religion, and consequently no society, which has not known and practiced this division of time into two distinct parts, alternating with one another according to a law varying with the peoples and the civilizations. As we have already pointed out, it was probably the necessity of this alternation which led men to introduce into the continuity and homogeneity of duration certain distinctions and differentiations which it does not naturally have. Of course, it is almost impossible that the religious life should ever succeed in concentrating itself hermetically in the places and times which are thus attributed to it. It is inevitable that a little of it should filter out. There are always some sacred things outside the sanctuaries. There are some rites that can be celebrated on workdays, but these are sacred things of the second rank and rites of a lesser importance. Concentration remains the dominating characteristic of this organization. Generally, this concentration is complete for all that concerns the public cult, which cannot be celebrated except in common. The individual, private cult is the only one which comes very near to the temporal life. Thus, the contrast between these two successive phases of human life achieves its maximum of intensity in the inferior societies, for it is there that the individual cult is the most rudimentary. End of section 55. Section 56 of the Elementary Forms of the Religious Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Elementary Forms of the Religious Life by Émile Durkheim, translated by Joseph Ward Swain. Book 3, Chapter 1, Section 2. Up to the present, the negative cult has been presented to us only as a system of abstentions, so it seems to serve only to inhibit activity and not to stimulate it or to modify it. And yet, as an unexpected reaction to this inhibitive effect, it is found to exercise a positive action of the highest importance over the religious and moral nature of the individual. In fact, owing to the barrier which separates the sacred from the profane, a man cannot enter into intimate relations with sacred things except after ridding himself of all that is profane in him. He cannot lead a religious life of even a slight intensity unless he commences by withdrawing more or less completely from the temporal life. So the negative cult is in one sense a means in view of an end. It is a condition of access to the positive cult. It does not confine itself to protecting sacred beings from vulgar contact. It acts upon the worshipper himself and modifies his condition positively. The man who has submitted himself to its prescribed interdictions is not the same afterwards as he was before. Before, he was an ordinary being who, for this reason, had to keep at a distance from the religious forces. Afterwards, he is on a more equal footing with them. He has approached the sacred by the very act of leaving the profane. He has purified and sanctified himself by the very act of detaching himself from the base and trivial matters that debased his nature. So, the negative rites confer efficient powers just as well as the positive ones. The first, like the second, can serve to elevate the religious tone of the individual. According to a very true remark which has been made, no one can engage in a religious ceremony of any importance without first submitting himself to a sort of preliminary initiation, which introduces him progressively into the sacred world. Unctions, lustrations, benedictions, or any essentially positive operation may be used for this purpose, but the same result may be attained by means of fasts and vigils, or retreat and silence, that is to say, by ritual abstinences, which are nothing more than certain interdictions put into practice. When there are only particular and isolated negative rites, their positive action is generally too slight to be easily perceptible. But there are circumstances when a whole system of interdictions is concentrated on one man. In these cases, their effects accumulate and thus become more manifest. This takes place in Australia at the time of the initiation. The neophyte is submitted to a great variety of negative rites. He must withdraw from the society in which his existence has been passed up until then, and from almost all human society. Not only is it forbidden for him to see women and uninitiated persons, but he also goes to live in the brush, far from his fellows, under the direction of some old men who serve him as godfathers. So very true is it that the forest is considered his natural environment, that in a certain number of tribes, the word with which the initiation is designated signifies that which is from the forest. For this same reason, he is frequently decorated with leaves during the ceremonies at which he assists. In this way he passes long months, interspersed from time to time with rites in which he must take a part. This time is a period of all sorts of abstinences for him. A multitude of foods are forbidden him. He is allowed only that quantity of food which is absolutely indispensable for the maintenance of life. He is even sometimes bound to a rigorous fast, or must eat impure foods. When he eats, he must not touch the food with his hands. His godfathers put it into his mouth for him. In some cases, he must go to beg his food. Likewise, he sleeps only as much as is indispensable. He must abstain from talking to the extent of not uttering a word. It is by signs that he makes known his needs. He must not wash, sometimes he must not move. He remains stretched out upon the earth, immobile, and without clothing of any sort. Now the result of the numerous interdictions is to bring about a radical change of condition in the initiate. Before the initiation he lived with the women, he was excluded from the cult. After it, he is admitted to the society of men, he takes part in the rites, and has acquired a sacred character. The metamorphosis is so complete that it is sometimes represented as a second birth. They imagine that the profane person, who was the young man up till then, has died, that he has been killed and carried away by the god of the initiation, Bunjil, Bayame, or Daramulun, and that quite another individual has taken the place of the one that no longer is. So here we find the very heart of the positive effects of which negative rites are capable. Of course, we do not mean to say that these latter produced this great transformation all by themselves, but they certainly contributed to it, and largely. In the light of these facts, we are able to understand what asceticism is, what place it occupies in the religious life, and whence come the virtues which have generally been attributed to it. In fact, there is no interdict, the observance of which does not have an ascetic character to a certain degree. Abstaining from something which may be useful, or from a form of activity which, since it is usual, should answer to some human need, is of necessity imposing constraints and renunciations. So in order to have real asceticism, it is sufficient for these practices to develop in such a way as to become the basis of a veritable scheme of life. Normally, the negative cult serves only as an introduction and preparation for the positive cult. But it sometimes happens that it frees itself from this subordination and passes to the first place, and that the system of interdicts swells and exaggerates itself to the point of usurping the entire existence. Thus, a systematic asceticism is born, which is consequently nothing more than a hypertrophy of the negative cult. The special virtues which it is believed to confer are only an amplified form of those conferred, to a lesser degree, by the practice of any interdiction. They have the same origin, for they both rest on the principle that a man sanctifies himself only by efforts made to separate himself from the profane. The pure ascetic is a man who raises himself above men, and acquires a special sanctity by fasts and vigils, by retreat and silence, or, in a word, by privations, rather than by acts of positive piety, offerings, sacrifices, prayers, etc. History shows to what a high religious prestige one may attain by this method. The Buddhist saint is essentially an ascetic, and he is equal or superior to the gods. It follows that asceticism is not a rare, exceptional, and nearly abnormal fruit of the religious life, as some have supposed it to be. On the contrary, it is one of its essential elements. Every religion contains it, at least in germ, for there are none in which a system of interdicts is not found. Their only difference in this regard, which there may be between cults, is that this germ is more or less developed in different ones. It should also be added that there probably is not a single one in which this development does not take, at least temporarily, the characteristic traits of real asceticism. This is what generally takes place at certain critical periods when, for a relatively short time, it is necessary to bring about a grave change of condition in a subject. Then, in order to introduce him more rapidly into the circle of sacred things with which he must be put in contact, he is separated violently from the profane world. But this does not come without many abstinences and an exceptional recrudescence of the system of interdicts. Now this is just what happens in Australia at the moment of initiation. In order to transform youths into men, it is necessary to make them live the life of a veritable ascetic. Mrs. Parker very justly calls them the monks of Bayame. But abstinences and privations do not come without suffering. We hold to the profane world by all the fibers of our flesh, our senses attach us to it, our life depends upon it. It is not merely the natural theater of our activity, it penetrates us from every side, it is a part of ourselves. So we cannot detach ourselves from it without doing violence to our nature, and without painfully wounding our instincts. In other words, the negative cult cannot develop without causing suffering. Pain is one of its necessary conditions. Some have been led to think of it as constituting a sort of right in itself. They have seen in it a state of grace which is to be sought and aroused, even artificially, because of the powers and privileges which it confers in the same way as these systems of interdicts, of which it is the natural accompaniment. So far as we know, Proust is the first who has realized the religious role which is attributed to suffering in the inferior societies. He cites the case of the Arapas, who inflict veritable torments upon themselves in order to become immune from the dangers of battle, of the Big Belly Indians who submit to actual tortures on the eve of military expeditions, of the Hupa, who swim in icy rivers and then remain stretched out on the bank as long as possible in order to assure themselves of success in their enterprises, of the Karya, who from time to time draw blood from their arms and legs by means of scratches made out of the teeth of fish in order to strengthen their muscles, of the men of Dalmanhafen, Emperor William's land in New Guinea, who combat the sterility of their women by making bloody incisions in the upper part of their thighs. But similar facts may be found without leaving Australia, especially in the course of the initiation ceremonies. Many of the rites practiced on this occasion consist in systematically inflicting certain pains on the neophyte, in order to modify his condition and to make him acquire the qualities characteristic of a man. Thus, among the Larakia, while the young men are in retreat in the forest, their godfathers and guardians give them violent blows at any instant, without warning and without cause. Among the Urabunna, at a certain time, the novice is stretched out on the ground, his face against the earth. All the men present beat him rudely, then they make 4 or 8 gashes on his back, arranged on each side of the dorsal spine, and one on the meridial line of the nape of his neck. Among the Arunta, the first rite of the initiation consists in tossing the subject in a blanket. The men throw him into the air and catch him when he comes down, to throw him up again. In the same tribe, at the close of this long series of ceremonies, the young man lies down on a bed of leaves under which they have placed live coals. He remains there, immobile in the midst of the heat and suffocating smoke. A similar rite is observed among the Urabunna, but in addition, while the patient is in this painful situation, they beat him on the back. In a general way, all the exercises to which he is submitted have this same character to such an extent that when he is allowed to re-enter the ordinary life, he has a pitiful aspect and appears half stupefied. It is true that all these practices are frequently represented as ordeals, destined to prove the value of the neophyte, and to show whether he is worthy of being admitted into the religious society or not. But in reality, the probational function of the rite is only another aspect of its efficacy, for the fact that it has been undergone is proved by its producing its effect, that is to say, by its conferring the qualities which are the original reason for its existence. In other cases, these ritual cruelties are executed not on the organism as a whole, but on a particular organ or tissue whose vitality it is their job to stimulate. Thus, among the Arunta, the Warramunga, and many other tribes, at a certain moment in the initiation, certain persons are charged with biting the novice severely in the scalp. This operation is so painful that the patient can hardly support it without uttering cries. Its object is to make the hair grow. The same treatment is applied to make the beard grow. The rite of pulling out hairs, which Howitt mentions in other tribes, seems to have the same reason for existence. According to Aylman, the men and women of the Arunta and the Kaitish make small wounds on their arms with sticks red with fire, in order to become skillful in making fire, or to acquire the strength necessary for carrying heavy loads of wood. According to this same observer, the Warramunga girls amputate the second and third joints of the index finger on one hand, thinking that the finger thus becomes better fitted for finding yams. It is not impossible that the extraction of teeth was sometimes destined to produce effects of this sort. In any case, it is certain that the cruel rites of circumcision and subincision have the object of conferring particular powers on the genital organs. In fact, the young man is not allowed to marry until after he has undergone them, so he owes them special virtues. What makes this initiation sui generis indispensable is that in all inferior societies, the union of the sexes is marked with their religious character. It is believed to put redoubtable forces into play which a man cannot approach without danger until after he has acquired the necessary immunity by ritual processes. For this, a whole series of positive and negative practices is used, of which circumcision and subincision are the forerunners. By painfully mutilating an organ, a sacred character is given to it, since by that act it is put into shape for resisting the equally sacred forces which it could not meet otherwise. At the beginning of this work, we said that all the essential elements of religious thought and life ought to be found, at least in germ, in the most primitive religions. The preceding facts confirm this assertion. If there is any one belief which is believed to be peculiar to the most recent and idealistic religions, it is the one attributing a sanctifying power to sorrow. Now, this same belief is at the basis of the rites which have just been observed. Of course, it is understood differently at the different moments of history when it is studied. For the Christian, it acts especially upon the soul. It purges it, ennobles it, spiritualizes it. For the Australian, it is the body over which it is efficient. It increases its vital energies, it makes its beard and hair grow, it toughens its members. But in both cases, the principle is the same. In both, it is admitted that suffering creates exceptional strength. And this belief is not without foundation. In fact, it is by the way in which he braves suffering that the greatness of a man is best manifested. He never rises above himself with more brilliancy than when he subdues his own nature to the point of making it follow a way contrary to the one it would spontaneously take. By this, he distinguishes himself from all the other creatures who follow blindly whatever pleasure calls them. By this, he makes a place apart for himself in the world. Suffering is a sign that certain of the bonds attaching him to his profane environment are broken, so it testifies that he is partially freed from this environment and, consequently, it is justly considered the instrument of deliverance. So he who is thus delivered is not the victim of a pure illusion when he believes himself invested with a sort of mastery over things. He really has raised himself above them by the very act of renouncing them. He is stronger than nature because he makes it subside. Moreover, it is by no means true that this virtue has only an aesthetic value. The whole religious life supposes it. Sacrifices and privations do not come without privations which cost the worshipper dear. Even if the rites do not demand material gifts from him, they require his time and his strength. In order to serve his gods, he must forget himself. To make for them a fitting place in his own life, he must sacrifice his profane interests. The positive cult is possible only when a man is trained to renouncement, to abnegation, to detachment from self, and consequently to suffering. It is necessary that he have no dread of them. He cannot even fulfill his duties joyfully unless he loves them to some extent. But for that, it is necessary that he train himself, and it is to this that the ascetic practices tend. So the suffering which they impose is not arbitrary and sterile cruelty. It is a necessary school where men form and temper themselves, and acquire the qualities of disinterestedness and endurance, without which there would be no religion. If this result is to be obtained, it is even a good thing that the ascetic ideal be incarnated eminently in certain persons, whose specialty, so to speak, is to represent almost with excess this aspect of the ritual life. For they are like so many living models, inciting to effort. Such is the historic role of the great ascetics. When their deeds and acts are analyzed in detail, one asks himself what useful end they can have. He is struck by the fact that there is something excessive in the disdain they profess for all that ordinarily impassions men, but these exaggerations are necessary to sustain among the believers a sufficient disgust for an easy life and common pleasures. It is necessary that an elite put the end too high if the crowd is not to put it too low. It is necessary that some exaggerate if the average is to remain at a fitting level. But asceticism does not serve religious ends only. Here, as elsewhere, religious interests are only the symbolic form of social and moral interests. The ideal beings to whom the cults are addressed are not the only ones who demand of their followers a certain disdain for suffering. Society itself is possible only at this price. Though exalting the strength of man, it is frequently rude to individuals. It necessarily demands perpetual sacrifices from them. It is constantly doing violence to our natural appetites, just because it raises us above ourselves. If we are going to fulfill our duties towards it, then we must be prepared to do violence to our instincts sometimes, and to ascend the decline of nature when it is necessary. So there is an asceticism which, being inherent in all social life, is destined to survive all the mythologies and all the dogmas. It is an integral part of all human culture. At bottom, this is the asceticism which is the reason for the existence of, and the justification of, that which has been taught by the religions of all times. End of section 56. Section 57 of the Elementary Forms of the Religious Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Elementary Forms of the Religious Life by Émile Durkheim, translated by Joseph Ward Swain, Book 3, Chapter 1, Section 3. Having determined what the system of interdicts consists in, and what its positive and negative functions are, we must now seek the causes which have given it birth. In one sense, it is logically implied in the very notion of sacredness. All that is sacred is the object of respect, and every sentiment of respect is translated, in him who feels it, by movements of inhibition. In fact, a respected being is always expressed in the consciousness by representation which, owing to the emotion it inspires, is charged with a high mental energy. Consequently, it is armed in such a way as to reject to a distance every other representation which denies it in whole or in part. Now, the sacred world and the profane world are antagonistic to each other. They correspond to two forms of life which mutually exclude one another, or which at least cannot be lived at the same time with the same intensity. We cannot give ourselves up entirely to the ideal beings to whom the cult is addressed, and also to ourselves and our own interests at the same time. We cannot devote ourselves entirely to the group and entirely to our own egoism at once. Here there are two systems of conscious states which are directed and which direct our conduct towards opposite poles. So the one having the greater power of action should tend to exclude the other from the consciousness. When we think of holy things, the idea of a profane object cannot enter the mind without encountering grave resistance. Something within us opposes itself to its installation. This is because the representation of a sacred thing does not tolerate neighbors. But this psychic antagonism and this mutual exclusion of ideas should naturally result in the exclusion of the corresponding things. If the ideas are not to coexist, the things must not touch each other or have any sort of relations. This is the very principle of the interdict. Moreover, the world of sacred things is by definition a world apart. Since it is opposed to the profane world by all the characteristics we have mentioned, it must be treated in its own peculiar way. It would be a misunderstanding of its nature and a confusion of it with something that it is not, to make use of the gestures, language, and attitudes which we employ in our relations with ordinary things, when we have to do with the things that compose it. We may handle the former freely. We speak freely to vulgar beings, so we do not touch the sacred beings, or we touch them only with reserve. We do not speak in their presence, or we do not speak the common language there. All that is used in our commerce with the one must be excluded from our commerce with the other. But if this explanation is not inexact, it is, nevertheless, insufficient. In fact, there are many beings which are the objects of respect without being protected by systems of rigorous interdictions such as those we have just described. Of course, there is a general tendency of the mind to localize different things in different places, especially when they are incompatible with each other. But the profane environment and the sacred one are not merely distinct, but they are also closed to one another. Between them there is an abyss. So there ought to be some particular reason in the nature of sacred things which causes this exceptional isolation and mutual exclusion. And, in fact, by a sort of contradiction, the sacred world is inclined, as it were, to spread itself into this same profane world which it excludes elsewhere. At the same time that it repels it, it tends to flow into it as soon as it approaches. This is why it is necessary to keep them at a distance from one another, and to create a sort of vacuum between them. What makes these precautions necessary is the extraordinary contagiousness of a sacred character. Far from being attached to the things which are marked with it, it is endowed with a sort of elusiveness. Even the most superficial or roundabout contact is sufficient to enable it to spread from one object to another. Religious forces are represented in the mind in such a way that they always seem ready to escape from the points where they reside and to enter everything passing within their range. The nanja tree where the spirit of an ancestor lives is sacred for the individual who considers himself the reincarnation of this ancestor. But every bird which alights upon this tree participates in this same nature. It is also forbidden to touch it. We have already had occasion to show how simple contact with the Churinga is enough to sanctify men and things. It is also upon this principle of the contagiousness of sacredness that all the rites of consecration repose. The sanctity of the Churinga is so great that its action is even felt at a distance. It will be remembered how this extends not only to the cave where they are kept, but also to the whole surrounding district, to the animals who take refuge there, whom it is forbidden to kill, and to the plants which grow there, which must not be touched. A snake totem has its center at a place where there is a waterhole. The sacred character of the totem is communicated to this place, to the waterhole, and even to the water itself, which is forbidden to all members of the totemic group. The initiate lives in an atmosphere charged with religiousness, and it is as though he were impregnated with it himself. Consequently, all that he possesses and all that he touches is forbidden to the women, and withdrawn from their contact. Even down to the bird he has struck with his stick, the kangaroo he has pierced with his lance, or the fish which has bit on his hook. But, on the other hand, the rites to which he is submitted, and the things which have a part in them, have a sanctity superior to his own. This sanctity is contagiously transmitted to everything which evokes the idea of one or the other. The tooth which has been knocked out of him is considered very holy. For this reason, he may not eat animals with prominent teeth, because they make him think of his own lost tooth. The ceremonies of the Kuringal terminate with the ritual washing. Aquatic birds are forbidden to the neophyte because they make him think of this rite. Animals that climb to the tops of trees are equally sacred for him, because they are too near to Daramulun, the god of the initiation, who lives in heaven. The soul of a dead man is a sacred thing. We have already seen how this same property passes to the corpse in which the soul resided, to the spot where this is buried, to the camp in which he lived when alive, and which is either destroyed or quitted, to the name he bore, to his wife, and to his relations. They too are invested, as it were, with a sacred character. Consequently, men keep at a distance from them. They do not treat them as mere profane beings. In the societies observed by Dawson, their names, like that of the dead man, cannot be pronounced during the period of mourning. Certain animals which he ate may also be prohibited. This contagiousness of sacredness is too well known a phenomenon to require any proof of its existence from numerous examples. We only wish to show that it is as true in totemism as in the more advanced religions. When once established, it quickly explains the extreme rigor of the interdicts separating the sacred from the profane, since, in virtue of this extraordinary power of expansion, the slightest contact, the least proximity, either material or simply moral, suffices to draw religious forces out of their domain, and since, on the other hand, they cannot leave it without contradicting their nature, a whole system of measures is indispensable for maintaining the two worlds at a respectful distance from one another. This is why it is forbidden to the profane not only to touch, but even to see or hear that which is sacred, and why these two sorts of life cannot be mixed in their consciousnesses. Precautions are necessary to keep them apart because, though opposing one another, they tend to confuse themselves into one another. When we understand the multiplicity of these interdicts, we also understand the way in which they operate and the sanctions which are attached to them. Owing to the contagiousness inherent in all that is sacred, a profane being cannot violate an interdict without having the religious force, to which he has unduly approached, extend itself over him and establish its empire over him. But as there is an antagonism between them, he becomes dependent upon a hostile power, whose hostility cannot fail to manifest itself in the form of violent reactions which tend to destroy him. This is why sickness or death are considered the natural consequences of every transgression of this sort. And they are consequences which are believed to come by themselves, with a sort of physical necessity. The guilty man feels himself attacked by a force which dominates him, and against which he is powerless. Has he eaten the totemic animal? Then he feels it penetrating him and gnawing at his vitals. He lies down on the ground and awaits death. Every profanation implies a consecration, but one which is dreadful, both for the subject consecrated and for those who approach him. It is the consequences of this consecration which sanction, in part, the interdict. It should be noted that this explanation of the interdicts does not depend upon the variable symbols by the aid of which religious forces are conceived. It matters little whether these are conceived as anonymous and impersonal energies or figured as personalities endowed with consciousness and feeling. In the former case, of course, they are believed to react against profaning transgressions in an automatic and unconscious manner, while in the latter case, they are thought to obey passionate movements determined by the offense resented. But at bottom, these two conceptions, which moreover have the same practical effect, only express one and the same psychic mechanism in two different languages. The basis of both is the antagonism of the sacred and the profane, combined with the remarkable aptitude of the former for spreading over to the latter. Now this antagonism and this contagiousness act in the same way. whether the sacred character is attributed to blind forces or to conscious ones. Thus, so far is it from being true that the real religious life commences only where there are mythical personalities, that we see that in this case the rite remains the same, whether the religious beings are personified or not. This is a statement which we shall have occasion to repeat in each of the chapters which follow. End of section 57. Section 58 of the Elementary Forms of the Religious Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Elementary Forms of the Religious Life by Émile Durkheim, translated by Joseph Ward Swain. Book 3, Chapter 1, Section 4. But if this contagiousness of sacredness helps to explain the system of interdicts, how is it to be explained itself? Some have tried to explain it with the well-known laws of the association of ideas. The sentiments inspired in us by a person or a thing spread contagiously from the idea of this thing or person to the representations associated with it, and thence to the objects which these representations express. So the respect which we have for a sacred being is communicated to everything touching this being, or resembling it, or recalling it. Of course, a cultivated man is not deceived by these associations. He knows that these derived emotions are due to mere plays of the images and to entirely mental combinations, so he does not give way to the superstitions which these illusions tend to bring about. But they say that the primitive naively objectifies his impressions without criticizing them. Does something inspire reverential fear in him? He concludes that an august and redoubtable force really resides in it, so he keeps at a distance from this thing and treats it as though it were sacred, even though it has no right to this title. But whoever says this forgets that the most primitive religions are not the only ones which have attributed this power of propagation to the sacred character. Even in the most recent cults, there is a group of rites which repose upon this principle. Does not every consecration by means of anointing or washing consist in transferring into a profane object the sanctifying virtues of a sacred one? Yet it is difficult to regard an enlightened Catholic of today as a sort of retarded savage who continues to be deceived by his associations of ideas, while nothing in the nature of things explains or justifies these ways of thinking. Moreover, it is quite arbitrarily that they attribute to the primitive this tendency to objectify blindly all his emotions. In his ordinary life, and in the details of his lay occupations, he does not impute the properties of one thing to its neighbors, or vice versa. If he is less careful than we are about clarity and distinction, still it is far from true that he has some vague, deplorable attitude for jumbling and confusing everything. Religious thought alone has a marked leaning towards these sorts of confusions, so it is in something special to the nature of religious things, and not in the general laws of the human intelligence, that the origin of these predispositions is to be sought. When a force or property seems to be an integral part or constituent element of the subject in which it resides, we cannot easily imagine its detaching itself and going elsewhere. A body is defined by its mass and its atomic composition, so we do not think that it could communicate any of these distinctive characteristics by means of contact. But, on the other hand, if we are dealing with a force which has penetrated the body from without, since nothing attaches it there, and since it is foreign to the body, there is nothing inconceivable in its escaping again. Thus the heat or electricity which a body has received from some external source may be transmitted to the surrounding medium, and the mind readily accepts the possibility of this transmission. So, the extreme facility with which religious forces spread out and diffuse themselves has nothing surprising about it, if they are generally thought of as outside of the beings in which they reside. Now, this is just what the theory we have proposed implies. In fact, they are only collective forces hypostatized, that is to say, moral forces. They are made up of the ideas and sentiments awakened in us by the spectacle of society, and not of sensations coming from the physical world. So they are not homogeneous with the visible things among which we place them. They may well take from these things the outward and material forms in which they are represented, but they owe none of their efficacy to them. They are not united by external bonds to the different supports upon which they alight. They have no roots there, according to an expression we have already used, and which serves best for characterizing them. They are added to them. So there are no objects which are predestined to receive them to the exclusion of all others. Even the most insignificant and vulgar may do so. Accidental circumstances decide which are the chosen ones. The terms in which Codrington speaks of the mana should be borne in mind. It is a force, he says, which, quote, is not fixed in anything, and can be conveyed in almost anything, end quote. Likewise, the Dakota of Miss Fletcher represented the Wakan as a sort of surrounding force, which is always coming and going through the world, alighting here and there, but definitely fixing itself nowhere. Even the religious character inherent in men does not have a different character. There is certainly no other being in the world of experience which is closer to the very source of all religious life. None participates in it more directly, for it is in human consciousnesses that it is elaborated. Yet we know that the religious principle animating men, to wit, the soul, is partially external. But if religious forces have a place of their own nowhere, their mobility is easily explained. Since nothing attaches them to the things in which we localize them, it is natural that they should escape on the slightest contact, in spite of themselves, so to speak, and that they should spread afar. Their intensity incites them to the spreading which everything favors. This is why the soul itself, though holding to the body by very personal bonds, is constantly threatening to leave it. All the apertures and pores of the body are just so many ways by which it tends to spread and diffuse itself into the outside. But we shall account for this phenomenon which we are trying to understand still better if, instead of considering the notion of religious forces as it is when completely formulated, we go back to the mental process from which it results. We have seen, in fact, that the sacred character of a being does not rest in any of its intrinsic attributes. It is not because the totemic animal has a certain aspect or property that it inspires religious sentiments. These result from causes wholly foreign to the nature of the object upon which they fix themselves. What constitutes them are the impressions of comfort and dependence which the action of the society provokes in the mind. Of themselves, these emotions are not attached to the idea of any particular object, but as these emotions exist and are especially intense, they are also eminently contagious. So they make a stain of oil, they extend to all the other mental states which occupy the mind, they penetrate and contaminate those representations, especially in which are expressed the various objects which the man had in his hands or before his eyes at the moment. The totemic designs covering his body, the bull roarers which he was making roar, the rocks surrounding him, the ground under his feet, etc. It is thus that the objects themselves get a religious value which is really not inherent in them, but is conferred from without. So the contagion is not a sort of secondary process by which sacredness is propagated after it has once been acquired. It is the very process by which it is acquired. It is by contagion that it establishes itself. We should not be surprised, therefore, if it transmits itself contagiously. What makes its reality is a special emotion. If it attaches itself to some object, it is because this emotion has found this object in its way. So it is natural that from this one it should spread to all those which it finds in its neighborhood, that is to say, to all those which any reason whatsoever, either material contiguity or mere similarity, has mentally connected with the first. Thus, the contagiousness of sacredness finds its explanation in the theory which we have proposed of religious forces, and by this very fact it serves to confirm our theory, and at the same time it aids us in understanding a trait of primitive mentality to which we have already called the attention. We have seen the facility with which the primitive confuses kingdoms and identifies the most heterogeneous things, men, animals, plants, stars, etc. Now we see one of the causes which has contributed the most to facilitating these confusions. Since religious forces are eminently contagious, it is constantly happening that the same principle animates very different objects equally. It passes from some into others as the result of either a simple material proximity or of even a superficial similarity. It is thus that men, animals, plants, and rocks come to have the same totem. The men because they bear the name of the animals because they bring the totemic emblem to mind, the plants because they nourish these animals, the rocks because they mark the place where the ceremonies are celebrated. Now religious forces are therefore considered the source of all efficacy, so beings having one single religious principle ought to pass as having the same essence, and as differing from one another only in secondary characteristics. This is why it seemed quite natural to arrange them in a single category and to regard them as mere varieties of the same class, transmutable into one another. When this relation has been established, it makes the phenomena of contagion appear under a new aspect. Taken by themselves, they seem to be quite foreign to the logical life. Is their effect not to mix and confuse beings, in spite of their natural differences? But we have seen that these confusions and participation have played a role of the highest utility in logic. They have served to bind together things which sensation leaves apart from one another. So it is far from true that contagion, the source of these connections and confusions, is marked with that fundamental irrationality that one is inclined to attribute it at first. It has opened the way for the scientific explanations of the future. End of section 58.
Section 59 of The Elementary Forms of the Religious Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Elementary Forms of the Religious Life by Émile Durkheim. Translated by Joseph Ward Swain. Book 3, Chapter 2. The Positive Cult. 1. The Elements of the Sacrifice. Whatever the importance of the negative cult may be, and though it may indirectly have positive effects, it does not contain its reason for existence in itself. It introduces one to the religious life, but it supposes this more than it constitutes it. If it orders the worshipper to flee from the profane world, it is to bring him nearer to the sacred world. Men have never thought that their duties towards religious forces might be reduced to a simple abstinence from all commerce. They have always believed that they upheld positive and bilateral relations with them, whose regulation and organization is the function of a group of ritual practices. To this special system of rites, we give the name of positive cult. For some time we almost completely ignored the positive cult of the Totemic religion and what it consists in. We knew almost nothing more than the initiation rites, and we do not know those sufficiently well even now. But the observations of Spencer and Gillen, prepared for by those of Schulze and confirmed by those of Strelo, on the tribes of Central Australia, have partially filled this gap in our information. There is one ceremony especially which these explorers have taken particular pains to describe to us, and which, moreover, seems to dominate the whole Totemic cult. This is the one that the Arunta, according to Spencer and Gillen, call the Intichiuma. It is true that Strelo contests the meaning of this word. According to him, Intichiuma, or as he writes it, Intigiuma, means to instruct, and designates the ceremonies performed before the young man to teach him the traditions of the tribe. The feast which we are going to describe bears, he says, the name Imbachialkatiuma, which means to fecundate, or to put into a good condition. But we shall not try to settle this question of vocabulary, which touches the real problem but slightly, as the rites in question are all celebrated in the course of the initiation. On the other hand, as the word Intichiuma now belongs to the current language of ethnography, and has almost become a common noun, it seems useless to replace it with another. The date on which the Intichiuma takes place depends largely upon the season. There are two sharply separated seasons in Australia. One is dry and lasts for a long time. The other is rainy and is, on the contrary, very short and frequently irregular. As soon as the rains arrive, vegetation springs up from the ground as though by enchantment, and animals multiply, so that the country which had recently been only a sterile desert is rapidly filled with luxurious flora and fauna. It is just at the moment when the good season seems to be close at hand that the Intichiuma is celebrated. But as the rainy season is extremely variable, the date of the ceremonies cannot be fixed once for all. It varies with the climactic circumstances, which only the chief of the Totemic group, the Alatunja, is qualified to judge. On a day which he considers suitable, he informs his companions that the moment has arrived. Each Totemic group has its own Intichiuma. Even if this rite is general in the societies of the center, it is not the same everywhere. Among the Warramunga, it is not what it is among the Arunta. It varies, not only among the tribes, but also within the tribe, among the clans. But it is obvious that the different mechanisms in use are too closely related to each other to be dissociated completely. There is no ceremony, perhaps, which is not made up of several, though these are very unequally developed. What exists only as a germ in one occupies the most important place in another, and inversely. Yet they must be carefully distinguished, for they constitute just so many different ritual types to be described and explained separately, but afterwards we must seek some common source from which they were derived. Let us commence with those observed among the Arunta. End of section 59. Section 60 of the Elementary Forms of the Religious Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Elementary Forms of the Religious Life by Émile Durkheim, translated by Joseph Ward Swain. Book 3, Chapter 2, Section 1. The celebration includes two successive phases. The object of the rites which take place in the first is to assure the prosperity of the animal or vegetable species serving the clan as totem. The means employed for this end may be reduced to two principal types. It will be remembered that the fabulous ancestors from whom each clan is supposed to be descended formerly lived on Earth and left traces of their passage there. These traces consist especially in stones and rocks which they deposited at certain places, or which were formed at the spots where they entered into the ground. These rocks and stones are considered the bodies or parts of the bodies of the ancestors, whose memory they keep alive. They represent them. Consequently, they also represent the animals and plants which served these same ancestors as totems, for an individual and his totem are only one. The same reality and the same properties are attributed to them as to the actually living plants or animals of the same species. But they have this advantage over these latter, that they are imperishable, knowing neither sickness nor death. So they are like a permanent, immutable, and ever-available reserve of animal and vegetable life. Also, in a certain number of cases, it is this reserve that they annually draw upon to assure the reproduction of the species. Here, for example, is how the Witchetty Grub clan at Alice Springs proceeds at its Intichuma. On the day fixed by the chief, all the members of the totemic group assemble in the principal camp. The men of the other totems retire to a distance, for among the Arunta they are not allowed to be present at the celebration of the rite, which has all the characteristics of a secret ceremony. An individual of a different totem, but of the same phratry, may be invited to be present as a favor, but this is only as a witness. In no case can he take an active part. After the men of the totem have assembled, they leave the camp, leaving only 2 or 3 of their number behind. They advance in a profound silence, one behind another, all naked, without arms, and without any of their habitual ornaments. Their attitude and their pace are marked with a religious gravity. This is because the act in which they are taking part has an exceptional importance in their eyes. Also, until the end of the ceremony, they are required to observe a rigorous fast. The country which they traverse is all filled with souvenirs left by the glorious ancestors. Thus they arrive at a spot where a huge block of quartz is found, with small round stones all around it. This block represents the Witchetty Grub as an adult. The Alatunja strikes it with a sort of wooden tray called Apmara, and at the same time he intones a chant, whose object is to invite the animal to lay eggs. He proceeds in the same fashion with the stones, which are regarded as the eggs of the animal, and with one of which he rubs the stomach of each assistant. This done, they all descend a little lower, to the foot of a cliff celebrated in the myths of the Alchiringa, at the base of which is another stone, also representing the Witchetty Grub. The Alatunja strikes it with his Apmara. The men accompanying him do so as well, with branches of a gum tree which they have gathered on the way, all of which goes on in the midst of chants renewing the invitation previously addressed to the animal. About 10 different spots are visited in turn, some of which are a mile or more from the others. At each of them there is a stone at the bottom of a cave or hole, which is believed to represent the witchetty grub in one of his aspects or at one of the phases of his existence, and upon each of these stones the same ceremonies are repeated. The meaning of the rite is evident. When the Alatunja strikes the sacred stones, it is to detach some dust. The grains of this very holy dust are regarded as so many germs of life. Each of them contains a spiritual principle which will give birth to a new being when introduced into an organism of the same species. The branches with which the assistants are provided serve to scatter this precious dust in all directions. It is scattered everywhere to accomplish its fecundating work. By this means they assure, in their own minds, an abundant reproduction of the animal species over which the clans guard, so to speak, and upon which it depends. The natives themselves give the rite this interpretation. Thus, in the clan of the Ilpirla, a kind of mana, they proceed in the following manner. When the day of the Intichuma arrives, the group assembles near a huge rock, about 50 feet high. On top of this rock is another, very similar to the first in aspect and surrounded by other smaller ones. Both represent masses of mana. The Alatunja digs up the ground at the foot of this rock and uncovers a chiringa, which is believed to have been buried there in Al-Chiringa times, and which is, as it were, the quintessence of the mana. Then he climbs up to the summit of the higher rock and rubs it, first with the chiringa and then with the smaller stones which surround it. Finally, he brushes away the dust which has thus been collected on the surface of the rock with the branches of a tree. Each of the assistants does the same in his turn. Now Spencer and Gillen say that the idea of the natives is that the dust thus scattered will settle upon the mulga trees and so produce mana. In fact, these operations are accompanied by a hymn sung by those present, in which this idea is expressed. With variations, this same rite is found in other societies. Among the Urabuna, there is a rock representing an ancestor of the lizard clan. Bits are detached from it, which they throw in every direction, in order to secure an abundant production of lizards. In this same tribe, there is a sandbank which mythological souvenirs closely associate with the louse totem. At the same spot are two trees, one of which is called the ordinary louse tree, the other the crab louse tree. They take some of this sand, rub it on these trees, throw it about on every side, and become convinced that, as a result of this, lice will be born in large numbers. The Mara perform the Intichuma of the bees by scattering dust detached from sacred rocks. For the kangaroo of the plains, a slightly different method is used. They take some kangaroo dung and wrap it up in a certain herb of which the animal is very fond, and which belongs to the kangaroo totem for this reason. Then they put the dung, thus enveloped, on the ground between two bunches of this herb, and set the whole thing on fire. With the flame thus made, they light the branches of trees, and then whirl them about in such a way that sparks fly in every direction. These sparks play the same role as the dust in the preceding cases. In a certain number of clans, men mix something of their own substance with that of the stone, in order to make the rite more efficacious. Young men open their veins and let streams of blood flow onto the rock. This is the case, for example, in the Itichiuma of the Hakea flower among the Arunta. The ceremony takes place in a sacred place around an equally sacred rock, which, in the eyes of the natives, represents Hakea flowers. After certain preliminary operations, the old leader asks one of the young men to open a vein in his arm, which he does, and allows the blood to sprinkle freely, while the other men continue the singing. The blood flows until the stone is completely covered. The object of this practice is to revivify the virtues of the stone, after a fashion, and to reinforce its efficacy. It should not be forgotten that the men of the clan are relatives of the plant or animal whose name they bear. The same principle of life is in them, and especially in their blood. So it is only natural that one should use this blood and the mystic germs which it carries to assure the regular reproduction of the totemic species. It frequently happens among the Arunta that when a man is sick or tired, one of his young companions opens his veins and sprinkles him with his blood in order to reanimate him. If blood is able to reawaken life in a man this way, it is not surprising that it should also be able to awaken it in the animal or vegetable species with which the men of the clan are confounded. The same process is employed in the intituma of the Indiara kangaroo among the Arunta. The theater of the ceremony is a water hole vaulted over by a peaked rock. This rock represents an animal kangaroo of the Alcharinga, which was killed and deposited there by a man kangaroo of the same epoch. Many kangaroo spirits are also believed to reside there. After a certain number of sacred stones have been rubbed against each other in the way we have described, several of the assistants climb up on the rock upon which they let their blood flow. The purpose of the ceremony at the present day, so say the natives, is by means of pouring out the blood of kangaroo men upon the rock, to drive out in all directions the spirits of the kangaroo animals, and so to increase the number of the animals. There is even one case among the Arunta where the blood seems to be the active principle in the rite. In the Emu group, they do not use sacred stones or anything resembling them. The Alatunja and some of his assistants sprinkle the ground with their blood. On the ground thus soaked, they trace lines in various colors, representing the different parts of the body of an emu. They kneel down around this design and chant a monotonous hymn. From the fictitious emu to which this chant is addressed, and consequently from the blood which has served to make it, they believe that vivifying principles go forth, which animate the embryos of the new generation, and thus prevent the species from disappearing. Among the Wankangaru, there is one clan whose totem is a certain kind of fish. In the intituma of this totem also, it is the blood that plays the principal part. The chief of the group, after being ceremoniously painted, goes into a pool of water and sits down there. Then he pierces his scrotum and the skin around his navel with small pointed bones. The blood from the wounds goes into the water and gives rise to the fish. By a wholly similar process, the Dieri think that they assure the reproduction of two of their totems, the carpet snake and the woma snake, the ordinary snake. A Muramura named Minkani is thought to live under a dune. His body is represented by some fossil bones of animals or reptiles, such as the deltas of the rivers flowing into Lake Eyre contain, according to Howitt. When the day of the ceremony arrives, the men assemble and go to the home of the Minkani. There they dig until they come to a layer of damp earth, which they call the excrement of Minkani. From now on, they continue to turn up the soil with great care until they uncover the elbow of Minkani. Then two young men open their veins and let their blood flow onto the sacred rock. They chant the hymn of Minkani while the assistants, carried away in a veritable frenzy, beat each other with their arms. The battle continues until they get back to the camp, which is about a mile away. Here the women intervene and put an end to the combat. They collect the blood which has flown from the wounds, mix it with the excrement of Minkani, and scatter the resulting mixture over the dune. When this rite has been accomplished, they are convinced that carpet snakes will be born in abundance. In certain cases, they use the very substance which they wish to produce as the vivifying principle. Thus, among the Kaitish, in the course of a ceremony whose object is to create rain, they sprinkle water over a sacred rock which represents the mythical heroes of the Water Clan. It is evident that they believe that by this means they augment the productive virtues of the rock just as well as with blood, and for the same reasons. Among the Mara, the actor takes from water a sacred whole, puts it in his mouth, and spits it out in every direction. Among the Wargaya, when the yams begin to sprout, the chief of the Yam clan sends men of the phratry of which he is not a member himself to gather some of these plants. These bring some to him and ask him to intervene in order that the species may develop well. He takes one, chews it, and throws the bits in every direction. Among the Kadish, when, after various rites which we shall not describe, the grain of a certain grass called erlupina has reached its full development, the chief of the totem brings a little of it to camp and grinds it between two stones. The dust thus obtained is piously gathered up, and a few grains are placed on the lips of the chief, who scatters them by blowing. This contact with the mouth of the chief, which has a very special sacramental virtue, undoubtedly has the object of stimulating the vitality of the germs which these grains contain, and which, being blown to all the quarters of the horizon, go to communicate these fecundating virtues which they possess to the plants. The efficacy of these rites is never doubted by the native. He is convinced that they must produce the results he expects, with a sort of necessity. If events deceive his hopes, he merely concludes that they were counteracted by the sorcery of some hostile group. In any case, it never enters his mind that a favorable result could be obtained by any other means. If by chance the vegetation grows or the animals produce before he has performed his intechuma, he supposes that another intechuma has been celebrated under the ground by the ancestors, and that the living reap the benefits of the subterranean ceremony. End of section 60. Section 61 of The Elementary Forms of the Religious Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Elementary Forms of the Religious Life by Émile Durkheim, translated by Joseph Ward Swain. Book 3, Chapter 2, Section 2. This is the first act of the celebration. During the period immediately following, there are no regular ceremonies. However, the religious life remains intense. This is manifested especially by an aggravation of the system of interdicts. It is as though the sacred character of the totem were reinforced. They do not even dare to touch it. In ordinary times, the Arunta may eat the animal or plant which serves as the totem, provided they do so with moderation. But on the morrow of the intechuma, this rite is suspended. The alimentary interdiction is strict and without exceptions. They believe that any violation of this interdict would result in neutralizing the good effects of the rite and in preventing the increase of the species. It is true that the men of other totems who happen to be in the same locality are not submitted to the same prohibition. However, their liberty is less than ordinary at this time. They may not consume the totemic animal wherever they place, in the brush, for example. They must bring it to camp, and it is there only that it may be cooked. A final ceremony terminates this period of extraordinary interdictions and definitely closes this long series of rites. It varies somewhat in different clans, but the essential elements are the same everywhere. Here are the two principal forms which it takes among the Arunta. One of these is in connection with the witchetty grub, the other with the kangaroo. When the grubs have attained full maturity and appear in abundance, the men of the totem, as well as others, collect as many of them as possible. Then they all bring those they have found back to camp and cook them until they become hard and brittle. They are then preserved in wooden vessels called pichi. The harvest of grubs is possible only during a very short time, for they appear only after the rain. When they begin to be less numerous, the Alatunja summons everybody to the camp. On his invitation, each one brings his supply. The others place theirs before the men of that totem. The Alatunja takes one of these pichi, and, with the aid of his companions, he grinds its contents between two stones. After this, he eats a little of the powder thus obtained. His assistants do the same. and what remains is given to the men of the other clans, who may now dispose of it freely. They proceed in exactly the same manner with the supply provided by the Alatunja. From now on, the men and women of the totem may eat it, but only a little at a time. If they went beyond the limits allowed, they would lose the powers necessary to celebrate the Intichiuma, and the species would not reproduce. Yet, if they did not eat any at all, and especially if the Alatunja ate none in the circumstances we have just described, they would be overtaken by the same incapacity. In the totemic group of the kangaroo, which has its center at Undiara, certain characteristics of the ceremony are more clearly marked. After the rites which we have described have been accomplished on the sacred rock, the young men go and hunt the kangaroo, bringing their game back to the camp. Here the old men, with the Alatunja in their midst, eat a little of the flesh of the animal, and anoint the bodies of those who took part in the Intichiuma with its fat. The rest is divided up among the men assembled. Next, the men of the totem decorate themselves with totemic designs, and the night is passed in songs commemorating the exploits accomplished by men and animal kangaroos in the time of the Alcharinga. The next day, the young men go hunting again in the forest and bring back a larger number of kangaroos than the first time, and the ceremonies of the day before recommence. With variations of detail, the same rite is found in other Arunta clans, among the Urubana, the Kadish, the Unmachera, and in the Encounter Bay tribe. Everywhere it is made up of the same essential elements. A few specimens of the totemic animal or plant are presented to the chief of the clan, who solemnly eats them and who must eat them. If he did not fulfill this duty, he would lose the power of celebrating the Intichiuma efficaciously, that is to say, so as to recreate the species annually. Sometimes the ritual consumption is followed by an unction made with the fat of the animal or certain parts of the plant. This rite is generally repeated by the men of the totem, or at least by the old men, and after it has been accomplished, the exceptional interdictions are raised. In the tribes located farther north, among the Waramunga and neighboring societies, this ceremony is no longer found. However, traces are found which seem to indicate that there was a time when it was known. It is true that the chief of the clan never eats the totem ritually and obligatorily. But in certain cases, men who are not of the totem whose Intichiuma has just been celebrated must bring the animal or plant to camp and offer it to the chief, asking him if he wants to eat it. He refuses and adds, "I have made this for you. You may eat it freely." So the custom of the presentation remains, and the question asked of the chief seems to date back to an epoch when the ritual consumption was practiced. End of section 61. Section 62 of The Elementary Forms of the Religious Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Elementary Forms of the Religious Life by Émile Durkheim. Translated by Joseph Ward Swain. Book 3, Chapter 2, Section 3. The interest of the system of rites which has just been described lies in the fact that in them we find, in the most elementary form that is actually known, all the essential principles of a great religious institution which was destined to become one of the foundation stones of the positive cult in the superior religions. This is the institution of sacrifice. We know what a revolution the work of Robertson Smith brought about in the traditional theory of sacrifice. Before him, sacrifice was regarded as a sort of tribute or homage, either obligatory or optional, analogous to that which subjects owed to their princes. Robertson Smith was the first to remark that this classic explanation did not account for two essential characteristics of the rite. In the first place, it is a repast. Its substance is food. Secondly, it is a repast in which the worshippers who offer it take part, along with the god to whom it is offered. Certain parts of the victim are reserved for the divinity, others are attributed to the sacrificers who consume them. This is why the Bible often speaks of the sacrifice as a repast in the presence of Jahwe. Now, in a multitude of societies, meals taken in common are believed to create a bond of artificial kinship between those who assist at them. In fact, relatives are people who are naturally made of the same flesh and blood. But food is constantly remaking the substance of the organism. So a common food may produce the same effects as a common origin. According to Smith, sacrificial banquets have the object of making the worshipper and his god communicate in the same flesh, in order to form a bond of kinship between them. From this point of view, sacrifice takes on a wholly new aspect. Its essential element is no longer the act of renouncement which the word sacrifice ordinarily expresses. Before all, it is an act of alimentary communion. Of course, there are some reservations to be made in the details of this way of explaining the efficacy of sacrificial banquets. This does not result exclusively from the act of eating together. A man does not sanctify himself merely by sitting down, in some way, at the same table with a god, but especially by eating food at this ritual repast which has a sacred character. It has been shown how a whole series of preliminary operations, lustrations, unctions, prayers, etc., transform the animal to be immolated into a sacred thing, whose sacredness is subsequently transferred to the worshipper who eats it. But it is true, nonetheless, that the alimentary communion is one of the essential elements of the sacrifice. Now, when we turn to the rite which terminates the ceremonies of the Intechuma, we find that it, too, consists in an act of this sort. After the totemic animal has been killed, the Alatunja and the old men solemnly eat it. So they communicate with the sacred principle residing in it, and they assimilate it. The only difference we find here is that the animal is naturally sacred, while it ordinarily acquires this character artificially in the course of the sacrifice. Moreover, the object of this communion is manifest. Every member of a totemic clan contains a mystic substance within him which is the preeminent part of his being, for his soul is made out of it. From it come whatever powers he has and his social position, for it is this which makes him a person. So he has a vital interest in maintaining it intact and in keeping it, as far as is possible, in a state of perpetual youth. Unfortunately, all forces, even the most spiritual, are used up in the course of time if nothing comes to return to them the energy they lose through the normal working of things. There is a necessity of the first importance here which, as we shall see, is the real reason for the positive cult. Therefore, the men of a totem cannot retain their position unless they periodically revivify the totemic principle which is in them. And as they represent this principle in the form of a vegetable or animal, it is to the corresponding animal or vegetable species that they go to demand the supplementary forces needed to renew this and to rejuvenate it. A man of the kangaroo clan believes himself and feels himself a kangaroo. It is by this quality that he defines himself. It is this which marks his place in the society. In order to keep it, he takes a little of the flesh of this same animal into his own body from time to time. A small bit is enough, owing to the rule, the part is equal to the whole. If this operation is to produce all the desired effects, it may not take place at no matter what moment. The most opportune time is when the new generation has just reached its complete development, for this is also the moment when the forces animating the totemic species attain their maximum intensity. They have just been drawn with great difficulty from those rich reservoirs of life, the sacred trees and rocks. Moreover, all sorts of means have been employed to increase their intensity still more. This is the use of the rites performed during the first part of the Intechuma. Also, by their very aspect, the first fruits of the harvest manifest the energy which they contain. Here the totemic god acclaims himself in all the glory of his youth. This is why the first fruits have always been regarded as a very sacred fruit, reserved for very holy beings. So it is natural that the Australian uses it to regenerate himself spiritually. Thus both the date and the circumstances of the ceremonies are explained. Perhaps some will be surprised that so sacred a food may be eaten by ordinary profane persons. But in the first place, there is no positive cult which does not face this contradiction. Every sacred being is removed from profane touch by this very character with which it is endowed. But, on the other hand, they would serve for nothing and have no reason whatsoever for their existence if they could not come in contact with these same worshippers who, on another ground, must remain respectfully distant from them. At bottom, there is no positive rite which does not constitute a veritable sacrilege, for a man cannot hold commerce with the sacred beings without crossing the barrier which should ordinarily keep them separate. But the important thing is that the sacrilege should be accompanied with precautions which attenuate it. Among those employed, the most usual one consists in arranging the transition so as to introduce the worshipper slowly and gradually into the circle of sacred things. When it has been broken and diluted in this fashion, the sacrilege does not offend the religious conscience so violently. It is not regarded as a sacrilege, and so vanishes. This is what happens in the case now before us. The effect of the whole series of rites which has preceded the moment when the totem is solemnly eaten has been to sanctify those who took an active part in them. They constitute an essentially religious period through which no one could go without a transformation of his religious state. The fasts, the contact with sacred rocks, the chiringa, the totemic decorations, etc., have gradually conferred upon him a character which he did not have before, and which enables him to approach, without a shocking and dangerous profanation, this desirable and redoubtable food which is forbidden him in ordinary times. If the act by which a sacred being is first immolated and then eaten by those who adore it may be called a sacrifice, the rite of which we have just been speaking has a right to this same name. Moreover, its significance is well shown by the striking analogies it presents with so many practices met with in a large number of agrarian cults. It is a very general rule that even among peoples who have attained a high degree of civilization, the first fruits of the harvest are used in the ritual repasts, of which the Paschal feast is the best known example. On the other hand, as the agrarian rites are at the very basis of the most advanced forms of the cult, we see that the intechuma of the Australian societies is closer to us than one might imagine from its apparent crudeness. By an intuition of genius, Smith had an intuition of all this, though he was not acquainted with the facts. By a series of ingenious deductions, which need not be reproduced here, for their interest is now only historical, he thought that he could establish the fact that at the beginning the animal immolated in the sacrifice must have been regarded as quasi-divine and as a close relative of those who immolated it. Now these characteristics are just the ones with which the totemic species is defined. Smith even went so far as to suppose that totemism must have known and practiced a rite wholly similar to the one we have been studying. He was even inclined to see the original source of the whole sacrificial institution in a sacrifice of this sort. Sacrifice was not founded to create a bond of artificial kinship between a man and his gods, but to maintain and renew the natural kinship which primitively united them. Here, as elsewhere, the artifice was born only to imitate nature. But in the Book of Smith, This hypothesis was presented as scarcely more than a theory, which the then known facts supported very imperfectly. The rare cases of totemic sacrifice which he cites in support of his theory do not have the significance he attributed to them. The animals which figure in them are not real totems. But today we are able to state that on at least one point the demonstration is made. In fact, we have just seen that in an important number of societies, the totemic sacrifice, such as Smith conceived it, is or has been practiced. Of course, we have no proof that this practice is necessarily inherent to totemism, or that it is the germ out of which all the other types of sacrifices have developed. But if the universality of the rite is hypothetical, its existence is no longer to be contested. Hereafter, it is to be regarded as established that the most mythical form of the alimentary communion is found even in the most rudimentary cults known today. End of section 62.
Section 63 of the Elementary Forms of the Religious Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Elementary Forms of the Religious Life by Émile Durkheim. Translated by Joseph Ward Swain. Book 3, Chapter 2, Section 4. But on another point, the new facts at our disposal invalidate the theories of Smith. According to him, the communion was not only an essential element of the sacrifice, but at the beginning, at least, it was the unique element. Not only is one mistaken when he reduces sacrifice to nothing more than a tribute or offering, but the very idea of an offering was originally absent from it. This intervened only at a late period and under the influence of external circumstances. So instead of being able to aid us in understanding it, it has rather masked the real nature of the ritual mechanism. In fact, Smith claimed to find that the very notion of oblation an absurdity so revolting that it could never have been the fundamental reason for so great an institution. One of the most important functions incumbent upon the divinity is to assure to men that food which is necessary for life. So it seems impossible that the sacrifice, in its turn, should consist in a presentation of food to the divinity. It even seems self-contradictory that the gods should expect their food from a man when it is from them that he gets his. Why should they have need of his aid in order to deduct beforehand their just share of the things which he receives from their hands? From these considerations, Smith concluded that the idea of a sacrifice offering could have been born only in the great religions, where the gods, removed from the things with which they were primitively confused, were thought of as sorts of kings and the eminent proprietors of the earth and its products. From this moment onwards, the sacrifice was associated with the tribute which subjects paid to their prince, as a prince of the rights which were conceded to them. But this new interpretation was really an alteration and even a corruption of the primitive conception, for the idea of property materializes all that it touches. By introducing itself into the sacrifice, it denatured it and made it into a sort of bargain between man and the divinity. But the facts which we have described overthrow this argumentation. These rites are certainly among the most primitive that have ever been observed. No determined mythical personality appears in them. There is no question of gods or spirits that are properly so called. It is only vaguely anonymous and impersonal forces which they put into action. Yet the reasoning which they suppose is exactly the one that Smith declared impossible because of its absurdity. Let us return to the first act of the Intechuma, to the rites designed to assure the fecundity of the animal or vegetable species which serves the clan as totem. This species is the preeminently sacred thing. In it is incarnated that which we have been able to call by metaphor the totemic divinity. Yet we have seen that to perpetuate itself, it has need of the aid of men. It is they who dispense the life into the new generation each year. Without them, it would never be born. If they stopped celebrating the Intechuma, the sacred beings would disappear from the face of the earth. So in one sense, it is from men that they get their existence, yet in another way, it is from them that men get theirs. For after they have once arrived at maturity, it is from them that men acquire the force needed to support and repair their spiritual beings. Thus, we are able to say that men make their gods, or at least make them live. But at the same time, it is from them that they live themselves. So they are regularly guilty of the circle which, according to Smith, is implied in the very idea of sacrificial tribute. They give to the sacred beings a little of what they receive from them, and they receive from them all that they give. But there is still more to be said. The oblations which he is thus forced to make every year do not differ in nature from those which are made later in the rites properly called sacrifices. If the sacrificer immolates an animal, it is in order that the living principles within it may be disengaged from the organism and go to nourish the divinity. Likewise, the grains of dust which the Australian detaches from the sacred rock are so many sacred principles which he scatters into space, so that they may go to animate the totemic species and assure its renewal. The gesture with which the scattering is made is also that which normally accompanies offerings. In certain cases, the resemblance between the two rites may be followed even in the details of the movements effected. We have seen that in order to have rain, the Kaitish pour water over the sacred stone. Among certain peoples, the priest pours water over the altar, with the same end in view. The effusions of blood, which are usual in a certain number of Intechuma, are veritable oblations. Just as the Arunta or Dairi sprinkle the sacred rock or the totemic design with blood, so it frequently happens that in the more advanced cults, the blood of the sacrifice victim or of the worshipper himself is spilt before or upon the altar. In these cases, it is given to the gods, of whom it is the preferred food. In Australia, it is given to the sacred species, so we have no ground for saying that the idea of oblation is a late product of civilization. A document which we owe to Strelo puts this kinship of the Intechuma and the sacrifice clearly into evidence. This is a hymn which accompanies the Intechuma of the kangaroo. The ceremony is described at the same time that its expected effects are announced. A morsel of kangaroo fat has been placed by the chief upon a support made of branches. The text says that this fat makes the fat of the kangaroos increase. This time they do not confine themselves to sprinkling sacred dust or human blood about. The animal itself is immolated, or sacrificed as one might say, placed upon a sort of altar, and offered to the species, whose life it should maintain. Now we see the sense in which we may say that the Intechuma contains the germs of the sacrificial system. In the form which it takes when fully constituted, a sacrifice is composed of two essential elements, an act of communion and an act of oblation. The worshipper communes with his gods by taking in a sacred food, and at the same time he makes an offering to this god. We find these two acts in the Intechuma, as we have described it. The only difference is that in the ordinary sacrifice they are made simultaneously or else follow one another immediately, while in the Australian ceremony they are separated. In the former case, they are parts of one undivided rite. Here, they take place at different times and may even be separated by a rather long interval. But at bottom, the mechanism is the same. Taken as a whole, the Intechuma is a sacrifice, but one whose parts are not yet articulated and organized. The relating of these two ceremonies has the double advantage of enabling us to understand better the nature of the Intechuma and that of sacrifice. We understand the Intechuma better, In fact, the conception of Fraser, which made it a simple magic operation with no religious character at all, is now seen to be unsupportable. One cannot dream of excluding from religion a rite which is the forerunner of so great a religious institution. But we also understand what the sacrifice itself is better. In the first place, the equal importance of the two elements entering into it is now established. If the Australian makes offerings to his sacred beings, there is no reason for supporting the idea of oblation was foreign to the primitive organization of the sacrificial institution, and later upset its natural arrangement. The theory of Smith must be revised on this point. Of course, the sacrifice is partially a communion, but it is also, and no less essentially, a gift and an act of renouncement. It always presupposes that the worshipper gives some of his substance or his goods to his gods. Every attempt to deduce one of these elements from the other is hopeless. Perhaps the oblation is even more permanent than the communion. In the second place, it ordinarily seems as though the sacrifice, and especially the sacrificial oblation, could only be addressed to personal beings. But the oblations which we have met with in Australia imply no notion of this sort. In other words, the sacrifice is independent of the varying forms in which the religious forces are conceived. It is founded upon more profound reasons, which we shall seek presently. In any case, it is clear that the act of offering naturally arouses in the mind the idea of a moral subject, whom this offering is destined to please. The ritual acts which we have described become more intelligible when it is believed that they are addressed to persons. So the practices of the Intechuma, while actually putting only impersonal forces into play, prepare the way for a different conception. Of course, they were not only sufficient to form the idea of mythical personalities by themselves, but when this idea had once been formed, the very nature of these rites made it enter into the cult. Thus, taking a more direct interest in action and life, it also acquired a greater reality. So we are even able to believe that the cult favored in the secondary manner, no doubt, but nevertheless one which is worthy of attention, the personification of the religious forces. End of section 63. Read by ToriBee.